that they traveled all the way here because they know that there has always been a problem with violence here in the city of Memphis. They wanted to focus and reach out to Black men and minorities in particular to hear this message.
Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Precept on precept and line, I'm breaking it down like a syllable. Miracles we do them time after time, proving that we are the spiritual. We be the pro, they the amateurs. Never surrender, we Spartacus. Warring from Purim to Hanukkah, cutting these heathen shoelaces and yarmulkes. Cut him up, cut him up, cut him up. Scuffers and muckers be running up, thinking that they gon' be sunning us. Never use guns, but we shut him up. Cut him up, cut him up, cut him up. Scuffers and muckers be running up. We be like who the next runner up. We teaching the people no stopping us. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme.
Shut your mouth, don't you talk. I'ma teach, he gon' read. Bring it out, I'ma break it down to the T. It goes line upon line. I got precepts what you need. If you scoff, you a simp. Cut you up, watch you dip. You want meat, not sip milk. You can't handle what we give. Man, your brain gon' overload if you can't handle laws we give. This word cut like a sword. All this truth, can't ignore. All these prophets sit around me, they would break you down with joy.
Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme.
Need a gurney and a body bag for 'em. Cut them obsession won't cease, causing these heathen to flee. You can tell by the hem of the deeds, Messiah prophet on the scene. We seeking the kingdom to be, your kingdom will become the breed. We coming with fire to burn up these liars. Give them the precept to Jeremiah. Acting like demons don't dwell inside you. Any of these prophets know what's required. Ready for wartime, steady be ready in no time. Bet you my brother gon' call sign. Getting these scuffles with clotheslines.
Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme.
I got a fully loaded armor bearer who gained his knowledge through the trial and error. Together we fought many wars. Scripture seeping through the pores of all of the prophets that's casting down doctrines and doing the work of the Lord. These demons won't stop us. Demons can't stop us when we all on one accord. Christ is king and we knowing that. Ain't no denying he coming back. Pull out the trumpet, we blowing that. We got the seed and we sowing that. I came up out of the world. Pray the Lord I ain't going back. We was ordained to be prophets. That's how you know that we coming back.
Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme.
Body, the spirit, celestial body, you know we gon' get it. And we in the streets to gather the sheep, we can say that we fishing. But God got intentions, and he got a mission to destroy all the minions. And the son of perdition, hunters, get them, runners, sprinting. The anger of Christ we quenching. If you roll the dice, you finish. Hunters, get them, runners, sprinting. The anger of Christ we quenching. Evolve to hunters from bishops.
Big Brew talk that Jew way. For the reward of this truth is the new way. Pray for the Sabbath, then wait for the Sabbath. Been thinking about it since Tuesday. This is a movie, I don't mean a Blu-ray.
Yo, 100 they souls in 4K. See it up close, swimming in ghosts. Keep it 100 like you say. I'm talking about expansion. Look in the book, it's mansions. Flex on a hater like Samson. God giving Egypt for ransom. Whips on their back get damaged. Yo,
Psalm 149 been jamming. Yo, set a block on fire. Trinitarians in the sky, my people been dying to vote. Your pastor been selling you hope. Your job been selling you dreams. Esau been selling you dope. In the form of a pope. But this right here for the freedom. This right here ain't for Edom. A Moab or Ammon, this here for the family.
yeah, and we want it all. See Babylon fall. To rule over dogs. See all of them crawl. And acknowledge we the chosen, and tell it like Moses when he appeared with the Torah. Explore the book like Dora, mountaintop like Horror. Go!
I ain't the spirit, so let's see your body, you know we gon' get it. And we in the streets to gather the sheep, you can say that we fishing. But God got intention, and he got a mission to destroy all the millions. And son of perdition, hunters, get them, runners, sprinting. The anger of Christ we quenching. If you are the dice, finish. Hunters, get them, runners, sprinting. The anger of Christ we quenching. Evolve the hunters and fishers. Yeah.
Hold up, real true, get up out my face, man, watch what you say, yeah, them brews don't play, pull a scripture, cut a demon, put a heathen in his place, better fix your face, we run it, through Christ receives, we atonement, for them 12 tribes, yeah, it's our time, ain't no escaping this judgment, see Esau getting double, match that, turn his ass to the stubble, see Jacob a fire, and Joseph a flame, and he'll be devoured, now what shall remain, how for the Lord has spoken, yeah, you know we coming back for his chosen, so come out my people, so that we shall reign, and be not partakers, or you reap the same, see we them people scattered all across the nations. Last Trump, we uncorrupt, yeah, check the message. Black Messiah, King of King, it ain't no question. Straight from Basra, dyed garments in his fury, taking vengeance. So we reigning back to back to back to black to back. The fact that Christ is black, yeah, that's a fact. The kingdom back and shout out a dog, move a tongue against his people while we ruling, yeah, you know it ain't no stopping that. Scripts like fire, they lethal. Yeah, prepare slaughter for his people. Yeah, put the wings off an eagle. And all these other nations gon' bow when the Lord put an end to his kingdom like bye.
Body, the spirit, celestial body, you know we gon' get it. And we in the streets to gather the sheep, we can say that we fishing. But God got intentions, and he got a mission to destroy all the minions. And the son of perdition, hunters, get them, runners, sprinting. The anger of Christ we quenching. If you roll the dice, you finish. Hunters, get them, runners, sprinting. The anger of Christ we quenching. Evolve to hunters from bishops.
Who camp is grinding harder? hood with this good. Yeah, my camp might, this camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, it's do or down the ride, but it's camp life. This camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, we put our lives on the line, but it's camp life. This camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, we prophesy 365, but it's camp life. This camp life.
Boost lace, you know we came to ride. All on your block, don't care about the odds. This truth is do or die. Come crown the kings and watch how we bleed. We here 365. While you and your dreams, we on the scene, saving our people's lives.
What a time to be alive when it's going down. I got both eyes on the same prize. If you're trying to build, then it's hammer time. Thinking lava the mama, no COVID. Flipping scriptures, you can call it a rovers. Can't see it, then you blind like Toby. Pass over, we the sheep, but we golden. It's over.
False prophet, you fake. You don't do nothing you say. All day searching our page, looking for sin. Why is you hate? We in the hood, all in their face. Purple and gold, we reign it. Put some respect on our name, we prophets. You a novice, your doctrine demolished. Stop it. Ask the apostles, watch us.
Take a look on the same page in our favorite book. 400 prophets with the same doctrine. Put it out my pocket, had your block shook. We'll read it like Officer Liam. Covered in spots, got for run like a cheetah. Stricken the script, 7 seconds can't beat them. More than a weapon, that Bible is lethal. They bugging like Beatles.
Camp life, yeah, we live this camp life. Show up in your hood with this good. Yeah, my camp might, this camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, it's do or down the ride, but it's camp life. This camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, we put our lives on the line, but it's camp life. This camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, we prophesy 365, but it's camp life. This camp life.
Slanging our sword, yeah, we coming down your street. Spiritual war, bring that fire, gon' feel that heat. Squad up on them corners, can't be discreet with it. Shoot out scriptures like a gun, bullets, we speak with it. The word's God is our weapon, we get deep off in it. Confound the so-called Christians, wise of the devil, we kill it. Armor up, tear down the doctrines of the word, the spirit, she wicked. Posted up all day and night, gathering up the tribes of Israel. Step up to us, then you get this word. No, we don't fight, but feelings get hurt. We'll cut you up, slashing you with this word. Your spirit got cooked cause the scriptures you heard. We show you love, you think it's hate. If you don't repent, you must meet your fate. No, the Bible ain't up for debate. No sugarcoating, I'm telling you straight. We just a messenger. You try to shoot us down with the dark side, then you fail. Did you not know that nothing you do to the prophets of God, no, it won't prevail. Coming down strong and out of them coons. 144, we rising up soon. The other nation posted up with their goons. So what's about to happen next? Stay tuned. With this camp life, that's right. With this camp life, that's right. With this camp life, yeah, we live this camp life. Show up in your hood with this good. Yeah, my camp might, this camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, it's do or down the ride, but it's camp life. This camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, we put our lives on the line, but it's camp life. This camp life. Yeah, we live this camp life. Yeah, we prophesy 365, but it's camp life. This camp life.
We got next, border a blue fringe and check, yeah. Give me respect, feast, they ready to flex, Shake them off, we gon' break them off. Drip, drippin', we got the sauce. Hot spice, we the salt. No, we walk just like how we talk. Lord God is the man, give him praise in advance. Do when my dance, got them all in a trance. 12, that's one for the 12. Clap your hands for yourself. Made it hot, start to sweat, slow down, catch my breath. Crowd jumping like 2-3, bout that action like movies. Things is getting real groovy. Israelites be a sight to see. Booty dance like a bench fight. Turn it up like all night. Shining bright like a headlight. We won't stop until we see the daylight. We got the Jews in the building. Popping the screws out the ceiling. Treat the old man like a villain. Please come out of your feelings. You know the elders be chilling. Turn up on $1 million. They can't see, they gon' feel it. We finna groove like a thriller. We got the Jews in the building. Popping the screws out the ceiling. Treat the old man like a villain. Please come out of your feelings. You know the elders be chilling. Turn up on $1 million. They can't see, they gon' feel it. We finna groove like a thriller.
Yeah, Israelites back. We lost our heritage, taking it back. Hey, yeah, posing a threat. Getting a little notch, just don't know how to act. Hey, yeah, I'm a little babe, sincere. When I'm on my breath. Hey, yeah, please don't fret. Hey, yeah, we got next. Hey, yeah, this is Sister K and have a lava. We back and we better. It's a celebration, rededication, found the truth like treasure. Dance, move, straight pressure. Let me see some effort. With the heat to make it, that's never. False doctors we sever. The fear of the Lord is a lever. We feeling the beat when your feet celebrate. We defeat mental chains and the feathers. The start of the earth getting better. It's a fact we the best at whatever. We was forced to believe, was deceiving to thinking that there was more and we lesser. Never.
We got the Jews in the building. Popping the screws out the ceiling. Treat the old man like a villain. Please come out of your feelings. You know the elders be chilling. Turn up on $1 million. They can't see, they gon' feel it. We finna groove like a thriller. We got the Jews in the building. Popping the screws out the ceiling. Treat the old man like a villain. Please come out of your feelings. You know the elders be chilling. Turn up on $1 million. They can't see, they gon' feel it. We finna groove like a thriller.
See the whole creation waiting on the manifestation of the sons of God, the saints patient. In the spiritual war unto the spiritual powers, get it down to we gon' make nations bow. Beat in the dust and powder. Crawl on your belly like a serpent. Coward, no Scarface, this earth is ours. Fogging on heads like the turf was flowers. Walls of the city, they great and hot. I go up and down, it's a close encounter. Prophecies I see fulfilled. We lifting up the banner on this here mountain. John 7:38, rivers and fountains flowing through the city like a pyramid bounty. Going through the city just to seal them. County, that's a lost penny on the ground. 2020 blitz, give me on fist. So a net catch 153 big fish. Living millstone, turn around they necktie. Still trying to see, did it sink that quick? Be a street bullet, stronghold, pull it down, boost to the ground. Ranks getting full. If you at home, sleep, what you in this for? Cause it ain't no peace till we win this war. 2020 blitz, give me on fist. So a net catch 153 big fish. Living millstone, turn around they necktie. Still trying to see, did it sink that quick? Be a street bullet, stronghold, pull it down, boost to the ground. Ranks getting full. If you at home, sleep, what you in this for? Cause it ain't no peace till we win this war.
Real recognize real and they unfamiliar. Brothers fold like dollar bills for 30 pieces of silver. I ain't got no hatred for you, your own works will kill you. You'll sin now and pay later cause the Lord will bill you. That's enough, I'm about to head to Memphis. I'm done addressing these false brothers, they so pretentious. Our people dying, they need prophets to bring the census. The cost of sin is your life and that's too expensive. Christ paid it with his life, he paid those expenses. But only for the Israelites who follow repentance. For these preachers still lying, ain't no happy ending. I'm Gary Payton with the gospel, I'm set to defend it. The deacon put the order out, so I'm on the mission. A lot of brothers on the couch just scratching and itching. Rolling round like a door swinging on the hinges. And if the shoe fits, I hope they get offended.
Not no more. Not no more. Who's the king? Who's the king? What time is it?
If you at home, sleep, what you in this for? Cause it ain't no peace till we win this war.
Yeah, we got that fire, so don't run from the script. They get the gun from your hip, get hit with the fire. Not the fire that come from a clip, but the fire that come from my lips. And we ready to blaze. When that alarm erupt, that mean it's time that we armor up. Yeah, these heathens be really thinking they harming us, but our God won't allow them to tarnish us. They gon' honor us, so we advise them to let go. It was awesome to get go. It'll be the Omega when they see that punk pulling go with the boots on the ground like a step show. Echo, let's go, take over the planet. Just as long as the Lord behind us, these heathens can't stand it. And we gon'
blitz, give me on fist. So a net catch 153 big fish. Living millstone, turn around they necktie. Still trying to see, did it sink that quick? Be a street bullet, stronghold, pull it down, boost to the ground. Ranks getting full. If you at home, sleep, what you in this for? Cause it ain't no peace till we win this war. 2020 blitz, give me on fist. So a net catch 153 big fish. Living millstone, turn around they necktie. Still trying to see, did it sink that quick? Be a street bullet, stronghold, pull it down, boost to the ground. Ranks getting full. If you at home, sleep, what you in this for? Cause it ain't no peace till we win this war.
Nice to meet you, Mr. War and Peace. Tell me one thing, how do we war and peace? The lions roaring while they sleep and count sheep. Kings and priests, I'd rather chill and sip the grape's blood, but the word of God is sitting on my taste buds. Got this little light of mine, I let it shine like the new moon. Not your average Jew dude, this brute food. The man of war fed me manna. Now I'm ready, this ain't playtime, but Blitz pulled a hit stick, Mike Vick to a K9.
Calling all soldiers from the SIP to California, from the bottom of the map to the desert, Arizona. Here to prophesy of war, famine, pestilence like Rona. You a goner if you ain't willing to mortify your members, make them quiver, cause it ain't no peace. You looking at your priest, no more hiding in the corner. We in your face on Beale Street. Now feel me when I say you better repent, or that's the end of your existence. We blitzing 2020 down in Tennessee, Memphis.
Give me your feet, so in there catch 153 big fish. Living me a stone, turn around, they necktie, still trying to see did it sink that quick. Be a street bullet, stronghold, pull it down, boost to the ground, ranks get full.
Time. I think it's time. We out here killing each other. I think it's time for this. So everybody on my Facebook Live, I'm with this.
We need a black man in Memphis, Tennessee. What you seeing is the men of God.
When the trumpet sound or the prophet start, we touch it down on every corner. Late night and early morning with 100 scriptures for a damn scorner. At the class, we ain't tired yet. Watch us roll out like a transformer. Beale Street, here we go again. Down in Memphis 10, where we getting it in. Prophesying till we get the win. Prophesying till the kingdom won. Ghost rider when I'm hitting camp. Word of God, fire coming on my tongue. 30 days, we ain't misses none. Hitting every city and everywhere. In the winter, we don't give a curve when they call for duty. St. Louis stuff.
This a call for the just. Time running out, going hard in the clutch. Ain't nobody else going harder than us. Can't stop, won't stop like a bomb on a bus. Speed, yeah. Pedal to the floor, it don't matter where we go. The word going out, yeah, we gotta let them know if it's a one-way trip, then it's how I gotta go. We put our life on the line. No, you can't break through this line. This for the deaf and the blind. We can't be wasting no time. You better make up your mind. We stay on the grind. We on go while you stalling. Gotta make sure of my calling, we won't lose. Yeah, I know they wanna kill us when they see us, but they really wanna be us cause we do what they don't do. We just do what we supposed to. You can hate if you want to. We produce more fruit like Whole Foods. Yeah, the end will be close to. Many call, but these hoes few. From city to city, we making moves. Hit the streets, then we breaking tools. Scripts kicking like taking tools. So much purple, we make the news. Repent or die, we don't make the rules.
Give me your fish, so in there catch 153 big fish. Living me a stone, turn around, they necktie, still trying to see did it sink that quick. Be a street bullet, stronghold, pull it down, boost to the ground, ranks get full. If you at home, sleep what you in this for, cause it ain't no peace till we win this war.
Welcome to the Lion's Den. Fix your face, you OKC, we on the rise again. We in the scripts and in the streets, the section doctrines in. Hidden history, we teach rebuilding lives again. Love. It's hammer time if you ain't know enough. This the book of our fathers, and yeah, we keep it opened up. I like shine like Bruce Lee, Roy, and Show Nuff. Come up to the prophets, correct, go get cold cut. Cut them cold cuts.
So if you at home, sleep what you in this for. See, it ain't no peace, see you in this war. 6 tied, dead bodies scattered on the floor. Got enough dead brothers, I don't want no more. That's a parable for Egypt and how it all relates back to Memphis. That's why you see the prophets out blitzing with no intermission. IUIC on the mission, so start what you're doing, just listen. Don't come to pay attention. Don't be confused when you catch on the street with a meat that was sin because the Lord seek vengeance. They're still waking up the valley of the dry bones. We the real Jews coming straight out the trenches. It's a hard not life, but we out here when to just keep the command, stop sinning. Only few was chosen, but when the Lord called,
gotta fight this fight, gotta win this war. When I swing this hammer, gonna hit like Thor. Better get your camera to hit record, cause it ain't for a glamour when I lift this roll. This a Memphis blitz, you can get hit quick. We avengers for the nations, dodging the fiery dots of Satan like a ninja in the Matrix. I walk the walk, I talk the talk like Devo, I'm a bullet. Like a lasso stretch, I'ma cast the net, find Nemos, and I pull it. I walk the walk, I talk the talk like Devo, I'm a bullet. Like a lasso stretch, I'ma cast the net, find Nemos, and I pull it.
No, we not like you, we different disciples. It's not in the Bible, we don't entertain. Not here to fight with you, nor to be tight with you. See that we blitzing, no need to explain. We don't dislike you, we just don't align with you. Tend to your business, acknowledge our lane. Can two walk together unless they agree? When you get this meaning, then you do the same. We out here to wake up our people, don't play with no evil. That don't compute with our brains. We focus on feeding our family these scripts. If this ain't your focus, then we ain't the same. I keep it 180%. You know the camp out here bringing this change. It ain't to diminish the work that y'all do, but you must repent if you seek to be saved.
2020 blitz, give me your fish, so in there catch 153 big fish. Living me a stone, turn around, they necktie, still trying to see did it sink that quick. Be a street bullet, stronghold, pull it down, boost to the ground, ranks get full. If you at home, sleep what you in this for, cause it ain't no peace till we win this war. 2020 blitz, give me your fish, so in there catch 153 big fish. Living me a stone, turn around, they necktie, still trying to see did it sink that quick. Be a street bullet, stronghold, pull it down, boost to the ground, ranks get full. If you at home, sleep what you in this for, cause it ain't no peace till we win this war.
This one goes out to all the haters in Israel united in Christ. And we just want to let you know how there we cease.
Up in this building.
Deacon Asaph, instruct the people.
Now this one goes out to all the haters of Israel united in Christ. Because we know you put a lot in the hate in us all year. So we just want to let you know out there we see you. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is. How many times must we check these fools, correct these fools, dissect these fools? They still running their mouth. That's why nobody don't respect these fools. Just let these fools know that we don't play. Understand we could do this every day. You think you intelligent, you not even relevant. Understand you are in the room with an elephant. Step on all your heresy and make the people say, why you didn't listen when we said move out the way? You keep guessing us, stressing us. Why you second guessing us? Even though you cursing us, God is steady blessing us. We hate to hear when you talk, cause you's a damn liar. So when you say we fell off, we come with more fire. I am not the one to play with these scripts. I will slay with my lips. Anyone trying to twist God's words up, we live and die by these laws. So ain't nobody stopping us because there's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. The elder said we must study for us to get the kingdom, and then go teach our people because we got to bring them to the Lord cause they so lost. They living in sin, they destroyed and they going off. And then he told me, God is calling me, so make this your priority. If you see any wickedness, rebuke with all authority. Cause our people are sick, give them this medicine, or God gon' put their lights out like Con Edison. I love my people, I don't wanna see them die, but the way that they be living, man, it make you wanna cry. Cause ain't nobody helping them, no one's doing a thing. So God is gonna raise up some kings, that's why there's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. Never let you mess this up. Look at how we kept this up. Even though you hate our guts, we the ones that people trust. We moving up every year. Y'all moving like y'all don't care. You brothers ain't going nowhere cause you don't serve the Lord with fear. You saying you Israelites, but I don't understand it. You teaching things that we know God has not commanded. You robbing our people and you coming off like a bandit. We ain't gonna stand it. It ain't the way we planned it. Just repent stop your sinning and you can make it better. Brothers, imagine what we could do if we came together. We the greatest, I'ma say this and I don't care. Pump your fists up in the air and tell everybody here. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. There's kings up in this building. Look at what we building. We do this for our brothers and our wives and our children. If you ain't rolling with us, better get up out the way. Cause the God that we walking with is not the one to play. Look at these charts.
Drop another album.
Look at the charts, man.
Yes.
Original royalty is still at the top of the charts. Ah! What are we gonna do? We tried Kid Cudi in the dress. Yeah. We tried Lil Nas X. Nothing is working.
the Benjavites dropped the 5th album. Why? 149 and 1 Lily won't stop with the damn hits. There's nothing we can do. I know what we can do. Let's call our best.
Right, but yeah, we at the bottom, but really ain't no one on top of us. I see the ain't coming, and I did not need no binoculars. If this was a game, then we about to win the whole tournament. This place going down, and I'm going up like the firmament. You gotta pay the whole penalty for what you did to my people. They told us to shoot for the stars, but first let me shoot at the eagle. This is a movie part 1, and I cannot wait for the sequel. No wonder you run from the sun, cause you are the shadiest people. But enough of this talk about you, now let's get back to reality. We march when the cops kill our people, but we don't march when we go kill our family. I call that insanity, sanity, 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 sanity. They took all our nickels and dimes, when it comes to sense we don't have any. He's laughing at your calamity. I got the most dangerous book on this earth, so I dare one of y'all to come challenge me. I'm reading it over and over till my people break out the cycle. You said I got love everybody, but that script is not in the Bible.
Yeah, bringing sanity like Sean T. Crossroads for those who cross me. Esau feeling all heat in his rightful place with a dog leash. That's a rod of iron, don't you dare flee. It's a wild game and you dare me. We control the fight like a new Hadouken. Watch it get down right, left beat. His high horses getting murky. Full of pride since birth. Cast Lucifer from his heaven. Bet he get real down to earth. If you want kings, the South has it. We activated, not acting. Wait until that day the sky cracking. Make them feel that heat like house plastic. Insanity, this a mental war and they challenge. The scales of judgment unbalanced. The prophecies is unraveling. We get crucified in the media. If you're in your feelings, get past them. We the real men and we set the lead. Get that woman out you like Adam. Spazzing out, going insane. Free slave and I'm unchained. We lost the kingdom, time to regain. In a wine press full of beat stains. World war a few weeks away. Carpe diem, we seize the day. I deserve it all, is all they need to say. Said he asked the pieces, that's the peaceful day. Said he asked the pieces, that's the peaceful day.
Pray to the God who made me. Y'all got ways you crazy. Y'all got ways you crazy. I've been thinking about it, I get in. Jakey J got a problem, forget in. He went out, let reality set in. That the enemy out here to get him. Your head on the wall cause it's mounted beheaded, or facing the other direction cause we walking dead in the dead ends. A chariot drop, I'm like get in cause we trying to dodge Armageddon. One body move, one mind, 1, 2, double time like 11. I move things with my mind like 11. I watch you start face as a red in. Definition of Zion is weapon. The truth like a virus is spreading. Say you out of your mind if you catch it, then I'ma be dying to get it. We doing this over and over again. Every time it fall through all cause of sin and it's harm and it's ball of confusion. I ain't convinced we caught up, arm in the rim. Break down the word, my job entomology. I live in different dimension and it's called reality where we don't make no apologies. And eternal life be the salad.
God damn it!
Did you see the charts? Did you see the charts, man?
I'm with you. I'm very well.
Unbelievable! Damn, damn, damn! This is a damn nightmare!
I already know kids, they're gonna be like, make that
That is perfect.
Give me a lights, camera, action on it.
Action.
Bro, all I can say, I don't agree with nothing you just did. You totally disagreed, or let me say it this way. You went against everything I told you to do. You disregarded me as a spiritual father, spiritual leader. And all I can say right now for you, bro, you're going to suffer the consequences.
Hey, shalom, baby. Babe, don't worry, I'm gonna take care of it.
You always say you're gonna take care of it. You say you're gonna take care of everything all the time.
And it's always taken care of. That's why we're still here.
I'm sick of this.
Dream me a dream for better days. Pray me a pray for Jah fi pass my way. Oh please won't you come to save me from my misery. Too long me day in a slavery and I gone astray.
Samurai, man a fierce. Flex pan the devil with the spiritual muscle. Warfare with the demon, them we a tussle. Jah dep on one side, Satan a get defeat. They got great for with enemies, grab a shovel. Give them all the shirt off fire back, them still a love you. Bite the hand we feed them, turn round and them a cuss you. Never get a chance to do it again, me learn me lesson. Just because me smell up with a boy, no mean me trust you. Dream and I pray for better days. Can't come around way if you're stuck in all your ways. Parasite, them can't elevate. Them not really with it, them just going to our fears. Man a be shot to the feet, put on the armor, the procedure complete. Me nah go back, nah retreat. All traitors, every Jezebel must get delete. Me no sleep on a demon, me keep a full clip. Conspire me downfall, cause them wants to me slip. Stay close to the real ones, we seal off and legit. Cause I gotta use them to keep your soul from the pit. This a war life, I saw the damn thing said. Man I go to the east, me no have no regret. That walk your perilous, you better watch how you step. If you loyal, eternal life you a get.
Dream me a dream for better days. Pray me a pray for Jah fi pass my way. Oh please won't you come to save me from my misery. Too long me day in a slavery and I gone astray. So me say Jah, me beg you for your mercy. Jah, won't you please come rescue me. Jah, you are the king of kings. Me say Jah, come down Sodom and Babylon. Jah, save your people Israel. Jah, stop the pain and suffering. Jah, me tired of this slavery. Jah, won't you hear my cry today? Dream me a dream for better days. Pray me a pray for Jah fi pass my way. Oh please won't you come to save me from my misery. Too long me day in a slavery and I gone astray.
When you know about hard life, blood, sweat, tears, sacrifice. No money and you can't pay your bills. Living in a poverty no nice. Living in a poverty no nice. In a nice. Be within a sardine and rice. Right price. House full of roach and mice. Minimum wage can't suffice.
Dream me a dream for better days. Pray me a pray for Jah fi pass my way. Oh please won't you come to save me from my misery. Too long me day in a slavery and I gone astray.
You call this taking care of it?
What do you want from me, woman? I'm working 60 hours a week, busting my butt, putting work in the body, and just sitting home doing nothing.
I want you to fix it. I want you to be a man. I want you to stand up and be a man and stop moving out here like a boy. I should have never married your bum ass.
What the hell are you calling a bum ass?
You, nigga. You think you're righteous? You think you have integrity? You need to stand up and take care of your responsibilities or else I'm going to handle it.
So, you mean to tell me Most High bless us with this house, beautiful kids and everything, and we cannot accept the bad from the Most High as well?
Listen, I'm not trying to hear all that, okay? Fix it. Fix it. Or else I'm going to have to fix it, and you're not going to like it.
and shine, hit the block, make it hot, shake them down. We go at it till about 4 or 5 o'clock. Warfare, got my gear, I'm prepared for the op. And we talking how we walk it, yeah, this is how we rock. Friday night, gotta rest, in the morning, hit the block, shake them down. We go at it till about 4 or 5 o'clock. Warfare, got my gear, I'm prepared for the op. And we talking how we walk it, yeah, this is how we rock. Hey, I'm a workaholic, boy, don't play with me, play with me. Hey, no breaks, do this till the death of me, death of me. I'm with Elohim, careful what you say to me, better watch your tongue. We been the chosen ones, I heard you claim to be, yeah. What do you got, hey, what do you got? What do you got, cause talk is cheap. What do you got, you see me say, yeah, we got that remedy. What do you got, hey, what do you got? Heard you got that kill for me. What do you got, cause I need help. What do you got, cause talk is cheap. So I dedicate to do this every week, yeah. We not moving corners, so they thinking that we weak, yeah. Never get it twisted, ayy, don't sleep. We the sanctified, we pull up to your hood to clean the sheet, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm blessed, Wolfie on the crest, yeah. All I do is raving, praying for the rest. To the east, from the west, on a quest, never rest. About that work, dog, about it, I'm obsessed, yeah. Sabbath morning, rise and shine, hit the block, make it hot, shake them down. We go at it till about 4 or 5 o'clock. Warfare, got my gear, I'm prepared for the op. And we talking how we walk it, yeah, this is how we rock. Friday night, gotta rest, in the morning, hit the block, shake them down. We go at it till about 4 or 5 o'clock. Warfare, got my gear, I'm prepared for the op. And we talking how we walk it, yeah, this is how we rock.
Hit the block, make it hot, they be shocked, that's a wop. Watch a doctorate, head chop, body drop, get the mop. This a jam, this a bop, for the flock, top of top. How much love, that's a lot, on the quest, not a yacht. Got a Glock, it don't pop, that's a prop. Nigga stop, ain't no fear in the mirror, check your spirit watch. We just pick a corner, we any money on. From here to California, we pull up at it's a corner. Kamikaze sliding like conveyor bells. If you try to play the prophet, you gon' play yourself. Saturday to day, we on the way with hell. Big soldier, we take orders like okay, what else? Check the stats, all facts, never cap. We be everywhere we at, on the map, in the trap. Me and Ja, back to back, boots black, script strap. Blisters with that this and that. Friday night, take a nap. We wake up, it's a wrap.
Sabbath morning, rise and shine, hit the block, make it hot, shake them down. We go at it till about 4 or 5 o'clock. Warfare, got my gear, I'm prepared for the op. And we talking how we walk it, yeah, this is how we rock. Friday night, gotta rest, in the morning, hit the block, shake them down. We go at it till about 4 or 5 o'clock. Warfare, got my gear, I'm prepared for the op. And we talking how we walk it, yeah, this is how we rock. Sabbath morning, rise and shine, hit the block, make it hot, shake them down. We go at it till about 4 or 5 o'clock. Warfare, got my gear, I'm prepared for the op. And we talking how we walk it, yeah, this is how we rock. Friday night, gotta rest, in the morning, hit the block, shake them down. We go at it till about 4 or 5 o'clock. Warfare, got my gear, I'm prepared for the op. And we talking how we walk it, yeah, this is how we rock. What's real, and what ain't, I've been gone, now I'm here, now what's real, and what ain't, I've been good, can't complain. I got the spirit you're willing, I got the feeling you feeling. I'm on my feet in this way back, focus on nothing but healing. I'm only one out of a million, trying to speak life to the realest. We had our back against the ropes, now it's about time that they feel this. We in the street with the dealers, we in the street with the killers, reasoning out of the scriptures. 365 to the killers. Your pastor comes in the building. He's telling lies and he's stealing. He said the law's in the way, but he said time to stay. I cannot get with the hate. I'm in the shop with the Jews. I'm on the block with the bros. We march the city for peace. That they won't talk on the news. They gotta sing in the blues, cause we got nothing to lose. They kill us dead in the street, and we supposed to play like it's cool. Gotta thank God for the government. We'll see y'all think it's irrelevant. They choose their life in the beast. More like a modern day Hellenist. I found my God in the oracles. You found your God in the elements. You live your life for the hell of it. I live my life for the promises, cause it's heaven sent. What's real, and what ain't, I've been gone, now I'm here, what's real, and what ain't. I've been good, can't complain. Lot of ups and downs, still I don't complain. You know it take a lot to go through the thick of thin and still stay the same. Been keeping it real ones don't change. Why they call it say soul in this life and get a block to your name? Oh man, that's still putting that work. Yeah, I know my worth. I ain't looking back now, I ain't trying to revert. Still staying on the earth. You man, we bird. They trying to scheme on me, trying to plot on me, hoping that it's gonna work. Got my eyes on them, you gotta be wise, Satan rolling around, different disguise, spiritual eyes, none I see them. I ain't surprised at all. Wolf in cheap clothing, we got spies, we got some rights, and I'm blessed, dog. Y'all don't get me stressing on these obstacles. Watch how I finesse, dog. Blessed, dog. Y'all don't get me stressing through these obstacles. Watch how I finesse, what's real, and what ain't. I've been gone, yeah, I'm here. Now what's real, and what ain't. I've been good, and I ain't complaining. What's real, and what ain't. I've been gone, now I'm here. Now what's real, and what ain't. I've been good, can't complain.
I'm not a bad individual. I just made some mistakes on my way down the road. Dropped that old man like a give and go. The one in the mirror is my biggest fall. Ain't gonna act like it's difficult. I gotta get right cause the time ain't gon' slow. Gotta do as it is written though. Man, I thank the Lord if you didn't know. He saved my life.
We know we gon' focus on people world.
Flip through the scripts and see diamonds and pearls. Wickedness, I just leave that for the germ. Came in it, I finished slide on my jewels in other cities. I found a brand new way of life. Never alone, even though nobody with me. I got my God, he saved my life. Why you in my way? Kingdom on the line, I cannot play. No, not today, okay. I'm not a bad individual. I just made some mistakes on my way down the road. Dropped that old man like a give and go. The one in the mirror is my biggest fall. Ain't gonna act like it's difficult. I gotta get right cause the time ain't gon' slow. Gotta do as it is written though. Man, I thank the Lord if you didn't know. He saved my life.
I had to get the right living the sinner life. Could've went wrong. I done felt plenty times, but I'm in a fight. Still holding on. You need to decide if you're really on this side. Then move along. And this is the end times. Yeah, this is the end. Don't leave me alone. My father gave me the recipe. Day to day, I see that Satan be vesting me. I had to become a better me. Walking different, had to switch up the energy. Wishing death upon the enemy. Son of perdition ain't who he pretend to be. Now I'm steady learning lessons, searching out the blessings that Moses has said to me.
For a while I was wild and the old man inside me had my vision blinded. Searching to find it, had to change up.
Could've went wrong.
Now I'm trying to stay up.
Still holding on.
I'm not a bad individual. I just made some mistakes on my way down the road. Dropped that old man like a give and go. The one in the mirror is my biggest fall. Ain't gonna act like it's difficult. I gotta get right cause the time ain't gon' slow. Gotta do as it is written though. Man, I thank the Lord if you didn't know. He saved my life.
Wagwan, I done made some mistakes, ain't no bar mine. And it pours when it rains, hope it washed off the stains. They still look at me strange for the outcome. Yeah, how come? He chose me to walk up this mountain. And all of the blessings and mercies I've seen on this journey, I never forgot one. And all of a sudden it is what it was. And I'm seeing and suffering, I'm sick to my stomach. Betrayed him for nothing, divided the judgment. He raining down curses on dirty as dust. Now how can I function? I'm knowing the life that I live could lead to destruction. Kingdom is coming.
it together, no time for this function. I'm not a bad individual, I just made some mistakes on my way down the road. Drop that old man like a give and go. The one in the mirror is my biggest fall. Ain't gonna act like it's difficult. I gotta get right cause the time ain't gon' slow. Gotta do as it is written though. Man, I thank the Lord if you didn't know, he saved my life.
You're missing the crown on your head. I don't mean no disrespect, but why you worried about all these peasants? You are the king, my protector. I need you to rule over me, rule over me. You shine like the sun and the moon. He light up the room like fire in the sky. You bright like the stars. Don't forget who you are. You're a ruler. You're a king, and the world will know it. You bling like a jeweler, royalty, and the world will know it. The world will know it. If they can see through my eyes, they'll see the image of God. And that's why you rule over me, rule over me. You are a king, you should know. Over me, rule over me. You are a king, you should know. You shine like the sun and the moon. He light up the room like fire in the sky. You're bright like the stars. Don't forget who you are.
Girl, you're looking at your ruler, mighty man from Judah, fighting off our enemies like a pit to a poodle. I'm something like your tutor, won't be no Freddy Cougar. As long as your dinner for me ain't ramen noodles. Girl, I deserve the best, appreciate me cause I watch for your soul. You're covering when the world gets cold. I'm talking about that goosebump love, you can feel it in your toes. You can't hide your feelings, your Lord knows. Now come here, wife, let me show you how to love your neighbor, cause mocha my favorite flavor. And with the other nations we ain't mingling. This ain't chess, this checkers, not king men.
Missing the crown on your head. I don't mean no disrespect, but why you worried about all these peasants? You are the king, my protector. I need you to rule.
Look into my eyes, tell me what you see. I will be fulfilling every prophecy. Esau gotta pay for his atrocities, murdering and killing all the kings of my families. God got my back, ain't no stopping me. We the judges of the earth, you a wannabe. Repented of my sins, now it's God in me. They gon' see the beams in my eyes, no hypocrisy. For all these damn years, I was your slave. You don't get no credit, but you gotta pay. Wanna bump your lips? I'ma cut them out. I'll put them in your hands, I make you watch your mouth. This is what you get for disintegrate. When disintegrate with your head, you disintegrate. Wicked Babylon, make disintegrate. Christ invaded V4, miss a piece of cake.
Piece of cake need a taste of vengeance is sweet. You gon' be bitter and trying to be friends for peace. After I served you when you told me how to cook your meat. Next is a mouthful of blood from the raw beef. Castrated, doing the same thing he did to me. I'm making you knock like when you lose your keys. What's your name, boy? Oh, you ain't trying to speak? Rip my rudder eye and then waste it away.
ways. He, the sight he saw, reminds him where he used to be. A Caucasus mountain, made from his family tree. He trying to make me fall in sin with all that smooth talk. The only time I backslide is when I moonwalk. In the kingdom, no escaping if you break the law. I'm hitting up the fifth rib, no Isaiah 4. You sodomite kids, you trying to explain the queer? Not even transparent's gon' make it clear. Me a go call me plantation damnation, cause I straight pay back on this damnation. Musa declare the end from creation. In a the God of vision, me put me salvation.
I had dreams of pushing the Maybach. Big money, Cuban links and make stacks. I'm finding out my history from slavery and way back. So it's only right I give you the whips and chains back. No bail for a fugitive, what is bond? It's 2020, so it's clear to see the vagabond. Who's the real Jews? It's a face-off. Iconoclasm, take his face off.
I ain't talking clothing line, but this right here, the true religion. Came from the chosen line, my mind is focused on a mission. I ain't never make a dime off the plantation field, but still generating profits in my Levi jeans. You gave me mad labor, I just do it like night. Worn out like all Adidas, I got scars from the strike. You gotta pay with your life, I ain't showing no pardon. I'm here to collect debt, and it ain't no bargain. Me a go call me plantation damnation, cause I straight pay back on this damnation. Musa declare the end from creation. In a the God of vision, me put me salvation. Me a no word from me two-head suit. Fi thinking you stand a chance, you too late gone. Head crop on the floor like a few eggs fall. We are the real Jews, fool who are the bootleg fun. Cause when no time to feed them a go horrify. Them think them come feed, they make them solar pride. You're gonna eat your faces, they keep you alive. Try to kill himself because them food was on the suicide.
It's past 10:30. We in the fourth quarter. When it strike 12, time on your hands is getting shorter. Bruce Wayne can't save the day cause it's a dark night. No turning back the hands of time, I'm putting out your lights. We raising the bars like it's a workout. 5 G's in the streets to push the work out. YouTube and Viacom trying to shut us out. Via communication, send the hitters out. ADL been getting busy with the tricks. Fake Jews operate the mouth of the dragon. Thought you heard us, but that was a little nick. Many bodies getting hit when I fire this cannon. I leaped in a battle, that was my longest jump. I came to pull cars, I'm ready to dump. I am honored a victory over bodies slumped. Somebody tell Donald that I'm the real Trump.
Me a go call me plantation damnation, cause I straight pay back on this damnation. Musa declare the end from creation. In a the God of vision, me put me salvation.
Well, Jessica, the name of the event was The Violence Must Stop, and that's exactly what they said. Some of them even chanted things like, some of us used to sell drugs, but no more. These streets were filled with people who were also taking pictures just to watch. Now, the group says that they traveled all the way here because they know that there has always been a problem with violence here in the city of Memphis. They wanted to focus and reach out to Black men and minorities in particular to hear this message.
Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Precept and line up a line. I'm breaking it down like a syllable. Miracles, we do them time after time, proving that we are the spiritual. We be the pro, they the amateurs. Never surrender, we Spartacus. Warring from Purim to Hanukkah, cutting these heathen shoelaces and yarmulkes. Cut him up, cut him up, cut him up. Scuffers and muckers be running up, thinking that they gon' be sunning us. Never use guns, but we shut him up. Cut him up, cut him up, cut him up. Scuffers and muckers be running up. We be like, who the next runner up? We teaching the people, no stopping us. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme. But my armor bearer gon' blaspheme.
Shut your mouth, don't you talk. I'ma teach, he gon' read. Bring it out, I'ma break it down to the T. It goes line upon line. I got precepts what you need. If you scoff, you a simp. Cut you up, watch you dip. You want meat, not sip milk. You can't handle what we give. Man, your brain gon' overload if you can't handle laws we give. This word cut like a sword. All this truth, can't ignore. All these prophets sit around me, they would break you down with joy.
Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme.
Need a gurney in a body bag form. Cut them obsession won't cease, causing these heathen to flee. You can tell by the hem of the deeds, Messiah prophet on the scene. We seeking the kingdom to be, your kingdom will become the breed. We come up with fire to burn up these liars. Give them the precept to Jeremiah. Acting like demons don't dwell inside you. Any of these prophets know what's required. Ready for wartime. Said they be ready in no time. Bet you my brother gon' call sign. Getting these coffins with clotheslines.
Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme.
I got a fully loaded armor bearer who gained his knowledge through the trial and error. Together we fought many wars. Scripture seeping through the pores of all of the prophets that's casting down doctrines and doing the work of the Lord. These demons won't stop us. Demons can't stop us when we all on one accord. Christ is king and we knowing that. Ain't no denying he coming back. Pull out the trumpet, we blowing that. We got the seed and we sowing that. I came up out of the world. Pray the Lord I ain't going back. We was ordained to be prophets. That's how you know that we coming back.
Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme. Yeah, we bad. Prophets is back on the battlefield. Look at the swag. All of these heathens be mad at me. I'm ready to teach, but they talking too loud with the blasphemy. I never blaspheme, but my armor bearer gon' blaspheme.
Depart from my evil, apply your mind to wisdom. It's life or death. If you don't repent tonight, then in your sin you will die. The Most High is no fool. He knows just what you're doing in the dark. No more wicked excuses. Come back to the Lord, don't be foolish.
Running around like I'm crazy, feel regret every day. And I know that I want to throw everything away. All eyes on me, I'm a light of the world. If I could just get it right and mix it up like a swirl, I wanna get closer, closer towards you. But instead I just close all the doors on you. You gotta be down right, and in order to come up, gotta make it sound right. Don't know why I'm caught up in my feelings. Don't know why I did it, and I know my word is all I got. Stop living so shady, or else you'll go crazy. Must repent and do his will to get back on track. I heard him say, come back, come back, come back, back.
That's right. And I got problems. That's right. If you just listen, this world was solved. That's right. We gotta get back now to who we were and fulfill our purpose. That's right. And reverse the curses. I wanna get closer, closer towards you. But instead I just close all the doors on you. You gotta be down right in order to come on. Gotta make it sound right. Don't know why I'm caught up in my feelings. Don't know why I did it. And I know my word is all I got. Stop living so shady, or else you'll go crazy. Must repent and do His will to get back on track. I heard Him say, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back.
Successful days, yeah. You said you go train up your child in the way I should go. I don't go left, I go right, I walk straight on the road. Yeah, unrepentant, call it strange. They got Caesar on their brains. They proceed to call me lame, even though they see the change. Heathens are dealing with side of me. Why you stay purging a nigga up out of me? I just want you to be proud of me. Walking with you, that's the way that it ought to be. Correction ain't coming, but not on a nigga, so humbly I'm gonna listen. Cause there's no victory without the vision.
I can't comprehend, cause a man's going through the ways of the Lord. Give me light so my eyes can see. Take my hand, Lord, walk with me, cause a man's going through the ways of the Lord.
Show me your mercy, Lord. Give me your mercy, Lord. You're changing my path and making it straight. You made me your man, you're making them great. Consider my words to equal my faith. The kingdom of heaven, I know what it waits. I'm willing to battle whatever it takes. I'm willing to battle whatever it takes. When it boils down to my world crown, I don't play around. When I went astray in my sinful ways and you stayed around. I can admit it, all of the sins I committed. I can be utterly finished. That's why you be seeing me yell in the spirit. No matter whoever I'm yelling, let's get it. So don't be offended. I switch up to a different mindset. I show my people how to find rest, but they look at me like a crime threat. Every day that I wake up, I'ma shape up till the day come. Ain't nobody gonna break up what he made up since day one. Oh, praise the Lord.
Walk with me and hold my hand. Your ways I can't comprehend, 'cause a man's goings are the ways of the Lord. Give me light so my eyes can see. Take my hand, Lord, walk with me, 'cause a man's goings are the ways of the Lord.
Everything we talk, we know we living it. Living it. Hypocrite talk, we know them living it. Living it. Endurance, how we still in it. Still in it. Still in it. Bench of us, we killing it. We killing it. Israelite figure, you know we building it. Building it. Hypocrite talk, you know them living it. Living it. Endurance, how we still in it. Still in it. Still in it. Bench of
vice for killing it.
Chat them a chat, but them no want no drama. Better than put on a millstone in a water. When we step on the scene, everything I get slaughtered. We a flood out the city with the spiritual water. And we a keep the laws, but I pretend them a pretend. You have to get correction, and we not go beg no friend. The works are go declare who God sent. You coulda never lead us straight on a God children.
Everything we talk, you know we living it.
Living it.
Hypocrite attack, we know them living it.
Living it.
Endurance, how we still in it.
Still in it.
Still in it. Benjamins, we killing it.
We killing it. Israelite figure, you know we building it. Building it. Hypocrite attack, you know them living it.
Living it.
Endurance, how we still in it.
Still in it.
Still in it. Benjamins, we killing it.
A real soldier never stray from the mission. When it come to war, we a delete the opposition. Them a snake, them a try to cause division. But Jah recompense all the evil where you wish upon me and the crew. We pull up what they do. This party enough to eat and I only Jew I come true. No worry about bad mind, pass me a brew. The vibes of a build up with a dance brand new. No good tree can bear fruit where evil. Watch out the dirty boy change and leave. Jah know some of them are just evil Knievel. Snake in a grass, two tongue for deceive you. If you're not a hypocrite, then put your hand in the air. Until a informer boy don't come around here. Better watch out for the demon, them watch out for the tear. Them we tell a dirty lion from the Bible, them a swear about Jah know.
Everything we talk, you know we living it.
Living it.
Hypocrite attack, we know them living it.
Living it.
Endurance, how we still in it.
Still in it.
Still in it. Benjamins, we killing it.
We killing it. Israelite figure, you know we building it. Building it. Hypocrite attack, you know them living it. Living it. Endurance, how we still in it. Still in it. Still in it. Benjamins, we killing it.
And we say action overheard. If you touch the road and if you preach to the earth. Boy, you spread doctrine and vision get blurred. Perpetrating rumor, them boy the absurd.
But we never gonna stop until we reach the 1/3.
No matter what them try, you have to bring out the word.
Your mind off is stable and your lines off the gird.
Wolf in disguise, them a post like shepherd.
Them a move like serpent, them a move like Cain.
Them we kill off them brother just to get a little fame.
Them boy are too sick, them boy are insane.
And me convinced something wrong with them brain.
Them a run down fame
and get flushed down the drain. You shoulda watch them out when you call Bishop name.
You shoulda stay humble, stay in your lane. Now everybody can,
and the boy feel ashamed.
Everything we talk, you know we living it.
Living it.
Hypocrite attack, we know them living it.
Living it.
Endurance, how we still in it.
Still in it.
Still in it. Benjamins, we killing it.
We killing it. Israelite figure, you know we building it. Building it. Hypocrite attack, you know them living it. Living it. Endurance, how we still in it. Still in it. Still in it. Benjamins, we killing it. Chat them a chat, but them no want no drama. Better than put on a millstone in a water. When we step on the scene, everything I get slaughtered. We a flood out the city with the spiritual water. And we a keep the laws, but I pretend them a pretend. You have to get correction, and we not go beg no friend. The works are go declare who God sent. You coulda never lead us straight on a God children.
Está siempre en mi mente, pensando en ti todo el día. Esperaré en poco tiempo. Puedes tener cualquier cosacito. Espérame, espérame, esperaré en poco tiempo. Espérame, espérame.
Don't you keep my own wife's name out your every mouth.
Man, listen, I'm going to say what I got to say later. Don't steal it from me, Judd. I'm going to say it later.
Oh, I already know.
Damn. This is going to be a hot topic tonight, bro. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Hey, all praise.
Hey, send me that picture. Everybody was in the crowd, distraught, like, damn, did he really just slap it? He slapped the piss out that man.
Hey, you see
Chris
the
rocked
sister
that
from
shit down his leg.
I don't think he was wrong for doing that.
Hey, we gonna get to it, Sean. I know you ready to get it in, bro.
I'm so ready to get this.
I know you ready to get it in, family. Give us a minute. Give us a minute. Let us build up the stage. We're gonna jump right into it, Sean. I think M was before you, then King, man. We gonna pop it off, bro. Just give us a moment.
Crazy. It's crazy.
That's right.
Hey,
So
all I know, if I was Chris Rock, we had to throw some hands. I couldn't just stand there. Hollywood is weird.
Hollywood. Right.
Hollywood for sure.
The fact that they just made it seem like none him. Like, you cut the TV on, you would think none him. It's crazy.
But someone tell me, does she not look like G.I. Jane for real? Like, Google her.
Damn.
Legit.
God damn.
And you see how she rolled her eyes when he called the G.I. Jane?
Hey, if you notice, Will Smith laughed at first.
Right.
He laughed at first. Then he looked over at her. She gave him that look.
He saw her reaction.
She gave him that look like, nigga, I know you ain't gonna laugh at that. You need to. Hey, that's the same thing. That's the same thing when you out with your girl.
The look.
And another Negro look at her. Or he say something to her. She look at you like, you gonna defend my honor? Exactly what happened.
Man, that's that bullshit, man. You know, y'all know that. I'm gonna wait though, but y'all know that was that bullshit.
Yeah, for real. Hey, Pentecost, the stage is already lit, bro.
All right,
you say, Judd? You ready, Judd?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm on my way home, but yeah, I'm ready. We go ahead and get it
lit.
up.
Let's get it.
All right, let's get it. So I see we got M, Sean King, 1 million. So go ahead, M. We'll start with you. What you think? Was Will Smith wrong?
Listen, I already know. You already know Will Smith is demasculated, right? I mean, he's already had the national embarrassment of being dragged in front of the world stage by having a wife who sleeps around and all that, right? While they're still together. So I understand, right? Like, he might feel or he might get like, this is his opportunity to grow his balls a little bit, get his name out there, to kind of reverse the image. But I think, like, let's not forget he is a comedian. If he can't take a joke or can't turn around a joke into something more funny, then you're not really a comedian. You know what I mean? Like, he wants to snap in front of television, listen, I don't know. It might help him, like, for like the vast majority of people saying, "Oh, he's like, he's a king, he's a pimp, all that kind of stuff." But I don't know. I think he really dishonored himself. You can't really call a comedian someone who can't take a good joke like that.
Right. You know what's crazy too? If I remember correctly, in Fresh Prince, he did pull a stunt like that before, where he tried to, get a woman. So I think he's just reliving back his days, trying to stunt for her.
Hey, that's a good point because I almost forgot that Will Smith is kind of like a comedian in a way. I kind of forgot that with some of the movies he done been in. So it's I must have missed it. He told the joke at the Oscars. That's when he told the G.I. Jane joke.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think someone can pin a link to the tweet, like on up here somewhere.
It wasn't even a joke,
Dion,
man.
Judd, something that else that happened when you read the article, it's like a little article on it. It said that P Diddy was trying to put all the pressers at ease. Like, nah, it's just family business. Don't worry about it, everybody.
Hey, so when I was I think I might have been like maybe 8th grade. One of my homeboys on my team, he was dating a girl, and she had that spirit of whoredom. Like, she was a super whore, and she would brag about how she would cheat on him. So me being his boy, I brought it to him like, bro, she bragging about cheating on you around the whole school, bro. Do you know that nigga tried to fight me?
Yeesh.
He was mad.
Wow.
He was mad at me because I told him that his girl was a hoe and she was playing him.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? So
I dealt
I
with that.
understand that brothers be
I,
getting mad over their girls, man. I'm telling you. Go ahead,
I,
Judge.
de- I dealt with that same exact situation. I had went by a friend of mine's house, and she had a homegirl with her. So I brought one of my homeboys, and it happened to be one of my other homeboys' girl, and I was like, oh snap. So I'm letting them know like, hey, yeah, bro, you might need to cut this one short. He was like, he got mad at me because I wouldn't tell him which one of my partners was over there messing with her. And I said, look, they ain't got nothing. Look, he don't know nothing about you. I say, at the end of the day, it's your girl. Your girl, she messing with other dudes. And he stopped dealing with me for a while just because I wouldn't release the information. He kept dealing with her. It's crazy.
Hey, hey, shalom, bro. It's Isaac. I'm under my ribs
Uh,
account. Most High in
Hey,
Christ bless
shalom,
y'all.
shalom. Most High Christ bless.
Yes,
Hey,
sir. Hey, let
Most
me
High
say
Christ
something
bless.
real quick. I'm gonna say one thing and I'm gonna sign off. Hey, remember you gotta realize this brother Will Smith, he got a lot of anger in him. Remember, for the whole year, people was clowning him left and right for that whole entanglement stuff. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta see, man. I mean, the only question I have is, where's that same energy he had for the dude? You know what I'm saying, that was banging his wife? Because right here, after he smacked Chris Rock, he got off the stage. He told him, keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth. But everybody should be asking why he didn't tell the other guy, keep my wife's titties out your mouth.
Damn.
So, that's
Hey, bro,
that's
I
that's
don't
all I
know.
gotta say on
Damn.
that.
Hey, on the
And
real
I
though,
do.
man, let's keep it a buck, man. Will Smith and Jada always been known to have an open marriage. All right, and when it came to that red table talk, Will clearly stated that he was done with her. At the point of time before that August situation went down, he stated that he was done. They were separated, and then she hooked up with August. So I don't know why the fuck he was crying at that table when he clearly stated that they were separate and he
Hey,
was done with her.
so here's the thing.
Embarrassment.
That's so
Embarrassment.
so here's the thing though. When you like, cause this biblical smoke, right? So we deal with the Bible. If y'all come in here, y'all know we deal with the Bible. So when we talking about marriage, marriage is just as much spiritual as it is physical. A man can say, yo, I'm done with her. I ain't fooling with her no more. All that stuff. Like, he can say that, but there's an emotional attachment there. There's a spiritual attachment there. When you read in the book of Numbers, we don't have to read it because it's a lot. The Bible talks about how if a man had a spirit of jealousy come upon him and he just thought that his wife, she may not have even cheated, but he just had the inclination that maybe she may have cheated, he could bring her to the priest and they could make her drink this water, this bitter water. If she drunk it and her belly swelled up and her vagina would rot, meaning it would smell, it would stink, that meant that she actually cheated. But if she drunk that water and did nothing happen to her, because back then they didn't have no damn Facebook Messenger, they didn't have no phone record, they didn't have none of that. So
It would
this is the
smell.
way that they would know,
It would
sir.
smell like codfish.
Right. Damn. Ugh.
And
So
yeah.
So marriage is a spiritual thing. Let me get that real quick. Genesis 2, real quick. I just want to show you why it was such an emotional attachment. A man can say, "Oh, I don't give a damn about what's going on with my wife. She could do what she want to do. I'm done with her." But yeah, you could say that, but there's an emotional attachment there, bro. And that's because the Bible says this. Get that in Genesis 2 for me, Lingo.
Yes, sir.
2:24, I think.
The book of Genesis, chapter 2, and verse 24. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh.
That's why we only supposed to have one wife. Spiritually, when we have sex with that woman, we become connected to her. This is why many women crazy out their damn minds, because they done had too much rod from too many different men. So they got split personalities. You like, what the hell wrong with her? Why she bugged out? Why she busted my windows out and set my car on fire like Angela Bassett and waiting to exhale? What the hell going on with her? Why she crazy like that? It's because she got spirits from other men on her from years and years of playing the whore. So the Bible tells you when a man and a woman gets together as husband and wife, there's a spiritual connection. They become one flesh, literally. And when your wife go out and cheat on you, that put a spirit on you of anger and anxiety and hatred. Now, a man of God gonna kick her to the damn curve. A simp gonna keep her around and smack a damn grown man on stage because he talking about her being bald headed. Because God done struck her with alopecia because she was wicked, busting her legs open for every Negro that came along. So, hey, don't get mad at Chris Rock, bro. You need to
No,
be mad at
that's
her.
not even my point. My point. Well, speaking on the Chris Rock thing, I was responding to the other
Will
brother.
Smith. I meant Will Smith being mad at her, not you.
Yeah, no. So like I think the whole thing was staged. One, you can't slap a black man on national television and then he laughed after it. He put his hands behind his back like he was expecting it to come. All right, and then if a man walks up to you, if a man walk up to you, you're not gonna be with your hands behind your back smiling. You gonna read that energy that this man finna come like he walking up to me like hold your space, partner. Hold on now. But he laughed after, and then Will, when he turned around to walk back to his seat, he was smiling. To me it was staged. I mean, Will really trying to get that Oscar, and even before he mentioned Will's wife, he was talking about the runner-up or Will's competition, that dude and his wife are up for an award, and he told dude like, man, you can't win because you will never win with your wife, right? And then he jumped right to Will to put the spotlight on Will. I think it was all staged.
And I want to say something I too. disagree. I don't think it was staged.
I heard that slap.
I just
I'm
watched
sorry.
that
That's
thing
not
just
acting.
now.
I think he
I
got
just watched it
Can
just
I
now.
tap in?
and
Yeah,
that was
You're
not
out of there,
staged.
brother, man.
I want to say something.
Hold
See,
on.
hold on, Jane. Hold on, Jane.
Guys.
We had
Listen, hey,
had
listen,
Sean before you.
listen. Hey, I just watched that thing just now. I can't believe my eyes. That thing was not staged. I don't see how that would be uh, beneficial to anyone's career, being slapped in the face or slapping someone in the face in front of those people. And then talk about your wife out your mouth, my wife's name out your mouth. Nah, no.
And also to add to that, this is not the Source Awards or the Black and Confused Awards. This is the Oscars Awards with
Black and
a
confused.
white platform. They're not gonna promote.
Exactly.
They're not gonna promote this
Right.
nigga shit that y'all just witnessed.
Right,
So
exactly.
I highly doubt it was
Source
staged.
Awards, Soul Train Awards, Nigga Train Awards, yeah, true. But this, nah.
If it was a stage thing, honestly, I think that they would have had one of them dressed as a woman, right? Because that's what they do with the black people in Hollywood. So I don't think so. However, the one thing that I could say how it could have been staged, fake, obviously not. That man got slapped and spit. He probably lost a tooth. You might see a lawsuit. But the one thing that makes me think that's staged is that if you look at Will Smith's TikTok channel, he's there staging right before the Grammys or whatever it's called, with his wife posing and saying, he said, what was it? We choose chaos. So if anyone wants to check that out, he tweeted like the fists up, with his wife posing, like ready to fight, saying, "We choose chaos." So, I mean, is it fake? No. Is it staged? I'm not saying.
I wanted to say something. I said I don't think it's staged. Hold on, James. Hold on. We got Sean before you, bro. Then we got 1 million. Then you, James. Then we got Angie. Yes, we're gonna try to stay in order because if we all chime in, bro, it's gonna get chaotic in here. So let's kind of keep it in order. Appreciate you,
Yeah,
James.
we're not chaos, like Will Smith and his wife.
Right. Hey, go ahead, Pentecost. We moving on to Sean, right?
Yes, sir. We're going to Sean. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, man, I don't think it was staged, man. Doesn't Jada have some type of condition due to her being bald?
Yeah, open vagina.
She has. Oh,
So
damn! Wow.
I think any man in a relationship,
She has alopecia.
right? So it's just the fact that Chris Rock did that, and her condition was what it was, and like M said, like the reaction that she gave him, and everything that he's been going through the past of their relationship, is just boiled over, man. So I feel like that Will Smith wasn't wrong, but like just the fact that it was on TV, it was it's the Hollywood, man. It's crazy.
Right. That's what makes it crazy is that it's on TV and it happened live, and and the reaction of Chris Rock is like he's shocked that it happened. He can't believe it happened to him. So you can tell that it wasn't fake. Welcome, Natural NG. We'll get to you guys right after. Let's see what King. King, I know you were speaking a little bit, so I'm gonna give 1 million a chance. 1 million. 1 million Barbies. All right, go ahead, James.
Yeah, I wanted to say that first of all, it's not. There's no way that's staged because Will is emotional. You get what I mean? So, and also one thing I wanted to say too was that how we're talking about an open marriage. If we're gonna stick to the Bible, then let's stick to it when it means about marriage that your wife, like that, can't be your wife if that's an open marriage. You understand? To me, that's like his main side piece. Like, don't get it confused with the titles. Marriage is a union where two become one. And he broke the very foundation of what it means to be a husband and a wife. So, do I feel sorry for him? I really don't. But what I wanted to say was that she embarrassed him on the little talk that they had sat down. As a grown man, the man of the house, you're supposed to do all that stuff in private, not in public for everybody else to see. You understand? So it just kind of, as I saw the video, I'm just thinking to myself, first of all, he gained because his wife Jada is still cheating, still sleeping around. The marriage is not even whole. You get what I mean? And it's like, you know, he has the audacity to slap that man, but that's what he's known for, telling jokes. That's his title. That's his job, to be a comedian. You get what I mean? And so he's so hurt over one simple joke, but Jada sat in his face and said that she don't love him no more. And also, August Alsina was in this man's house sleeping with his wife, who he called his son. So your son is sleeping with your wife. You get what I mean? So, I was just confused. I'm like, he really needs to find God because his brokenness, no one else can solve that. Not his wife, not his job, not him acting. Him acting is just him deflecting from his true problems. You get what I mean?
He need to get his balls out of Jada Pinkett's purse. She carries balls around in her purse. She gives it to him when
Facts.
he got to pee.
You know what I mean? Like,
Spot on.
why would you marry in the first place? Like, I can't even claim you as a wife. Like, if and you going out there, and he's sitting right next to her at the Oscars. You
Hey,
get what I
tell me if
mean?
I'm
Like,
wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. Didn't she say that it would be times in their marriage where she would wake up in the middle of the night and look at him and wish that he was Tupac? Didn't she say that shit?
yeah.
Come on, man.
Thank you.
Like that's
She's
a
steady
like
emasculating.
that is her type. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we see that all the time. Like, a prime good example is Devin Franklin and Megan Good trying to take a street girl and turn her into a godly woman, which that is not her character. That's not who she is. You understand? That's why they got divorced. You get what I mean?
Well,
Because you can't handle that.
his ass ain't godly. His ass robbing the people, extorting the people in the Christian church. So he ain't godly either. So he got his portion.
All I was saying,
The
now of
Bible say
course, like,
the Bible said wicked.
we know
Listen,
that.
listen. Ain't no difference between the corrupt Christian pastor and the pimp
Continue.
that pimp hoes on the street. So I know what you're trying to say. He tried to turn, but he couldn't turn a whore into a housewife because
Exactly.
he work in a whore house too. So I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying, but
exactly. You get what I
whatever
mean?
spirit you put out, you get back. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm
Yeah.
with
So that's what I want to say. I'm like, he needs to grow a pair. You get what I mean? Be a real man. Like, he's acting like a little boy. Like you getting so emotional over a comedian. That's your job, is to tell jokes.
you.
And he didn't call
Has
him out
nothing to
his
do with the
name.
comedian.
You know
Has
what I'm
nothing to
saying?
do
He
with that.
didn't call him out his name. He didn't like he didn't, assault Will Smith and tell him that, he a B, or F you or something. Nah, what I'm saying? All he did was tell a GI. Like, that's it. GI Jane, that's it. And
Right.
then he walks on the
Let's
stage.
see. Let's see
Everybody.
what NG, Natural, and Colin will get to you. I see you unmuted your mic. NG, what you got to say about the topic?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so somebody touched on this earlier about women carrying spirits. I want to go ahead and 100% agree with that. What I noticed about the award show tonight was that when Chris Rock actually told the joke, Will Smith was laughing. It wasn't until he turned around and looked at his wife and her face in disgust that he responded. I want to also say that previous to Will Smith and Jada getting married, Will Smith was already actually married when they started sleeping around. So this is kind of her spirit to be this kind of person. I don't think she should have been at the award show tonight. I think that the comment that Denzel made when he said that the devil shows up as your top moment or something like that, he told Will Smith tonight, was actually directed towards his wife. I just think her spirit was just attached to him tonight. And he responded. It was just too much of an overload. It was his top moment in his career. And her spirit just attached to him. That's all I can say about it. I'm absolutely disgusted. It wasn't staged, but it was definitely a prime moment that probably is going to destroy his career. I see a lot of people boycotting him, and it's just sad to see him go down like this. But this has been her spirit since day one.
He won the Grammy.
Yeah, but they're gonna boycott it. They will.
All right. Any other moderators we don't deal with anything she said? All right, let's move on to Natural. Natural, what you think?
Um. Okay, so it was a lot of things that have been said that, yeah, some good points were made. So let me say this, right? This is not the first time Will Smith has actually slapped somebody. Like, this is a thing. Like, this, like, he's known for doing this. I don't know if y'all know this, but he slapped somebody on the red carpet before for trying to kiss him, a man. So this is not the first
That's
time he
because that
slapped
dude was
somebody.
revealing what kind of spirit he had. That's why the dude was like, hey, don't do that in public. You know, we only do that behind closed doors. That's why he smacked him.
That might be true. That might be true. But the point is that this is not the first time he's had an outburst. Second of all, I don't think it was staged at all because his face was way too red. And I mean, I know he's an actor and everything like that, but it's like that emotion, like I could tell that was real. That was not staged at all. But I can see where some people think like, oh, that was staged because he is an actor and they do be pulling these little stunts in Hollywood and things like that. So yeah. And if people think Jada is a whore, he's a whore too because yeah, he used to be married before her. So, but that's a whole nother subject. I won't go there. But that's what I have to say about it.
Natural.
They both whores.
Okay.
Right. They're whoring together, whore gang. So anyway.
No, he's a whore maker.
Oh well, you said it. I didn't.
All right, Colin. Colin, what you think? Was Will Smith wrong for what he did?
Yeah, I think so because James was hitting on the same points. Because I don't watch the Oscars. Just a group me chat that I'm in was going crazy. So I was just like, what's going on? I saw Will Smith and Chris Rock. I just told the fellas, just, hey, give me some context. And they posted a video. So right when I saw the video, instantly what I thought about was, and then I saw the acceptance speech. My first thought was, this has nothing to do with the emotion of the evening. The acceptance speech had nothing to do with the joke. It had everything to do with Jada Smith emasculating this man over and over and over in public. So it's just like, there's only so much a man can take. And I already tweeted this, but it's just like, men will suffer in silence until it all boils over. So it's unfortunate because the next man that that happens to be around when it boils over, that's going to be the punching bag, unfortunately, because we men can't hit women, so we'll take it out. We'll take our frustrations out on someone else, a guy, or just something that has absolutely nothing to do with that. So yeah, he's just been emasculated over time, and he has never been himself since that red table talk where she just like basically humiliated him on national television, because I see video clips of him here and there. He's never really been himself since then. Like he'll just
Memes.
play it off. He'll play it off and act like he's having fun and excited and doing all the. To me, it was just being extra. He'll be all extra in these videos that he's doing. But yeah, that's what I got from it. He's just been subjected to so much from Jada, and he's just lashing out now.
Hey, can you get First Edris 426, man? Let me show you the spirit behind a man that allows a woman to rule his life
control his emotions. Could you read that first Ezra 4:26?
Yes, sir. First Ezra chapter 4 and verse 26. Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women.
Boy, that Bible cold, ain't it? What did he say? Who is that? Zerubbabel. What Zerubbabel say? What our forefathers say? Black man, by the way. What did he say?
Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women.
Brothers done went damn slap crazy over the woman. Done went crazy and acted a damn fool on the stage at the Oscars over the damn woman. She busting it open for a young man. Now think about it, this dude half his age. This dude younger than some of his kids.
Should have
And he
slapped
got
her.
it. He got his wife in a pretzel. You understand? And she bragging about it. You understand? And the frustration came out and he smacked old boy. But the thing about it is, she did that to him. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, Zerubbabel's being nice. When he says woman, he ain't referring to woman. He's referring to the box. That's what he's talking about.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He's just being conservative with it. But that's what he meant. If you keep reading, it tells you this how much. Yeah.
Hey, keep reading.
And become servants for their sakes.
Whoa. When you looked at the video, Will Smith kind of laughed. Then he looked over at his wife and she gave him that look like, nigga, you better not laugh at that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he got charged up. I told you, it's the same as with you at the mall, you with your wife, you with your girl, some dude bump into her, he call her a B, she look over at you like, you gonna let him do that? Now this dude, 6'9", 265 pounds, damn linebacker, running 4'1", and you 5'2", and you looking up at this big old man figuring out how the hell I'm gonna take this dude down. Instead of just taking your wife and go on walking your way on down the rest of the hallway or wherever you're going, you try to fight that big old dude and get whooped and get world starred in front of everybody. Because the woman do what? Read it again. What it say?
And become servants for their sakes.
And you become a servant for that woman's sake. Or as he said, for the box. The box control you. Have you plumb out your mind. On the Grammys, acting a fool. Go ahead.
Many also have perished, have erred and sinned for women.
The Bible says many brothers have died for the woman. Think about the brothers in the hood that's trying to defend his girl's honor and get killed over it. And now he's trying to defend her honor that she don't want for herself. She the one giving it up to other people. Like I told you the story about my boy when we was in middle school. This dude was ready to fight me because I told him his girl was cheating on him and bragging about it to other people in the classroom. You defending her honor that she don't even want herself. She don't even want to be honored. Because if she wanted to be honored, she'd have been faithful in the marriage like a woman's supposed to be. But now she stepped out and made it open for everybody to know and embarrassed you. And many brothers have died because of that. Many brothers have gone into sorrow. I mean, one time we did in jail, right? One time we did a prison ministry. And we was in there talking to some brothers in the prison. And this one brother, he would not be interactive with us at all. He wouldn't give us no feedback about the Bible, nothing. And I was like, bro, what's wrong with you? Be real. This dude broke down crying in front of all of us. And we was like, bro, what's up? Tell us what's going on. He said his girl had set him up, got him arrested, and then was sending him pictures to the little burner phone that he had of her sleeping with another dude. Let me put it out there for you. She was sending him actual pictures of the dude, hiding it while he was in jail. After she set him up to be in jail, he got 14 years. He was gone. He was destroyed, bro. I knew right then. I said, yeah, a lot of these women wicked as hell. And a lot of our brothers give into that and we end up dying over it. I mean my mic.
Right. That's the crazy part is that he took that thing out on Chris Rock, and Chris Rock just told a joke. Teron Robinson.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
So what you think? Was Will Smith wrong for what he did?
I would say yes, because I can understand why he did it. I can understand what made him do it. But I feel like there are so many better ways to handle situations like that, because in my opinion, that joke was in poor taste of Jada, and a joke like that shouldn't have been done or said. But I feel like Will Smith could have talked to him in private and say that joke was not appropriate towards my wife,
And I really want you to sincerely apologize to her for that joke, because it really hurt her, especially dealing with her hair loss, which she has no control over, and can cause deep insecurities about the way you look. Now, I'm not a condoner of violence, but I can understand if someone puts their hands on you first in a physical manner. I believe that does give you the right to handle it in a physical manner back. But some people are stronger in spirit to able to like listen, say, I'm not going to fight you. I don't care if you put your hands on me. I'ma just move on. And Chris Rock, in my opinion, did that. Instead of getting physical with him, instead of basically cussing him out or basically do anything else, he just moved on because he is professional in that way. I consider that mature. But I do sincerely think that what Will Smith did was wrong. I obviously feel like he's dealing with some deep, deep issues that he has to talk about in private, not public. I think this is one of those things where he should definitely talk to a therapist about and get those issues handled. So I do sincerely think that he was
Man,
wrong.
to hell with a therapist. He need to get his balls back. A damn
Yeah, no,
therapist
listen.
gonna tell him. The therapist gonna tell him the same thing. He gonna say, "Will, you know what? You giving me all this money. I'm gonna just save your money. Get your damn balls back, brother."
I have a
That's
question
my
for the entire. I have a
diagnosis.
question for the entire panel. What is Will Smith's least favorite month?
Go ahead. I want to hear this.
August.
The
August.
funniest thing
Hey,
is,
you ain't
I
right,
was
bro.
born in
That's so
August
catty.
am I
too.
slow?
Hey, you
Hey,
ain't
you
right,
see,
bro.
hey man, that's why he'll never heal, man. Because the whole world just keep joking on him. He ain't gonna heal.
Yeah, listen, but here's the thing, right? Because Theron, you really just spat some biblical smoke right there. Because, I was actually reading even before you said that Matthew 18:15 lingo. Do you do that? I'll read it.
Let
It
Lingo
says,
read it. Yeah, you're right about that. Let Lingo read it as far as the scripture's concerned.
yeah, Matthew 18:15.
The book of Matthew, chapter 18, and verse 15. Moreover, if thy brother shall trespass against thee, go and tell him his fault between thee and him alone. If he shall hear thee, thou hast gained thy brother.
And the thing is, right, if Will Smith did that after the Oscars, where they have the after parties, and he speaks to Chris, and Chris, for example, next day comes out on Twitter and apologizes or whatever it is that they do, that would have been amicable. That would have been amicable. That would have been respectful, and people would have understood. Everyone laughed. It wasn't a situation. But this, honestly, I feel so bad. I'll be honest. I lost a lot of respect for Will these past couple of years, but not as a
AM.
man, but as to what he's willing to.
AM.
Yeah.
My brother, can we deal with the elephant in the room? Can we deal with the whole alopecia thing? People keep talking about that he's mad because his wife has alopecia. Can we deal with that in Isaiah 3? You want to get that, Judd?
Hey, I
Can we
was
do
waiting
Isaiah
for it.
3? Go ahead. Pull
I was
Isaiah
waiting
3,
for it
Judd. I'll mute my mic.
because
Go ahead.
that's like a new thing. Black women want
Yeah,
you to believe that the reason
Fireboy.
why they got a wig and weave and whatever the hell they be doing is because they got alopecia. I don't know.
Hey, the lace up. Don't forget the lace up
Yeah, the
fronts.
lace up,
Yeah.
the sticky bun.
And Nicki Minaj could go to hell. She telling black men stop talking about. We gonna keep talking about that shit.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
The
But
use
the Bible
topic.
talk about it. The Bible talk about it. Go to read that in Isaiah 3:16. Because a lot of sisters they say that now. They'll go, well, alopecia. It's almost like fat girls and thyroid. I got a thyroid problem. Yeah.
Oh, is that what did it?
Sure you do.
Y'all throw Fireboy in the queue.
But yeah, read that Isaiah 3:16. I'm sure what the Bible say about that alopecia amongst our sisters.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 3, and verse 16. Moreover, the Lord saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty.
Haughty. That's going into just mean and disrespectful. You ever had to tell a black woman like, hey, won't you smile? She'll spit on you for telling her that. Smile, nigga. What you
Damn.
mean smile? What I gotta smile about? Like, sis, you just look mean all day. Just smile. What's wrong with smiling?
Hey,
While Becky walking around, hi, hey, what's going on, Tyrone? Hi. And then you look at your sister. Your sister just looking at you like you stole her cookie or something.
Hey,
Hey,
Judge.
and
What's
then
up?
they'll turn around and say, "Well, the black man can't handle me." You know, black woman is the only nation that says that their own men can't handle them. You
Yeah,
don't hear
like
white women talking like that. Chinese, Arabic. What the hell is this handle shit? Like they're damn
she a pit bull.
animal, a pit bull or a Rottweiler. You can't handle me. What the hell? It's
Yeah,
crazy.
red nose,
Hey,
nigga. You can't handle
hey,
me.
hey, Judge. Yesterday we were trying to give a black woman some literature about her history. She said, "You know what? Give me that when I'm ready to take a shit, so I can wipe my ass with it." A black
Wow.
woman, black Christian black woman said that to
Damn.
us.
Oh my God.
Well, that's it right
Hey,
there.
hey,
Because
hey, hey, did you have them long ass fingernails? That would be impossible with them things on. Did them
the rap,
long ass
the
fingernails
rapper
on that nails
clause.
by that's some chance?
Hey,
She was, I think
you
she's on
talking
six
about
hundred pound life.
you talking about the Edward Scissorhands?
Damn.
The Freddy Kruegers, or the It's a Clowns. Yeah,
My
them joints.
auntie has really long fingernails, and she had to get them cut. Because they were so long they was bending, and she had to get them cut because the city told her to, because they was so long that she literally couldn't do anything.
You said the city?
Yeah, like where she lives, I live, the city said she had to get them cut. I ain't even joking. Like, if you think
Yo,
I'm
that's a
joking, I'm
violation. Your mama
not.
did a violation. That's crazy.
Understand that there was no bathing for that duration of time on nails that long, right? Yeah, that's impossible.
But yo, like honestly, like Scissorhands probably got in the whole family because if you see their daughter and her mother, they're all bald. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's some type of unification type thing or I don't know what. Maybe alopecia runs in the family. I hope not, but it seems to be something that's going on there. But let's also remember, right? Will Smith, at least it spoke to me. Will Smith must have felt so low and demasculated in the past year or so that we see how far he was willing to go to sort of propped up his masculinity or sort. This is his way of lifting himself up. Kind of making amends with his reputation, and he went so far. And it kind of speaks to how low he was, and it's just dark
Yeah, yeah, he'll simp. He might not recover from
for
this one.
sure.
But let's finish that scripture out, dealing with the alopecia that goes on with our sisters.
Yes, sir. And walk with stretched forth necks and
So it
wanton
says,
eyes.
started from the beginning.
Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 16. Moreover, the Lord saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and
So
making
it's going into going into the attributes of the daughters of Zion. It's going into our sisters, so called the Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian women. It says they haughty, they mean, they walk around with stretched forth necks. That whole when what they say, you getting red. She read you. She moving her neck around, snapping around like a ostrich or something like that. That all these attributes run rampant amongst our women. Keep reading.
and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion.
So the scriptures going into some of the punishment that the Most High was going to put on our sisters for having that type of evil, just mean, unbearable spirit, that you can't handle me type spirit. He said he gonna smite the crown of their head with a scab. And
Wow.
we see that's happening with our sisters now. It used to be like alopecia was something that people had it, but it wasn't like a mainstream thing. But more and more and more, all you hear is alopecia, 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 alopecia. The Chinese people making billions of dollars off the wickedness of our sisters. That's what the Most High said He was going to do. Read that last part one more time.
Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion.
He said He's going to smite that crown. Right, and that's what we see. What they say, they be now they getting edges tattooed on their head. You know,
God
it is what it
damn.
is. I mean,
Edges.
yeah, they getting them tattooed. I
Hey,
watch the TikTok and Instagram. I'm
Amber
telling you.
hey,
Rose.
hey, Judd. The weave and the lace fronts also cause alopecia. Like a lot of sisters, if you tell them to remove the weave and the lace fronts, all you're gonna see is bald patches. So
Dang.
the weaves and the lace. You could ask some of these sisters who are in the audience. I don't know if you want to pull them up, but you could ask if just find one with a weave, with a profile with a weave in their hair, and ask them. They'll tell you. If they're honest, they'll tell you. If they take off the weave, more than likely they're bald.
I
Hey,
honestly feel bad for
some of
people.
them shave their hair
Yeah,
just so they can make the wig fit tight.
yeah.
You know, they'll shave it all the way down.
Mhm.
You know, you watch some of them fights, and somebody wig get
One,
snatched
I
off,
keep
and the
looking at
girl,
the
she
picture.
look crazy. You be like, hey, why she bald like that? Like shaving bald, because they do that, make the wigs fit tight. But the Most High said, hey, he let you know who. Matter of fact, who on here wear a wig? Let us know, y'all sisters, y'all that's on here. Let us know what the business is. Is it alopecia, or you
Uh,
just want the wig to fit tight?
Humble or get humbled.
Hey, Theron, is that your profile pic? I'm sorry.
yeah, you know where it's from. You know where it's from? It's from Abbott Elementary, and it's a funny ass show. Y'all gotta watch it. Quinta.
Oh, okay, you were. I was scared for a minute. All right, all
Yeah,
praises.
I was
You thought
thinking
that
the
was
same
him? I
thing.
thought that was him.
No, that's not me. But honestly, I feel bad for a lot of women or people in general who deal with alopecia because I don't know what internally they're dealing with because I feel like it can like really
Sin.
cause some people
They're
to
dealing with
feel like
sin.
Yeah, the scriptures say what they dealing with. They haughty.
yeah, like and
They
it's
mean.
bad and I honestly feel bad for them. But in all honesty, if you shave your head, if you wear a wig, I ain't gonna hate you for it. Do what you want to do. That's your head. And honestly, black people, I feel like we do so many like a lot of things. Like, and I feel like those good things that we do, we can do them well. But if there's one thing I gotta talk about, I think we gotta talk about the negativity that's running in the community and the bad things that are happening. And I feel like as black people, we can admit that there is not a lot of good stuff happening in the community. And we gotta talk about that more. Because if we really wanna be united, if we really wanna be a whole community, we really gotta talk about the things that have got to be handled, like, this abrupt violence of like you do first before you think first. Like I think before I do and I think before I say. And honestly, I really just got to say this, I still don't like what he did. I understand why, but to me it just seems like there was a better situation to do that. Like you could have like seriously talked to him about how that was not okay, and you literally could have just said, I really need you to realize that the joke you made wasn't okay to my wife. It hurt her, it annoyed her, it upset her, and I really think you have to apologize. I feel you have to apologize for what you said. And I feel like Chris Rock would definitely be mature enough to realize that he would apologize.
Can I chime in for a second?
Uh-huh.
This is yeah. Go ahead, say is that how you say your name?
Yeah, Shayi. So just to go back to the topic of the room, was Will Smith wrong? Definitely. I think he was dead wrong. That was a worldwide stage. Chris Rock is a whole legend. Will Smith is a legend as well. And a reaction like that just sets everybody back. I mean, if because the argument on the other side is a response. If you put something out there for the whole world to hear, then you shouldn't be mad about the reaction. But I think this conversation would be totally different if Will Smith had went up on stage, explained to Chris Rock why that joke was very insensitive, and for him to look at his wife and apologize to her right there and then win the Oscar like he did. it would be a totally different conversation. But to go up there because a joke was said that is not illegal, and then to assault somebody on a worldwide stage that is illegal, and then you go back to your seat and watch the rest of the show because you have privilege. I can't rock with that at all. And I absolutely believe if that was The Rock or anybody else bigger than Will Smith that said that, that reaction would have not been the same. So it's a shame that Will Smith's biggest night is tainted by this, you know, inconceivable reaction. I just can't rock with that. I mean, it's kids watching that. You can't promote violence.
I agree with you there because Will Smith, a lot of kids look up to him
But
ever since.
the movies that he plays in to win the Oscars has violence in it. Like
Yeah, like
it all
they
boiled
were.
down to the fact that this brother, and this is why we opened up this room, right? Because we want to bring it back to a biblical discussion.
Yep.
Will Smith has anger in him because his wife has emasculated him and basically treated him and pushed him in the media as being a weak Negro, a simp. You understand? And he's allowed it. And his frustrations got the best of him because of that. He felt like he had to come to defend her honor. But really, in all actuality, he's mad at himself because he allowed it. That's what we were going over earlier about when a man gets married to a woman, they become one flesh. To know that your woman has been with another man and she openly just talks about it in the open as if it's nothing, that's going to do something to the psyche, to the spirit. And that's where that comes from. The brother has a demoralized spirit based off what he has allowed. And in the first opportunity he gets to quote unquote redeem himself, he takes it out on his own brother. That happens oftentimes in the black community. Many of us harm one another because we're in close proximity to one another. So let's say Seinfeld made that joke. Or let's say what's the white boy that married to the black woman, but he's a comedian. I always forget his name. Maybe y'all know who he is. I forget his name.
What, Gary Owens?
Gary
Bill
Owens.
Bill
Yeah.
Bill Burr.
Right. One of them. Say one of them were to make that joke. He wouldn't have gotten as angry because that's his oppressor. And we never take anything out on them. We only take it out on one another. This all goes back to the fact that us as black men, we have to set ourselves and our houses back in order. This whole situation comes from a black man whose house was not in order because of the evil that he's done. I'm gonna show you what the Bible said real quick. Sirach 26 and 23. Can we read that? This is what happens to brothers who want to live an evil, wicked swinger's life, living a celebrity life where you living in the world and it's. I've seen some of those parties. Some of those parties are evil. Some of those celebrity parties, they do a lot of evil, wicked stuff. And they pass their wives around. Women allow their husbands to sleep with other women at these parties. They call them swingers. And it is the known fact that Will Smith and his wife have done this over time. But that does something to the psyche. God says that's not to be done. Adultery does something to the spirit. Could you read that for me?
Sirach chapter 26 and verse 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
So that entanglement, that adultery, because that's what it is, it's adultery. That whole thing and what it has done to this whole situation and what it has done to our communities, because I believe his daughter is now saying she's polyamorous. Am I right about that, Willow Smith? Basically the same thing that her parents are doing or have been doing. That's what she now does. She calls herself polyamorous, meaning I already know that there's nothing coming out of this relationship but sex. And the Bible calls that a whore, by the way. That's whoredom. But we have convinced ourselves in our communities that this is the way to live. You'll hear women say stuff like, well, men gonna cheat anyway. Same thing with women. But same thing with men. Women gonna cheat anyway, or she gonna do something sneaky behind closed doors anyway, so I might as well do me. Well, that's the destruction of the black community. That's the destruction of the black household. And that's what Will Smith is going through. That's what he has displayed. And that's why his children act the way they act. You don't realize when you give your soul over to the devil, nothing's off limits. Everything is up for fair game with him. And that's why the Bible says, if you're a wicked man, God is going to make sure you get a wicked woman. And she's going to embarrass you. And she's going to make you feel like crap and less of a man in front of everybody because you broke God's laws. That's why this Bible is potent. That's why we must come back to it. All right, I mean my mic.
Right, and we see got A on stage. A, welcome on stage. All right, natural and M and Saeed. I think I'm saying your name right. So based on everything that you guys heard, right, and the whole thing that happened, Dion made a good point. He said if that was somebody else, like another white actor or comedian, none of that would have went down. So why do you think Will Smith never divorced her? Because if he had been let her go, he wouldn't even be in that situation right now.
Yeah, I actually heard him answer that. He says the reason why he didn't divorce and never would. I can't remember who it was he referenced. I think his own father or something. But a divorce, he doesn't like to lose, and he looks at divorce as losing. The ultimate defeat. And he already vowed that he's never going to do that, et cetera, et
Hell, he
cetera.
already lost when another man
Like,
Rod went in her.
that's it. But um, I can understand that. Perhaps not him, but if you're true to your convictions, if you wanna go through the thick and thin, the heat of marriage and whatnot, the trials and tribulations that go along with it, despite it being directly broken. Um, but the thing is, she has soul ties. One of you lot said it earlier, like she does have soul ties, and that's not going to go away. And that's why I'm not too surprised to see him react that way. um, it's shocking to see, but you can understand why he had such a boisterous reaction, and it's those soul ties. It's eating at him, eating at her, eating the marriage, the whole dynamic. Um, but yeah, it's he said it himself. He looks at divorce as the ultimate loss, and he doesn't want that.
Well, I think because she knows that she's gonna do whatever she can and say whatever she wants. Because if he's looking at divorce as the ultimate loss, and she's looking at her marriage as just a thing, just for fun, just let me sleep around with whoever, that don't even matter. Ayo, I think you was trying to speak earlier. I seen you mute your mic.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Um, bro, where do we begin with this foolishness? I heard the brother say that they got soul ties. That's something of the world. That's not biblical. The scriptures say that when a man's wife depart from him and lets another man defile him, that's treachery. The Bible even says you're not supposed to take her back. And let me give you the science behind what's going on here before we go to spirituality, because a lot of the audience are not spiritual. They don't know the Bible to the capacity that we do. So I'm going to be patient as I unravel things. When you lay with a woman, you leave your DNA inside of her. You leave your sperm inside of her. That's why the scriptures say there are no more twain but one flesh. That's what a soul tie is according to God. If another man come behind you, leaving your semen inside of a woman, there is no soul tie no more. The scriptures say that that's confusion. All right. Give me that in Deuteronomy 24 about the divorce, about how serious God takes this. We don't care about Will Smith's emotions right now. Okay. We're gonna deal with Jada later on, but we gotta look at what the real issue for us as a people. Go ahead. You got that?
Deuteronomy chapter
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 1. When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement, and giveth it her in her hand, and sendeth her out of his house, or if the latter husband die which took her to be his wife, her former husband which sent her away may not take her again to be his wife,
So
after that
God says you can't take her to be your wife again. Okay?
Once that soul tie is broken, you can't take her back. Why? Read on.
After that, she is defiled.
She's defiled. There's another man's life force inside of her body. So there is no soul tie. Okay, that's something that the world makes up. But in the spiritual sense, by our Creator, you violated big time. She has sex with a child, with her friend, with her son's friend. Okay, and that right there before the whole world, you're a multi-millionaire. You're a mogul. You're on top of the world. Blockbuster movies, and you take that woman back. Something is wrong with your soul, her soul, and the way you're viewed in the public eye. And when he was giving his speech, he started breaking down, saying that he started crying like a baby, saying, "Oh, people think that they have the right to attack you and abuse you and to say things about you. You in the spotlight, okay? Expect that. You put your life out there. Your wife put her life out there, and she should have shut her mouth. So whatever comes behind it, whatever we know, the problem is your wife. Your wife couldn't keep her legs closed, and now you're sensitive about somebody teasing her about her hair. And we've already seen that the way she conducts herself in public with her hair, there's many other things that could cause her hair to fall out. Like, for instance, if you're bleaching your hair constantly over time, which we've seen her with a blonde hair in her head for over 10 plus, 15 plus years, it destroys the follicles of the head. The stuff that happened to her is not some natural occurrence. Like I was hearing y'all before, between the wigs, between the lace fronts, between all that other stuff, and on top of the bleach. Okay, we have scientific facts that show you even white women that keep bleaching their hair, after a while it don't grow right, it falls out. So I don't give a damn about her alopecia. And Chris Rock should nail him to the cross for that. I will not let that go. I will not take no apology. You at your job. That's Chris Rock's job. They know he's there to roast people, tell jokes, and laugh. You came up and slapped him because you had no respect for him as a black man. And that's my biggest problem right there. If Chris Rock would have been some thug and he would have rolled with his boys like the way a lot of dudes, they would have duffed Will Smith out in that audience. But y'all got to keep the main focus on what's going on. He looked at him as, I'm going to redeem myself for my wife being a hoe. I'm tired of people talking. You cracking jokes here. That was well thought out. I'm going to go up on stage and I'm going to slap him. You slapped him in a friendly environment. You get no points for that. If you really wanted to see him, you catch him outside after the Grammys. You go to his house. You wait till you see him in the street and you step to him if it was bothering you that much. He stepped to him knowing there was security around. There was a whole bunch of white people around. This is a safe environment. If I slap him and go back to my seat, I'm going to look tough. Will Smith is full of shit. And real black men should not let that go. Okay? They should never let that down. Every real black man that see him should be speaking to him the same way. Because in front of all of them white people, you was trying to act tough. You get no points for that. I mute my mic.
Right. The thing, if you look at it too, when he walked up to Chris, he did like a sucker slap. Didn't even look like he was gonna slap her. He just acted like he was coming up friendly and just threw the hands.
Yo, how you slap somebody at work, bro? How you slap him at work? He's on his job. He's cracking jokes. They know it's a roasting. They know what's going on. He knows what to expect. And especially that bitch. You come up there, because that's what she is. She's a bitch. You come up there with a bald head and sit right up front, and you know he cracking jokes, and you should have stopped him. You should have told him, yo, what's going on? You should have showed some like, yo, that was not necessary. That was a punk move, man. You don't get no points for that. That was for Whitey. That was to redeem himself. That was to make himself look tough. And real black men should not let him live that down. You slapping somebody on their job.
Right, Jock, welcome on stage.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? I wanted to shoot another perspective on what was going on. World stage wide. The Oscars has been declining over the years. You know what I'm saying? Last year they had their lowest ratings in however long they've been doing them, and it was a fear of getting canceled.
And in that, what I'm saying, I think that they, use Chris Rock to, to be able to make the jokes about, what I'm saying, Will Smith wife and, all that kind of stuff like that, what I'm saying, in order to get, to push him to the edge, to get him to try to do something. Because with a lot of these celebrities, they got these rituals and these things they have to do in order to keep themselves in this, spotlight, that they get, what I'm saying, and this being his first Oscar, and them having their lowest ratings and all that kind of stuff like that. These people are smart. They manipulate the situation every chance it is that they can get to get what it is that they want out of it. So, Will Smith was able to get his Oscar, his first one. He was able to, do something, what I'm saying, that's going to get all the headlines out there where everybody's like, oh, I need to tune into the Oscars next year and I need to watch the Oscars so they can have they ratings up, what I'm saying? And he also got to, make himself feel like he was a macho man. But one thing about Will Smith, he's one of uh, those men who's insecure with himself, that he has to have all the cameras on him and what it is that he's doing, i.e. why he's always on, Instagram and doing all these videos and, all this stuff in the book and the movie and all that kind of stuff like that. He craves the attention, even at the own detriment of himself being publicly ridiculed and humiliated. You know what I'm saying? And, when you have those type of men, there's no links that they will not go to in order to keep themselves relevant in people's eyes and people to look at them a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? And, his wife, she is she's to blame also for, everything it is that, what I'm saying, that transpired, and, what I'm saying, him being a simp, what I'm saying, to be, 100, he allowed what it is that he allowed because of what it was that he was doing behind closed doors, that which allowed her to do what it was that she wanted to do. And, he let her embarrass him and humiliate him on TV. So, now he gotta, put himself back on that pedestal as, I am that guy. I don't play about this, that, and the third, or whatever the case may be. But, at the end of the day, I hope, what I'm saying, Chris Rock end up suing him and let him know he ain't finna play with him, or, what I'm saying, put hands on him or whatever the case may be. Because, with people like that, those are the type of people that'll end up killing somebody or stabbing somebody in the back, what I'm saying, because they operate in emotions and not in logic. So, yeah, that's all I got to say.
Hey, you made some good point about him trying to stay relevant. That's the thing about Will Smith and all these actors and stuff like that. As they get older, they feel like they got to do stuff to stay relevant. With all that stuff that was going on with his marriage, all he had to do was just stay out of the spotlight and let everything die down. Just move on with his life. But
But I'm sorry, that's the part though. You know what I'm saying? He just had the King Richard movie, right? He just did the recast for Bel Air. He just dropped the book, right? So he, and then he's on, Facebook and TikTok and Instagram and all that kind of stuff like that, doing all these, videos, and I got to lose weight and I'm loving myself. And he got a Discovery Channel, special and all this kind of stuff like that. So for him, it's like, yo, as many people I can get to look at what it is that I'm doing, to forget about what it was that I had to deal with, the better. And what even better way to, now everybody can look at me in this whole nother light as, I'm Mike Lowry. I'm really Mike Lowry from Bad Boys. You know what I'm saying? Type deal. Like, no, you not, bro. You are the same, you know what I'm saying,
hold
kid
on,
from
hold on.
Fresh. Huh?
Yeah, hold on, Jock. I see AO want to say something.
Hey, watch this, watch this. You know how he would have stayed more relevant than what he did? If he would have walked on stage, politely interrupted Chris Rock and told him, bro, that joke you said about my wife, she's going through something right now, she's sick. He would have had public sympathy. He would have opened the door for a discussion about her and any other woman that's going through it. And he would have said up. That makes no sense. Even if he's saying that he's doing this, let's say he's doing it because he's trying to be a bad boy, a tough guy. What would have been better for him if he would have walked up there, interrupt him in the joke, and be like, yo, brother, please respect my wife. That's not how we do things as black people. You're a professional, I'm a professional. You targeted my wife and she's sick. He would have melted the hearts of millions of people everywhere. And he would have
Nah, he
showed
was
it.
worried. He was worried about people calling him a simp for doing
Hold
that.
on,
If
hold
he would
on,
have
hold
did
on,
that, they would have thought
hold
he
on.
was a simp.
No, because again, once there's other people who's going through sicknesses also, especially with the pandemic going on and people getting sick or whatever. He didn't even have to be specific, okay? Because I heard alopecia from the media, but if he was that upset about his wife's medical condition, medically, he didn't even have to be specific. He just could have been, look, we could have thought it was cancer. You know, everybody would have been guessing, yo, what's wrong with her? You didn't have to say alopecia. You know, when people see that or someone hair falling out, immediately they'd be like, yo, are they sick? Are they getting chemo or whatever? There was a lot of ways that he could have put himself in the spotlight in a better way than to attack another black man live at a white people audience. There's a lot of other stuff that his PR people could have said. Let's say in his head it was a stunt and he was trying to do just what y'all saying he's trying to do, keep himself relevant. Okay, if he would have went that route, he would have still kept some level of respectability to his name, and he wouldn't have to embarrass another black man to get it. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. There's
Hey,
no
I'm
way
with you on that.
to explain
I'm
away
with
this.
you on that.
It's just the devil that's in him. He's wicked, and we saw that live on TV. That's a wicked black man. I mute my mic.
For the
Yeah,
whole world to
that's
see. For the whole world. It's people in Japan, the whole continent of Africa.
That's
That's
calling us
wild to
niggas.
me.
That's
That
calling
is
us
wild
niggas.
to me.
We're black on black crime at the
let me
highest
finish.
point now in every single ghetto, in every single city. Two millionaires, because they're both millionaires. You go upstairs and you go in front of a white audience and attack that man. There's no good that could come to the black community. That's just an evil nigga. And I gotta call him what he is. That's an evil nigga.
I don't
All right,
know.
let's move on to
Yeah,
Black
so
Black
I
Jacobin.
think Dion had a great point, man. So, I mean, Will is dealing with something. I mean, I
Hold on.
think we're all on it. I mean, the Bible has said so. When you have a relationship that they have openly discussed out for the whole world to be a part of and be privy to, like no right mind man can be in the right psyche. I
He's
honestly
under the
believe that. So he's
influence.
lashing out, but
Yeah, let's
that's
see.
just not the right way to do that.
Shay, let's see what Black Jacobins has to say about that. Go ahead, Black.
I already spoke. I'm just listening, man.
All right,
Yeah.
Metaverse.
Yeah. I was just gonna say I agree with Jack. I think people are reading too much into it. I think it's at the end of the day, it's a ratings game, and they got two people at the end of their career that needed to um, bring some eyeballs back
Revitalize.
onto them. And again, it's just a ratings game, and the Oscars is dying out, and they need to make it relevant again.
But why use your own brother to help boost Oscars? That has nothing. That Oscars has had a bad rap back then. How they don't care for black actors and stuff like that. So after he's done slapping a black man, and on the day that I'm guessing he won an award or something, because that's what I heard some people say. Why use that to boost your ratings? Why not use somebody else? Or if you think it was fake, since the Oscars has always been a white thing.
Because if they get the black people to watch it, then it brings in more money. This
Facts.
is what people don't understand, right? Black people, we spend the most. We are the money. We spend the most amount of money on frivolous bullshit. So when you
Entertainment.
have on entertainment, that's why they have Black Ink, Love and Hip Hop, Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, Love and Hip Hop New York, Love and Hip Hop LA, because black people care about drama. So if you get two black men to go edit on a TV show that white people don't care
Damn.
about no more, now you have all the black people entertained, and guess what? They gonna have more. They're going the ratings are gonna go through the roof. All I saw when I got on Facebook was black people talking
Exactly.
about Will
Exactly.
Smith and Chris Rock on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. There's 15 million rooms on Clubhouse about it. Everybody's talking about Will Smith and Chris Rock. The black people attention, they have their attention, but nobody know. Look, the other day I posted a story. Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, this was 3 days ago, donated a record $275 million to Planned Parenthood for black women to get abortions.
Who?
Jeff Bezos' ex-wife.
Oh my God.
Ain't nobody talking about that though. She
Yeah,
donated the most amount of money, $275 million for black women to be able to get abortions at Planned Parenthood because she said she wanted to make getting abortions for the black woman as easily accessible for the equality and all this other kind of, because we know that they're
Eugenicists.
minimalized and they don't get the access to health care and all this kind of stuff like that. This was 3 days ago. Ain't nobody talking about that. They talking about Will Smith and him and his swinger and his, you know what I'm saying, his ratchet wife and all of this buffoonery. You feel what I'm saying? So there's been an attack. We already know there's been a war against black people. But the thing about it is people are so, black folks in general are so entertained with the theatrics. The world is a stage. These folks are actors. The word Oscar means spear of light. Spear of the God, spear of light. And what did you can look it up. And what did Will Smith go in there and say? God put me here to be a light to the world, to something, to be a light, to shine light. He part of it for him to be in this
Hey,
this group
drop,
of
drop.
yes sir.
Yeah.
This my last thing I'm gonna land.
All right. Yeah. Hurry
For
up
him
and
to
let
be in
me.
this realm where these people be able to call the shots and do what they want to do, this, quote unquote Illuminati, boule, whatever it is that you want to call it, he had to sacrifice something. And he sacrificed his humility or his manhood or whatever it is that you want to call it.
All right,
And
Jack.
that was him getting his award for it.
And did y'all hear what Denzel told him after the slap? Did y'all
No.
hear what Denzel told him? At your highest point of success is when Satan comes. That's what Denzel told him. That's what I'm looking at trending right now. So a wise black man in the audience told him, literally, you took an L for the devil. Okay, because if he believed, let's say all that stuff you said, this was Illuminati, this was stage, this was actors, this was everything, it benefits no one. Okay, and I'm arguing from the perspective, I don't give a shit what Hollywood is doing.
Speaking
I don't
facts.
care about Illuminati. I don't care about all that, their ratings or whatever. To hell with Hollywood. Okay, if y'all know how this platform, how we rock, how we get in here, we don't care about what they doing behind the scenes. We care about how it affects our people. Even if you get, there's a trending topic and everybody's talking about it and this and that, how does it affect our people at the end of the day? Okay, and it offends our people. It reinforces a stereotype that we've been trying to get away from for a long time. Y'all don't like being called niggas. Y'all get mad when people call you niggas, but when two rich niggas are on stage acting, whether Chris Rock knew about it, whether it was stage, whether it was caught off guard, it hurt us. It set us back. And that's what we're looking at. I don't care. I'm not trying to figure out why it happened. More of what I'm trying to bring to the discussion for people to walk away with here is, how does it affect us as a people? And that's what we should be looking at. To hell with what these white people is doing behind the scenes and these rich men. When you read in the Bible, God says, woe to them that are rich. Destruction is coming to them. The scriptures say, woe to them that seek deep to hide their counsel and saith, who seeth us? Okay, so the Bible condemns everything that we just saw tonight. And us as spiritual people, as men and women of God, we got to see how we can have a discussion so that the people who are looking for answers can get the right answers concerning the stage that Hollywood has set to destroy us. I mute my
Yeah.
I said, if you want,
Honestly,
hey, hold on, Let's see what Maya has to say. Maya, and Josh will get to you right after her. Mia,
All right, cool.
Mia Ogunbawo.
Hi guys.
Hi,
Sorry, I was on mute.
no problem.
My opinion about this is slightly different from what everyone else has said.
Let's
And
hear.
why I do believe that what Will Smith did was totally wrong, right? Because you don't eat anyone for any reason whatsoever. He has committed a criminal offense, and Chris can go ahead and sue him. But now let's take it a few steps back. This man has been mocked constantly on social media the last 1 year. I think when Jada had the red, what's it called now? The red something talk,
The
where
red
she,
ticket.
TED Talk.
yes, right, where she, she talked about, the struggles they've had in their marriage and all of that, right? Social media was, ablaze with memes of Will Smith, right? And, he was the one that kept getting mocked constantly over and over again. Then when Jada shared like a history, right, with Tupac, which she does every year, again, it was Will Smith that was mocked on social media over and over again. And the reason why I'm pointing to this was because of his speech when he got the Oscar. I'm not sure if any one of you ended up listening to his speech when he actually received the Oscar, where he talked about, you know, how people can be disrespecting you over a period of time, right? And it just gets to a point where, the disrespect gets to you. And I feel like for him, it's just the boiling point of everything that I don't know, right? I'm just guessing, right? Like everyone else. I feel like it's a boiling point for everything that has happened over the past 1 year, right? With all the mockery he's been receiving on social media, in his personal life, and all of that. And to be right here again, and someone is right in front of him mocking his wife, I felt like it reached the boiling point, and he reacted, albeit, in the wrong way, because he should never have hit someone else. But it takes us right back again to making sure that the things that we put out about people, because celebrities are humans like us, right? Nobody wants to be mocked constantly, right? People are constantly putting these guys on the spot, right? You
Yeah, I
feel
think
like you feel like they don't see these things, but they do, and it gets to them. And when that happens, they will reach a boiling point that will end up affecting all of us as a community, as a society. And personally, that's just the way that I see it with Will Smith. I feel sad for him because I feel like he probably needs, help, and he's just
well.
not getting it.
If you listen to what AO was saying, AO said, made a good point. Yeah, he has his feelings and stuff like that. He reached a boiling point, but look who he took the chance to take his frustration out of. You know, like I haven't heard it. Chris Rock say much stuff about him throughout this year, with everything with his wife and with people joking about him, and just the more jokes they make about him, the more they validate his wife, because nobody was attacking his wife like they were attacking him. So it's like he took his frustration out on the wrong person. All right. So let's see what Josh got to say. Josh, go ahead and mute your mic, and let's welcome Skyline and Prim on stage. We'll get to you guys right after. You too, Tamiko.
What's up, everybody? So I believe that Will's actions affects us because when everything, all right, he said he doesn't want to hear about the theatrics. He doesn't care about what happened, blah blah blah, right? But can we like bring everything into consideration that all right, if you got to understand it with your wife, and then the man that was supposed to keep it quiet disrespect you, right? And then when the whole thing blew up and Will was being a meme, it was because the general split was that most women were siding with Jada. So that's how it ended up being Jada's way. But then the split was because the men were trying to hold Will accountable. Now, ain't black men supposed to hold black men accountable? Like, yo, you did some sucker shit. Why you ain't say something to August? He didn't. So he takes this sucker ass shot at Chris in one of the whitest settings of the year. Like, huh? You gonna attack me for some jokes about alopecia? Huh? Like, what? That's crazy to me. I don't get that. And I feel like that sends a fucked up message to everyone watching. Not even just our community, but everyone in the world who already fucking judges us, like, from the minute they see us. So, I don't have no justifications for Will at all.
That's right. That's right. He set black people back, and that's what we got to look at. I don't give a damn about his whole wife. The stuff that's coming out of his life is from his big mouth wife trying to capitalize it and put it in a show. You don't put stuff like out that I had sex with my son's best friend, with my son's friend, and I want to sit down and have a discussion. Where they do that at? He don't get no sympathy for that. The embarrassment he's getting is from his big mouth wife. And this is what the Bible says about the black woman being out of control with her mouth and bringing us down to this low point where we are. The whole point of his humility is his woman not keeping her legs closed and putting her public business out. I'm not excusing Will for what was going on in their marriage, because we all have problems with our marriage. But she took a platform and talked about how she was a hoe and a pedophile, having sex with a child. Okay, she must have been eyeballing that kid for God knows how long if it's her son's friend. But that's something that she put out there, so nobody can bring the, oh, he's just upset because they be talking about, because it's a big mouth wife. She put that shit out there. She spread her legs. So he don't get no, if anything, he should have directed his anger to his wife, because nobody would have been in his personal life if she would have kept her mouth and her both holes closed. Her mouth hole and her vagina hole, if she would have kept that closed, nobody would have had nothing to humiliate him about. So stop trying to reason why, oh, he's just upset. Look where it came from. The person that he went and slapped somebody for. That's bullshit.
As I said earlier, you know,
Hold on, M. Hold
okay.
on, M. We got some other people on stage. Let me plug the room. Make sure you follow us on Biblical Smoke at Twitter. If you got any questions, email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right, make sure you follow the room and follow some of the moderators on stage. So we got Prim on stage. Prim, welcome.
Welcome everyone. I just wanted to point this out. I just came into the room, so hopefully it wasn't already stated. But we all been to a comedy show, correct?
Yeah,
And
point.
when you getting dressed, you already know how you going. It's a possibility that comedian is going to talk about you. So, and knowing that it's Chris Rock is hosting the Oscars, I never watched them, so but I'm quite sure they know Chris Rock is hosting these Oscars, and he's going to talk about anyone. So if she had a complex about her hair or whatever, it's like she should have put something around it or whatever, or wore a wig or whatever, because Chris Rock is just not going to bite his tongue, you know. So just like we do in the natural, when we go into the comedy show, we be like, oh, let me make sure I'm looking right, because we don't want that
Nah, because
comedian
that's like
picking on
conformity.
us.
You feel me? That's like conformity. If she was comfortable coming outside, she should understand. It was, like, that's his job. He's up there to poke fun. You know what I'm saying? And he did it tastefully. Because, like, last I checked, like, G.I. Jane was a bad bitch. She was fucking them, like, weird niggas up in, the military and shit. Like, you feel me? So, like, if you
Yeah, that
G.I.
was a
Jane too.
compliment to me.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So, it was tastefully done. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't, like, nah, like, she ain't have to cover it up. She was fine with it out. You know what I'm saying? She looked great. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that because, I'm not jacking it. Will was totally fine with the joke until he
Hold on,
looked over at his
Let
wife.
Prim finish. Let Prim finish.
Oh, I was finished.
All right,
Just wanted
so
to put that out there. Thanks.
all right, no problem. We got some other people on stage.
I,
Go ahead, E.
yeah, I'm just amazed how he told Chris Rock. Someone made this statement. I'm gonna use it today. I'm amazed that he was mad about. He said he told Chris Rock to keep his wife's name out of his mouth, but
That
August
was me.
had
That
a
was
lot of
me.
her. August had a lot of hers out of it.
Yes, he had
But
her
anyway,
titties in his mouth.
yeah, all kind of shit in the mouth. But anyway, listen, I want to get I want to Sirach real fast. I'm gonna show you something. This is Sirach 25. Ecclesiastes 25, verse 16 to 20. We're gonna jump down to 25. Just to show you that all of this is scripturally avoidable. All of this whole situation is scripturally avoidable. Avoidable. When you're in the world and you out there in the mammon of righteousness, making that money and so forth, that money, that fame, that fortune, it blinds you, it obscures things. Read this.
The book of Sirach, chapter 26, and verse 15. A shamefaced and faithful woman.
25, 25, 16, 25, 16.
Sirach
25,
chapter
16.
25, verse 16. I had
Yeah.
rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman.
So I thought that was better understood the importance of not dwelling in a house with a wicked woman. Well, so keep going.
I'm going to drop down to verse 20.
No, hit the verse, jump to verse 17. Keep going. So watch.
Verse 17. The wickedness of a woman changeth her face, and darkeneth her countenance like sackcloth. Meaning, you see the evil all on her face. You see the evil. She has no problem. It was an entanglement. He was like, it was an entanglement. She was like, yeah. She had no fear, no shame, nothing. Now, this dude, Will Smith, he was messing around her with Margot Robbie or Harley. I heard these rumors. He's messing around, but he was doing it on the low. Which I'm not justifying his evil. He's a hoe too. But the point is that she basically just put all that shit out there. She aired everything out, pretty much, and just shamed this dude at the same time. But we don't watch this. We don't. Her husband shall. Hey. And she behaving fine. She acting like herself. She ain't changed. She don't feel shame. She feels fine. One thing that messes with her is her hair. But watch this. We don't. Her husband shall sit among his neighbors, and when he heareth it, shall sigh bitterly. That's what he's doing. He said, her husband heard among his neighbors. That's the media. That's the other actors and comedians. He shall hear about his wife and her being ran through. He shall sigh bitterly. He'll be mad. He'll be emasculated. He'll be miserable. He'll be like, oh man. Shit, he'll be embarrassed. Read on. Watch this. All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. So when it says let the portion of a sinner, meaning a person that's wicked as hell, that's the wife you get. That's the wife you get. That's the wife you inherit. Read on. Watch this. As the climbing up of a sandy way is to the feet of the aged, so is a wife full of words to a quiet man. Wilson is a quiet man. He kept that stuff quiet. She's at red table, telling everything, just saying all kind of stuff, talking to her mama, telling her daughter, yeah, you caught me and your dad banging on the couch. She was like, yeah, I remember that. Just full of words. It's like an old man trying to climb the sandy way. It's like she won't shut up. She won't stop talking. Read on, watch this. That's why you won't divorce her. Watch this. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman, and desire her not for pleasure. Because not everything that looks good from far, it said things that look good from far tend to be far from good. That's the expression. So she looks good. Jada looks good for her age then and now, but he stumbled at that thing and messed him up. Now jump down, watch this. Jump down to verse 25 and 26. Verse 25. Give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. The water is her mouth. It says, listen, give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad. Gad abroad means run her mouth. She's gadding abroad. She's on TikTok. She's on Instagram. She's on wherever she's on. She's on multimedia platforms, running her mouth, telling all the business. And he ain't saying nothing because he's a simp. Because he stumbled on her beauty and so forth. He stumbled. Read the next verse, last verse. Verse 26. If she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh, and give her a bill of divorce, and let her go. Let her go. He's, I'm not going to do that because divorcing is losing. Nigga, you been lost. That's a wrap. That marriage is done. That marriage is finished. He gave the liberty to get abroad. That was a wrap. It's done. It's finished. The open relationships that this is supposed to prove.
You kind of cut off.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
You back, E.
I'm sorry. It should not be done. Open relationships is not biblical. It's whoredom on both ends. It should not be done. So the Bible gives you clear instructions on what to avoid, how to avoid it, and why. Read my mic.
The script. Let me say something real quick. The scriptures say that the land is defiled. The land is defiled. Jada, she's defiled, man. She got another man's DNA on her, in her, every freaking crevice. It's over. But for some reason, Will Smith, he can't understand that. Hey, one more. I'm done. Here's Sirach 26 and 8. This is the part regarding him striking Chris Rock. Watch this. Sirach 26 and verse 8. Read that. Sirach chapter 26 and verse 8. A drunken woman and a gatter abroad
causes great.
Stop. A gatherer abroad is a woman that cannot stop running her mouth. She gathers abroad. She gabbing. She talks too much. And a gatherer abroad causes what?
Causes great anger, and she will not cover her own shame.
And she don't care. This is Jada right here. That's the scripture right there. So I'm just showing you that these women existed even back then. They existed. This is nothing new. So the Bible gives you the blueprint and instructions on how to avoid them. You must keep the commandments of God and apply them, and you will avoid these types of women, or you're going to run right into them, whether you're rich or poor. My mic, go ahead, on there.
Hey, and even in the hood, if you got that chick that she been passed around and mad dudes banged her, and everywhere you go, some niggas snickering at you, cracking jokes, or reminding you, like Ray J, I hit it first. Yo, eventually any man psychologically is gonna snap. So back to what I'm saying, more or less a millionaire. Your wife put your millionaire business out there. So what you get, you own that. You earn that. The problem is not people telling jokes or whatever. It's your wife's big mouth. Okay, I don't know what was going on in their relationship. Will Smith may be a piece of shit, which I expect if in Hollywood he probably is. He probably was doing stuff to her, but we got to stay at what the problem is. He would not have to defend himself if his wife would have kept her mouth and her legs shut. Or even if she did what she did, what was going on, you don't sit at no table and discuss it with everybody and expect you could just walk through everywhere, go on TV, and still do movies and still get the same respect. And that's what we got to look at here. And again, let's keep the discussion on how it affects us as a people. We don't care if it was staged with Hollywood, Illuminati, all that bullshit. We don't care because people talk about that shit all the time on YouTube, and there's no conclusions or solutions. They talk about Jay-Z, they talk about Beyonce, they talk about everything. It dies down, a new celebrity couple starts back up. But the bottom line is, how does it affect us as a people? I mute my mic.
Can I say this now?
Hold on, let Tamika go. Tamika.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I agree that um, that right, we would not know their business if Jada and Will were a little more private. However, I would like to talk about like how it is affecting us because this was the first time I believe a black man, Will Packard, had ever been like the director of the Oscars. And correct me if I'm wrong, right? So he gave us a lot of diversity tonight, right? We had two black men that were directing like the music and everything else. We had two black hosts, that were, Regina and Wanda or whatever. And I think this whole thing, I think it's really sad that all of that will be forgotten because of this. This is all we're going to be talking about is this. We want to talk about the amazing job that Wanda and Regina did, or the good job that Will did putting this all together. And I just think that from that perspective is really, really sad. And Chris Rock, has been doing this kind of thing for years. This is why he's one of the most famous comedians. To me, he's one of those comedians that don't sugarcoat anything. And I just thought it was in poor taste for him to go up and hit Chris Rock like that. And I think enough people are not giving Chris Rock kudos for sitting there, because I can tell you that from looking at that video and looking at it live, that he honestly was not thinking that Will was going to come up and hit him. He was thinking probably maybe that he was coming to tell him something, or maybe something else was going on, but he was not thinking that. And he had no choice but to sit there and take it, because he knew that if he had hit him back, it just would have been just awful.
That's right, sister.
And
That's right.
so, I'm just saying that's how I think it's affecting us. I'm gonna end here, but I just thought it was just, it was just awful that so many firsts tonight went on and we're not talking about that. We're
You
talking
on point.
about this.
You on point, sister. To humiliate that man for ratings, and even if it was staged, the effect that it has on us with the violence in our community, If Chris Rock was in on it, to hell with him too. If it was just Will Smith, the black community should make him pay. There's no excuse for that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, so yeah, I just wanted to
Hold on.
talk
They would
about.
like to welcome Edwin, Finn, and Jeffrey on stage. Hold on, Edwin. We got some people in the queue. Dexter, are you with us? All right, go ahead, Edwin.
Yeah, yeah, I just want to start off by saying, man, like, I'm a '90s kid, and grew up watching Fresh Prince of Bel Air, and for me, Will Smith is like obviously like an inspiration, like coming up, and like honestly, man, these past few years, bro, like this just disappointing, man. Like to see like such a role model just like crumble like this, and um, I know some people are kind of saying like Chris Rock shouldn't have done what he did and everything like that, but I think it speaks to a bigger issue, right? Because I mean, Will Smith. It's just disappointing, man. Like he should have left this woman a long time ago. She's clearly not right for him. She doesn't love him. Even the kids don't love him. The way they talk about their father, the way she talks about her husband. You have other men's names in your mouth and stuff. It's just so sad to see, man. And like I don't know, man. It's just really disappointing, man. I'm really sad to see all of this,
Hey,
man.
Edwin, you made a good point. You just said how she has other men's name in her mouth,
Yeah,
but not mad at Chris Rock for having his wife's name in his mouth and when it slapped Chris Rock. But it was fine with the wife saying all kind of stuff. Finn, or before we move on, moderators, y'all want to do anything that Edwin said before I move on? All right, Finn, go ahead, Finn.
Yeah, yeah, I was in other rooms and it was giving weird energy because they were like champering like this incident, and I was just thinking like it's not about Will Smith. Like, sure, we know we wait till the end of the Oscars to see like who's the best actress and who's the best actor, but it wasn't just about his night, right? We had the first openly queer Afro Latino woman where winning an award. We had the first African American man of possibly winning a costume design award. Like there was so Questlove's win, right? There was so many other people there that was there to celebrate. And we give them ammunition all the time. You know what I mean? It's gonna be 2 weeks. The memes are never gonna stop. What does this mean for little black boys or mid-level black actors in trying to get into those doors that Will Smith worked so hard to freaking get to? You're mad at this man for saying one joke when there's several people that have been joking on your marriage, right? And you risk it all for what? It made no sense, And even if it was real or if it was fake, it still made no sense because what did this do? This amplified toxic masculinity on how to address people when you feel like you're under pressure, right? You're just gonna go put your hands on people because you don't like what they're saying. There's so many different ways. We're talking about one of the most wealthiest men on the planet. You can have any platform you want to address Chris Rock the next day, and you chose to slap him across his face. Come on. And I'm all for entertainment, but this was just ghetto and it was unnecessary, and it took the spotlight from other people that actually worked really hard to get there. Come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but
Hey,
newsflash: no one cares
hold
about
on,
the
hold on,
Grammys. No one really doesn't care
hold on.
about gay
It's
a person
not. It's
trans.
not the
Doesn't matter. Gay
Grammys.
men.
It's the Oscars. Get your award
Can I
ceremony.
say something real quick?
Hold on. Hey, Finn, you said something, right? You said when he did painful because it was like uh painting a bad light to our community, our nation, right? And if you notice something, right, the nation, the world, the whole world, even in Ukraine, even in China, Japan, especially Ukraine, and in here in South Beach, I saw this article where black people they're trying to ban black people from coming to the beach on during this summertime because they feel like They're just gonna trash it, commit crime, make the whole environment a violent place. So now you have the Oscars being hosted by black people, you know, and it's not the Source because whenever they do the Source or the hip hop ones, there's always fights and stuff like that. And he brings the violent, but in a very mild manner. It's still violence, but he brings it in a mild manner where he slaps Chris Rock live on TV. So how much shame or or negativity you think he just brought to our people by just doing that?
Hey, that's an
National
excellent point.
television.
Hold on,
National
Finn.
television.
Hold on, Finn. Ao wants to say something.
That's an excellent point. Whenever black people come somewhere, they say there goes the neighborhood, or they don't want the clubs get closed down. No venues, no summer jam, no nothing because of the violence. You just made an excellent point. All he just did was put the stamp of approval of white people looking at us as niggas, man. And that's what you gotta look at. Everything else is irrelevant. Whatever his agenda was, always take it back to. If we're having this discussions, don't just talk about it just because of the excitement or the gossip that's coming out of it. Have something so that when the listeners or audience, you could go back and tell your kids, this is why it was wrong. Have discussions psychologically that elevate us, so that when we go back to work and somebody brings it up or whatever, or some white people are looking at you like, yeah, that's how you niggas are. That's why we don't like you in the lunchroom. That's why we call security when you come to HR. We gotta know how to answer back. And all I keep hearing is the same thing. Everybody, I'm at work now, and people who don't talk to me, they was, yo, Will Smith is gangster. No, he's not gangster. He's a nigger. And we should be sick of niggers because nigger behavior affects us. That's why we move out the ghetto. That's why we afraid when police come over us with their guns drawn, because they look at the violence from people who got money who don't need to have violence. This shit is gonna affect you, man. And that's what y'all should be discussing as you bring this out. I don't give a shit about Jada. I don't care about her life. I don't care about her family. I don't care about her kids. I don't care about him, Will Smith. All I care about is how it affects my people. I mute my mic.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I
Can I?
build on that?
Hold
So
on.
check it out.
Go ahead,
So
Jeffrey.
check.
Jeffrey, hold on.
All right,
Jeffrey
wait,
was
wait, wait.
next, Josh. Yeah, we'll come back, circle around, but we
Yeah.
got some people on stage, so let's see what Jeffrey got to say.
Yeah. So basically, when I saw that tonight, I agree with AO. It wasn't good. I felt like that was a platform that, like, it made a lot of people feel proud to be black. For us to even get on that venue, we made a lot of progress, and I think that slap just took us some steps back. Because I feel like Will Smith should have controlled his anger. Like, as Finn said, people have made fun of your wife. Your wife legit brought up the topic of discussion how she cheated on you, and people were ridiculing you. You didn't say anything about that, but then a big platform like that with other great African Americans who have struggled to get on that platform, you decide to not control your anger and slap Chris Rock. It doesn't make sense. And this, you can say, oh, this is a mistake by Will Smith, but it affects all of us because they're gonna, generalize it. They're gonna say, "Oh, there goes that black man again. He's angry. He's violent. And that's not a good image that we want because it is. We think about the upcoming generations. I'm a young guy right now. I'm still in university. I'm thinking about my future kids. I don't want them to be treated even the way I'm treated right now. Like it's not good at all when I saw that on the TV.
Hey, sorry,
You made a
can I
good point.
speak real quick?
You made a good point, Jeffrey. And I want to point out something. If you notice in society, right? Whenever they put our people as criminals on TV, and we could tell. Look, yeah, this dude he looks thuggish. He looks like a nigga. but it affects the person who has a corporate job. He goes to work, and the nigga on TV who just robbed people, murdered somebody, it affects the person who's going to corporate America working a decent job, where that man's action now have everybody looking at the man who's taking care of his kids, taking care of his family in a negative light. So that's the thing that we don't do as a people, as a nation. We don't consider how our actions, our imagery that we put out, whether on social media, whether it's on YouTube, how we just lash out, we just speak. We don't even consider that affects our nation as a whole.
That's right. He
Yes.
could hide with his security now. He could get in his limousine. He could pay people to keep them back. We got to live with that bullshit he pulled.
Yeah,
Come on
no,
now.
So
I
real
agree
quick.
with you. I agree with you
Hold on,
guys.
The
hold on, Edwin.
I just
Hold
said
on,
real
E.
quick. Give me Isaiah 3 and 1 real fast. Read the verse 5 real fast.
Yeah,
Regarding this is the end result. I'm gonna show y'all. This is the beginning of Will Smith. Believe it or not, I believe he grew up with both parents, but he is a sign of a failing father. That's the problem. I keep hearing the words from my sisters, toxic masculinity. That doesn't exist to me. Masculinity is not toxic. It's lacking. It's missing. It's absent. It's not toxic. It's absent. It's necessary. Read Isaiah 3:1, please.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 3, and verse 1. For behold, the Lord of hosts, doth take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water.
So he would take away our resources by taking us captive, putting us in captivity, slavery behind slavery behind slavery. You read the Bible, the children of Israel were constantly enslaved and conquered by different nations, whether it be near, from far or near. So they would end up losing their resources and their power. Read on. Watch this.
The mighty man, and the man of war, the judge, and the prophet, and the prudent, and the ancient.
We lost the mighty men, like the Muhammad Ali. That man, he loved his people. He spoke for his people. Who we have now as a fighter that has intellect? No one. You have the ancient, the elders, the leaders. You have it says the prudent man, the wise man, the judge, the prophet. We lack those. These are all male roles. These are all men here. All right. So he's talking about us losing the men. We don't watch this.
The captain of 50, and the honorable man, and the counselor, and the cunning artificer, and the eloquent orator.
The speakers of our people, those who spoke for us, our military, our leaders, our men of war. It says honorable men, counselors, cunning, men who had talent, skills. They're not really among us as much in the forefront. We don't watch this. So I suppose due to a lack of these things, watch what happens. We don't.
And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them.
So you end up having niggas like who was it, Kanye? These are children. Drake. These people have become our leaders. Comedians, athletes, actors. These become our leaders. So because the men are lacking in the house. So masculinity is not toxic. It's simply absent. That's the problem. So so as a result of the men being absent, the children become disrespectful. Read it again.
Verse 4. And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them.
These children end up destroying the city. They join the gangs. You have drill music. They start terrorizing the city to the point where they don't want them coming to the beach. You don't do wildy young niggas coming here terrorizing shit. Stay out of here. Don't come to this beach then. That's what's happening now. Read the next verse. Watch. It's going to say it.
And the people shall be oppressed, every one by another.
Black community. Oppressed by each other. Black on black crime. Same thing. Oppressed by each other. Read on. Watch this.
And every one by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient.
Kids don't respect the old. The young don't respect the old. Go ahead.
And the base against the honorable.
And the most lowest level Negro you could think of will disrespect the highest level Negro or the intellectual Negro. He won't respect them at all. Well, now, so as a result of this happening, jump down to verse 12. Watch what happens.
Verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors.
We read that earlier. We read this earlier. Watch this.
And women rule over them.
Then you end up having toxic femininity instead. To replace toxic masculinity. That's right, because a lot of these toxic men y'all complain about, y'all raising them.
So we don't need the next verse. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err and destroy Go ahead. The way of thy paths. Right. So those who lead you is referring to the sisters. That's why women like Mackenzie, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, decided to donate $240 million. So you sisters, in your
Billion.
strong in their strength and your power can kill millions of our babies, of your children. So
E, you cut out.
E,
E.
you cut out. E, you still with us?
yeah, I'm here.
You cut out. You when you said about the 200 and something billion, you cut out.
Oh, I said that she donated $240 something million to the sisters who are strong and powerful can murder millions more of babies that she's been doing since the 70s in her strength and femininity, which is non-toxic apparently, non-toxic somehow. You hear me
Hey,
now? You hear me?
E.
How
The only
how
thing
are
that's
these
Yes,
women
sir.
toxic,
We heard you.
educated?
the only thing that's toxic is nigger behavior. That's what's destroying us.
Yeah,
And Will Smith took nigger behavior to another level. That's the problem right now.
Wait,
Nigger
guys,
behavior, niggas in the community, that's what's toxic.
it was just ghetto. It was ghetto.
I
guys,
mean, all
I
right. So
wanna.
we talking
Sorry.
about, right? He said we want to talk about how it affects our community, right? So we figured it out, and I'm just saying, like, what are the real countermeasures? Because you can't really dictate consumption. You can't stop people from consuming what they consume. And I'm just playing devil's advocate. I need answers. You feel me? So I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like how
I'm,
do we
I'm going to give
combat
you an
that?
answer. I'm going to give
How do
you
we
an answer.
combat that? And also, I had another point, but go ahead. Let me get the answer.
Well, this platform here, we believe that the structuring of the world is with morality and decency that comes from God. So most of the men here, most of the speakers here, most of the people on the panel, we've been reforming our communities with the word of God. Okay, so the people who have most of the people around us, they're ungodly, and you're right. The ungodly overwhelm the godly. The unrighteous overwhelm the righteous. So our voice, when we're speaking here, is for that small group of people that to see them that there's a group that does not agree with what we're seeing. What's taking place right now is going to spread. Wickedness is going to consume the earth. That's what the Bible says. Job chapter 9:24. Get that real quick. Let me show y'all something.
The book of Job, chapter 9 and verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
Even God says that wickedness shall spread because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. That came out of Christ's mouth. That was a prophecy for the future. Read on.
He covereth the faces of the judges thereof.
The true judges that God want to speak, their faces are covered. The Hollywood, TV, media, government spend a lot of money to cover the few voices that are being heard that's going to touch the people. But the Bible says that there will be a small remnant that will see what's going on and not fall for the okie doke. They're going to turn back to God. So that's what our voice is. If y'all expecting us to take this talk and affect the masses, and they're going to be like, yeah, you brothers are right. We don't expect that. We believe what the Bible says in the last book. This earth is going to go down in a ball of fire because wicked men have control. Wickedness in high places is in control, and eventually they're going to destroy each other. So our talk, just for the people who's listening, is for that small remnant that's going to see that the right way is God's way and change. I mute my mic.
Yeah. I just wanted to add as well. It's kind of funny that a few years back, I remember when the whole the Oscars and the Grammys are white trend really started picking up steam. There was one particular Oscar ceremony where I think Will Smith didn't get any nominations, right? And his wife Jada came out and said like, oh, shame on the Oscars for overlooking her husband, because I think that year he performed in like a Concussion and some other projects, right? And they're like, yeah, they're gonna boycott the show. because he didn't get nominated and stuff like that. So you fast forward, and this year they're nominated, front row seats and everything. It's like it just sounds like you're not grateful, man. You know what I'm saying? Because like when you went when you went out when you're outside, you had all this stuff to say. When you inside, you have a front row seat. Instead for you to conduct yourself in a proper manner, you go up on stage and you go and slap this guy. It's like it's all about being a man, man. Just having a conversation afterwards, like, oh, look, I don't like the way that you spoke about my wife and her illness or whatever she's going through and all of that. It doesn't have to be on camera, and then for you to sit back down and then you start shouting, "Take my wife name out of your mouth." That thing. What are you accomplishing with that? So just overall, it was very poor from Will. And as well, I also like to say that initially when Chris Rock made the joke, Will Smith was laughing, and then his wife rolled her eyes, and then that's when he now went up and slapped her. So I feel like the wife, kind of like put a battery in his back for him to go and do that. But again, that just shows this guy is too little of a man, because at the end of the day, man, why should you let your wife come and put you in a predicament on a global a national stage like that, man? You know what I'm
And
saying? You have to
right,
use your
right.
mind. Yeah.
Yeah, you made some good point. I see we got Michael, and Vernica, Jocelyn, and Godfrey. We'll get to you guys right after. Go ahead, Michael. Mikael.
What's up? Thank you, sir. Brothers, sisters, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? So, what you think about the whole thing with Will Smith stepping up to Chris Rock and just slapping him like that right in front of the whole world was watching?
Dude, dude, dude. Look, I'm in the UK, right? So I've only just seen it. It's 7 o'clock in the morning here. So I've just seen it and it's going viral everywhere. I don't understand what he was trying to accomplish. That's the thing for me. At the end of the day, there was a point that the last speaker just made, right? A few years ago, you were rallying all black people behind you saying hashtag Oscars so white. Now they gave you not only the front seat, they let you organize it. You were part of the production team. Your name is on the credits, guy. And you went up and slapped another black man in his mouth. This is why white people look at us and say, you can't take these niggas nowhere. How on earth do you justify leaving your seat, walking across the entire stage and slapping a fellow black man in the mouth? Will Smith forgets that he started in comedy too. Before the A-Star films or whatever, the YouTube series or whatever it is he's doing with his life now, he was in comedy. So he knows that this is how it happens. This is why white people are looking at us like we're funny. You can take the niggas out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the nigger. Because that's how we're presenting ourselves to these people. Literally 3 years ago, Oscar's so white, and your recourse is to now do this. One thing I'll say to the brothers and sisters in the room, right? There's two ways to look at this. Now, obviously, I'm a believer in the word of the Most High God, so I'm not going to speak against that. Never. You'll never catch it. But there's the short-term effects of these things, and then there's the long-term effects of these things. On a short term, this is going to go viral. People are going to laugh for a few days. Memes are going to be popping. You're going to have all the gossip blogs and everyone wanting to chat about it. And on a short-term basis, people will be entertained. I'm not here for the rubbish, but, some people will be entertained by this. Long-term, it's affecting the image of black people on a global stage. Long-term, it's discrediting the struggle that we claim to have. We complain that, we're the most marginalized people. We complain we're not given opportunities. Then they give us an opportunity and we're slapping each other on stage. They give us an opportunity, and as a man, we can't sit in our masculinity. This guy's masculinity is so fragile at this point that all his woman has to do is look at him and he'll run up on stage and slap a guy. Tell me that's not mind control, mind manipulation.
Hey,
He sat there.
Mikael.
He sat there. So sorry.
Eh,
I'll wrap this up. 20 seconds. I'll wrap it up. 20 seconds. He sat there and he was fine. He was laughing. We've all seen the video. She looks at him one time. He rises up from his seat as if he was back in iRobot, ran up on the stage, slapped him. Look at the look on his face when he was shouting, "Keep her name out of my mouth." It didn't look like it was Will. It looked like someone was telling him what to say. I rest the mic. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, hold on, Finn. Hey, Michael, you see what you said, right? And this is the thing that our people have to understand. You said how our people we fight for, equality. We trying to have people in the world accept us, for who we are. We are black men. We are men. We are, we protesting. We do all this stuff, right? I'm gonna show you something. Lengo, go to Jeremiah chapter 23, read verse 40 for me. Lengo, your mic is muted.
Sir.
Yeah, read Jeremiah 23, verse 40.
Yes, sir. The book of Jeremiah, chapter 23 and verse 40. And I will bring an everlasting reproach upon you, and a perpetual shame, which shall not be forgotten.
You see what God said? God, this is God speaking to the Israelites, which we are, the so-called Black, Hispanics, and Native American. He said because we didn't want to listen to what he said, we didn't want to keep his commandments, he was going to bring an everlasting shame upon us. You know how long we've been trying to get this whole world to look at us as human beings, as people who are not shameful? You know how long we've
Exactly.
been doing that?
Exactly.
For a long time. And that's what God said. He's going to bring a shame upon us, a reproach. And that's what AO was going into earlier, is God's commandments that can change that. If we go back to keeping God's commandments as a nation, then the rest who don't want to keep it, they're going to die when Christ come back. But the ones who wants to keep it, guess what? The shame thing, this whole thing will be over. Make sure you guys follow the room, Biblical Smoke. Hashtag us on Twitter, Biblical Smoke. Let us know what you think about the topic. Also, you can email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. I said we have some few people on stage. Don't worry about
Sorry,
the others.
Pentecost.
We'll get
Sorry,
it.
Pentecost. Just
Yes,
just
sir.
before I go just before I go down, 30 seconds. Guys, one final thing, right? I know there's a lot of talk about having black celebrity role models. You can't use the things of the world to be a role model if you are trying to do the things of God. I'll just make that very, very clear. You cannot be using these people using hashtag relationship goals and hashtag Black Love Matter and all of that stuff. You can't use the things of the world to represent you if you actually want to make a stand for Christ. I've had to learn it the hard way. I've had to disassociate myself from certain friends. I've had to disassociate myself from certain groups of people because I was trying to protest for them, but under their banner, I can't be who I am. I can't be a child of God freely while I have a banner over my head representing someone else. So don't be so quick to be like, oh, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I suffered it as well. I watched Will Smith in the 90s. I was that 80s, 90s kid. I watched most of his movies. And now to see what he's become and the fragile masculinity, toxic masculinity is there, but then fragile masculinity, this guy is triggered at any little thing now. There's no backbone, there's no spine, there's no resilience. All
Right.
the things that I trust men to have, he doesn't have anymore.
And if, I don't know
I
if you
don't know,
guys
man.
heard earlier, if you heard the scripture that Ehab brought out, how the wickedness of a woman will do that to you. They will make your mind go crazy, especially if you're not keeping God's commandments. You ain't right, so you're gonna hook up with the wrong person, and they will take that. They will bring that toxicity to you. All right, so
Hey, and as for what he said about trying to justify these celebrities or put them up as role models and let them set the narrative, just read the scripture, Luke chapter 16, verse 15.
The book of Luke, chapter 16 and verse 15. And he said unto them, Ye are they which justify yourselves before men.
That's what Will Smith was trying to do. He was trying to redeem himself before men. And God don't care about what men think. The scriptures say God is not a respecter of person. Read on. But God knoweth your hearts. God knows what was really going on inside Will Smith's heart. Read on. For that which is highly esteemed among men is abomination. Trying to show people I ain't no punk. That's highly esteemed in the ghetto. You pull a gun. What you said? Why you looking at me, son? That's what's highly esteemed amongst niggas. So what does it say again? Read it again. But God knows your hearts. Read on. For that which is highly esteemed among men is abomination in the sight of God. That was an abominable act. You don't get no cred, street cred for that. You don't get no rep
Brownie
for that.
points.
You don't get no points for that, bro. That was some cowardice shit and nigga stuff. He set black people back. And that's where y'all gotta keep this. This is the conversation you gotta have around intelligent people. Nigga talk is, oh, that was gangster. He just slapped them on stage. That's why you move from the neighborhoods where you live, because there's a bunch of dumb niggas in your neighborhood that take that behavior as highly esteemed. But in God's eyes, our creator, that's an abomination. I mute my mic.
And what happened
Hey,
to
and
husbands being able to protect their wife in the Bible? Because everybody's talking
Hello.
about what Will Smith
Hold
is
on,
doing,
hold on,
but
Medea.
I
nobody
think
is
I'm
talking
next.
about the fact that it
Hold on,
is
Medea.
a health issue, and nobody knows.
Mute, please. Mute, please. Thank you. Thank God. I wish it was real. I wish mute buttons were real. Jesus Christ.
I think
Go ahead, Veronica. Veronica.
Thank you
saying would
so
Go
be
ahead,
much.
valid
Veronica.
if he was actually
Thank you
That's why
so
I don't protect
much.
y'all. That's why I
protecting
don't
his
protect y'all.
wife.
That's why. That's why we don't protect y'all. For that very reason.
Hey, did she say he was protecting his wife? Is that what she said?
Yes, he did. But don't skip
Yes.
past us. Don't skip. We'll get to her after. If she stays, we'll get to her here.
Can I have an
Okay,
opportunity to speak,
Am
okay.
please?
am I being recognized right now?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. They'll go for it. They'll go up. Whoever goes up first.
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation to come up. And I do respect the people that wanted him to be able to control his temper. Um, we know that he and Chris Rock for the past 6 or 7 years have had issues. So there was already bad blood there. His wife, if you have watched the episodes of Red Table Talk, you know the problem that Jada has had with losing her hair. She suffers from a condition called alopecia. She's worn turbans, she's worn braids, wigs. Her hair just kept thinning, and she finally had to just shave it. She has a medical condition. When he looked at his wife and he saw the hurt on his face, that just drew anger out of him. It is not right to make a joke off at someone's expense over a medical condition. Nothing about that was funny. He said, Demi Moore played in G.I. Joe Part 1, and she sported a bald head in that movie. And he told Jada, the way you look with your bald head, you could be ready for G.I. Jane Part 2. And that was not funny at all.
So let me
I
ask you
believe,
something,
may
Veronica.
I finish?
Hold on.
I
I got a
believe
question
that
for you.
Will
Veronica.
was
Respect the
touched in
host.
his heart
Hey,
to
let her finish.
control.
Let her finish.
Yeah, please let me finish.
Let her finish.
I believe that the anger, and most men would defend their wives. Now, the way he did it, I don't know. And I cannot speak for people when their emotions arise or whatever. We're not robots. We don't always behave in the way we should. But I know that he and Chris Rock have had a lot of bad blood. But what I am saying, whoever said this one act makes us look like the N word, and I just don't buy that. Why do we feel the need to absorb other people's actions? What Will Smith did tonight has absolutely nothing to do with me. We watch professional tennis players get out there and throw rackets and cuss and act like total fools. And nobody in their country says, oh, look at Roger Federer. He just turned me back 40 years. Nobody takes on his behavior. We take on the behavior of other people. That was between Will Smith, Chris Rock, and his wife. Hillary Clinton got in the White House, threw the lamp
You
and
got 10
some
seconds.
furniture pieces at her husband for committing adultery with Monica Lewinsky. The other first ladies of the United States did not say, Hillary Clinton just made us look like fools. She just put us back years and years.
All right, Vernica.
Donald Trump's wife
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mick.
had
Mute,
pictures showing all her private parts.
Since I'm the one
No,
that said it, can I
She won't
reply?
stop talking. She won't stop talking.
Since I'm
You
the
should
one
ask.
that said it, can I reply?
You should ask what her husband thinks. I guarantee he's absent too. Go ahead. Hey, you were saying something?
Can
Hey,
I
Since I'm
speak,
hey,
please?
Hillary Clinton didn't go on TV and tell everybody she threw a lamp at Donald Trump. I mean, at Bill Clinton. She didn't even speak on the stuff her husband was doing. She kept decorum. The problem that we're having here, when I understand the sickness, and we already spoke about that. She must have came lately, but this is the problem. Black women who think like what she just came up here and spewed out. No matter what was going on with her sickness or whatever, you know the environment. He's a comedian. He looks into the audience. He roasts people. And if you're that upset about your wife and her condition, sit that bitch in the back. Don't have
Wow.
a husband for it.
Y'all crazy. Thank you so
for
much,
real.
AU.
Okay? Sit her in the back. You know what type of environment it is.
And I'm
You know
assuming you don't
what
have
type
a
of
bitch at
it
So
is.
home.
no, hold on.
Wow, I
So
am
hold on.
out.
So we're saying. So
I
we're
am
saying.
out.
No,
Good
no.
good.
What we're really saying
Can I
is
speak,
like I
please?
don't see why. I
Because
think it was
there's something
manipulation
y'all
because I
missing.
think it's
Hold
been
on,
a
guys.
There's a
problem,
big,
and that's what's
there's a
happening
big
in our
picture
community.
y'all
All right,
missing.
Yeah, hold on, y'all. Come on. Yeah, know
Can I
better.
speak? Can I speak,
Hey,
please?
listen. Hey, listen. Before anyone says something, before that nonsense comes, I know we're gonna hear soon. Listen, if you want men to protect you, don't act like one. That's how we protect you. When you allow us to be men and don't try to take our place, then we'll step in and do what you want us to do. But as long as you run your big black mouth
I totally
and act
agree.
all
I
I
ratchet
just
and
want to
totally
hood,
step
agree.
into
then
the
I
we'll
realm
step
of
totally
in. But if
agree.
you want to talk
accountability.
this shit about
I totally agree.
to protect you
Accountability
and all
on
that,
I
everything.
totally agree.
we don't
Accountability
want to
on
hear.
our
We don't want to hear all
thoughts,
that. We don't want to hear all
on
that
our
I
nonsense, right?
totally agree.
behaviors,
I
on our
totally agree.
So I got a question. I think a lot of us missing the big
Hold
picture
on,
because,
Alvin. Hold on, Alvin. You wasn't next. You
okay,
wasn't next. Medea was next. And
okay.
Josh, please stop interrupting. All right. You're on stage. We've been chill with you. You got other
my
people on
bad, man.
stage,
Go
man.
ahead. My bad.
My name is Midia, by the way.
Media.
And no,
Go ahead.
maybe I wasn't here when you guys were talking. But to me, my opinion, it has nothing to do with being black. It has to do with being human. And just because she's telling us it's alopecia doesn't mean it. Who says it's not something more deeper? And she just did a conversation about having a problem with it. And if you guys are telling me that if your mother said she had a problem with something and a man or anybody, woman, man, dog, cat, anybody approached her and said something that would offend her and make her feel away, I would hope that you too would defend your mother. What are you guys talking about?
Well,
Oh,
I
we're
wouldn't hit
I got it.
somebody.
Hey,
I wouldn't. Listen. I
I
wouldn't
got
attack
it.
somebody. I would.
Wait.
There are other ways to defend your female or your
Yes,
mother.
there is other ways. I'm not saying there's not.
Right.
Wait. So
I'm not
if
even
your
saying
mom,
what he did
if your
was
mom,
right.
so if your mom if your mom goes on stage, goes on a show and broadcasts that she had an entanglement with your against your father in front of
The
everybody,
entanglement has nothing to do with
who
the
protects
lady's
the
health
no. Who protects the father in that instance? Let's flip it around. There's always protect y'all.
Sir.
No. Listen
Listen.
to my question.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Answer my question. How do you defend the father in that instance? How do you defend him? How does that work? Because that's damaging. That's
I'm not
damaging,
defending
right?
nothing.
That's
First of
messed up,
all,
right?
my whole life that I've
So,
known Will and Jada, they've
no,
been in
no,
an
I just want
open
to get the answer to my
marriage.
question,
So
though.
that entanglement doesn't
No, 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 no,
offend
no,
those
no.
people.
It's
But
answering the
someone
question
else
because
is
we're
something
talking.
different.
That can cause health problems. That can cause health problems. If your woman outside the marriage, that can cause a health problem. That can cause
Well,
issues,
that's those
right?
people marriage. Those are the choices that they decided to make in
All
their
right.
All
Then
right, and
so
marriage.
August
back
disrespected
to
him.
my question. My question being
That's why they
answered though.
never went
You
off on
you see
anybody
how
about saying that to them.
you see how when it comes to men being defended, they get quiet on accountability. You see that? It says you put your mom when it mentioned a dad. Now all of a sudden it doesn't matter. It's their business. It's all BS with these sisters. I'm telling you straight up, it's BS with them. Go ahead, go
E,
ahead.
even if it was my mother, I'm going to take into account the people that are watching. I'm live on TV. My reputation and the reputation of my people, and I'm going to pull him backstage, or I'm going to catch him to the side. Okay,
Well,
all that
that's
stuff. What if
you.
it's
That's
your mother?
you. That's how
Listen,
you feel.
black men
When
need
did
to
the
be held
Oscars
accountable,
That's how a
and
man
that's what
recently
with
we're
revolve
talking
class
about.
should
around Jada?
We
feel.
talk,
It's
so
not
you
about
saying,
that. It's
wait,
about a
Hey, y'all
build
stop
up.
interrupting.
People
sis,
explode, and he exploded.
sis,
That's
sis,
what's
are you
happening.
saying,
That's it.
sis,
He's
are you
Put
exploded.
on
saying,
August. Why he ain't put on
hold on,
August?
hold
Why he
on,
ain't
That
put
sis,
on
show
August?
no class
They
at
were
all.
in a fucking open relationship their entire life, so that
are you saying the woman that's interrupting, it was okay for him to come up on stage and slap him to
I
defend his
never
wife?
said it was okay for him to do that.
So
That's
what
not
are
what
you
I
saying?
said.
What are you saying?
I'm
What are you saying?
saying that I can see how he exploded. Any person would explode. Duh, that's what I'm saying. But you guys are very disrespectful. You think that
Yeah,
every woman is a bitch and
there's a
this and
lot of
that.
niggas in jail and in the
That's not
cemetery
it. You
that
guys are
exploded.
being
There's a
disrespectful.
lot of niggas in jail and in the cemetery that exploded, and in the hospital that exploded, and that's the
Yes, of
problem.
their
Black
decisions.
people
Everyone
think
is human, and they make
black people think as soon as they get mad, they can lash out, and that's why
yes,
there's
just like
black
you
on
guys
black
are doing
crime,
now.
and that's why when white police officers see us, they pull
They're
first
not
and they
lashing out
justify to the court
physically.
for that same reason.
I guarantee it's an emotion. I guarantee if that was The Rock up there on stage, dissing his wife, you don't want to think that same shit.
That's right.
If
He would
it
have never done it.
Martin Lawrence, he would do the same thing. He would have exploded.
Absolutely.
That's BS. Don't fall for that
Man, y'all
BS,
don't
y'all. If
know
it had been
what
anybody
nobody's done
else,
because you're
if
not
there had
in
been
those
anybody else up
shoes.
there
You won't know
that
what
was
you're
twice
doing until
his
you're in that
size, he ain't
moment.
doing
What are
that.
you
He ain't doing
talking
that.
about?
Nah.
That's any moment in
Will Smith
life.
is not built
That's
like
why
that.
Big,
He ain't
everybody
built
get
like
big
everybody
that.
messed up.
picture.
He ain't built like that. He ain't built like that. Go ahead.
I think
He's
missing.
super vision.
Hey, hold
Hey,
on.
can you
My
read
turn.
Luke
I'm
12,
Alvin,
witnessing.
hold
You
56?
understand? Y'all, nothing y'all can say to make me feel away. What I'm
Hey,
saying is everybody
how
got
do
a
you say your
fucking
name,
brain and
Parker?
everybody have
Parker.
emotions and everybody act a
Parker,
certain
listen,
way.
listen,
You guys
Parker.
are acting like everybody don't do that. You guys are acting like you don't be in an emotional state.
You're doing just what Will Smith did. Act like a woman.
Yep.
Hey,
Hey,
Parker, listen.
can you read Luke
Hold
12,
on, Jock.
56?
Hold on, Jock. Jock, listen, Parker. If anybody's gonna come on stage, we're gonna keep order. All right, we're going to keep order. You can't just keep running your mouth talking about people are being disrespectful, and you yourself is being disrespectful. Do not come on stage talking like that. If you got moderators speaking, let the moderators speak, and we'll bring you back up. We'll let you say your piece, but just be respectful. AO and E made a good point. Why is it that when Will Smith needed to be protected, that wasn't a big problem? And you guys can't be going off just because you hear something that you don't agree with. Let's be big adults and be respectful. All right, let's go.
Hey, before we move on, yo, in the Bronx, there was a kid that got stabbed up because the someone felt that he disrespected their sister or something, and
It wasn't
I
him,
don't,
and it wasn't him.
and it wasn't
Junior.
even him. It
It
wasn't
was
even
Junior.
him.
Junior.
It was Junior. It was a big thing in the Bronx. And that mindset is why there's black on black crime and violence and killing and shooting continuously. Because people believe, just like you heard these people come up here, I don't know what I'm going to do in that moment. I'm upset in that moment. I just got so mad in that moment. No, people like that, they're animals. Animals act on instinct. Okay, we as a people, we got to learn how to discipline ourselves. So don't come up with that. Oh, it was my mother, it was my grandmother, and I was just so upset at that moment. There's a lot of people in jail like that, and a lot of people in the cemetery like that.
All right, let's see. Let's see what Alvin has to say. Alvin, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for letting me get up. Um, I was really wanted to. I was really shocked about him slapping Chris Rock, but I wanted to go back because Sean Penn had did something with like a clarion call to the Oscars administration, and he was asking that people would actually boycott the Oscars in regards to what was happening in Ukraine. So when I actually saw it, the slap, because it looked so unreal, I thought it was Hollywood putting on a play, putting on an act. But then when I started listening to the media and how we as a people started internalizing and then start bickering with each other about it, I think it was like it was set up. It was a setup to change the social philosophy of what's really going on. And I really follow and listen to, Clubhouse in regards to, like, people that's talking about the scripture. Because I want to believe that people are listening with a discerning ear of what the Spirit is showing us. I mean, the slap, of course, was very disrespectful. Their business been out there, but I think it was a deterrent. It was a deterrent for us to once again start fighting and argue with each other, not to look at the bigger picture. Because I believe the clarion call that Sean Penn was really saying was that what's happening outside of the United States is affecting the United States, and pretty soon it can affect us. So we need to make a stand. And he was asking for, you know, his people's from the Oscars, his people's from the I'm a barber. So basically my community is people that's in cosmetology. But his people is with acting. They got influence with money, with pictures, with ideologies, with films to show different concepts and change belief systems. So I think with his clarion call was for them. So when I seen the slap, and I'm just putting it out there, I said, I think this is a setup. And I don't, and when I start listening to how we start looking at challenging women about how they, should stay in their place, that's, and comparing it with Jada and Will Smith, relationship, all that is a deterrent. Because the bottom line is what we going to do tomorrow morning, how we going to, you know, teach our children who going to need answers to learn from this mistake. And then I heard the gentleman that got on earlier, or how far the slap happened. It happened in the Oscars, but the impact has went all the way across the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. And people are waking up listening to it. And once again, the real message that they need support, that we need to focus on what's going on in the world today, is being smart. So of course, I mean, people know how to manipulate, and the people that's higher up, they definitely know how to manipulate us. They give us something that we can argue over. They set a bone in front of us, and we always want to talk about the bone, but we don't talk about the dog that brought the bone. So yeah, I hear the slap. I heard it loud and clear. I know about the relationship. But what's really behind it? And I think that's what we should be discussing tonight. What's really behind it? I believe it was the clarion call
We
that
already
he.
know what's behind it. Listen, we already
Hey,
know it's the anger. It's the anger that he feels. All right, go ahead, E.
Consumption. That's
I
what's
read it
behind it.
earlier.
Consumption. Getting us
I
all
read it. I read
right.
it earlier.
Hold on, E. The moderator is
I
speaking.
read it earlier. Read it earlier in Isaiah 3 and 12. Most of this stuff.
E, you breaking up real bad. E, you're in the matrix. Go ahead.
Pentecost.
You hear me? You hear me?
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
Go ahead, D. Go
You hear
ahead,
me
D.
now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
A lot of us, even myself, a lot of us are raised by females. And my mom had the sense to know that my father couldn't, my father was gone. So she put me around my cousins. My cousins have both their parents, and most of my cousins are males. So she knew I couldn't raise you to be a man. I'm a woman. I put you on your male relatives and your uncle. So I learned how to pretty much how to balance being masculine with them. A lot of sisters, a lot of them, what they do is when they're faced to raise children on their own, they raise their children through a woman's lens. And a lot of men these days, like Ayo mentioned earlier, 70% of the black and brown population of men who committed violent crimes, murder, rape, were raised by mothers and grandmothers because they're emotional, because they take that from their mothers. Now, understand, can men have feelings? Yes, but women are more emotional. They're more easily wounded mentally and so forth. Men are more assertive and more firm, and we lack that in the household. So when you hear women say things like, "Oh, these things happen," that's that enabling, because that's what they are. They're enablers. That's that enabling, nurturing side. Whereas a man goes, "Listen, don't listen. Have some balls. Have tough skin." Because when I was in high school, you had jokes upon jokes. They clowned you. Either you deal with it or you snap back. That's how I was a man around men. Women, they pulling hair. What'd you say, bitch? They start pulling hair and fight each other. It's different. I've even heard women say things like, "I rather hang out with men because men are less catty. They're calm. They don't want to fight. They're not as angry and emotional as women are." I've heard of some women all the time. So a lot of us as black men were raised in a household with a lack of masculinity. And we grow up hearing things like, "Oh, well, these things happened and he lashed out." But a lot of these young boys who are in jail for life were raised by mothers who told them that these things happen and they lash out when there was no father there. And that's where the problem lies. That's where the problem starts. That's why I read earlier, before y'all came in here, we read earlier about the solutions and how to avoid these situations. The Bible gives the solution to all these things. But one of the main things I read earlier in Isaiah 3 and 12 is that women rule over the households these days, and that is failing us. And a lot of these men out here are being raised in the image of their moms. And that's why they're emotional and they go on stage and slap their own brother on the stage over a hoe. And then they go and then Denzel told me, "When you're at the top, the devil attacks you." That's all BS. He should stay in their spirit. He's a comedian himself. He knows about comedy. He knows what was going to happen. I've heard comedians say way worse than that. That ain't shit compared to what I heard. Like you have Corey Holcomb, he's way worse. He say all kinds of great stuff. Paul Mooney is way worse. So him as an actor / comedian, he should understand that he's at work. Now I understand his wife has a condition if she's sickly, but if he can deal with her saying on TV that she banged his child's friend, then he can deal with her on being made fun of on stage. I'm not interested in her sickness. Well, she was sick during that time, and she didn't care about his feelings. So it should go both ways. But at the end of the day, a lot of us men, black men particularly, we tend to try to deviate and say, "Oh no, it's a distraction." It's not a distraction. It's a lack of masculinity in the house and tough skin that men should have and we're not raised with. Mike.
Hey, like you said, you'll have that nigger that go and shoot somebody in the community and the cops grab him and the moms is on stage in front of the camera telling the media, "Not my baby," with his baby picture, with his high school graduation picture or when he was little, defending that nigger instead of admitting she created a monster. She raised a child with no discipline. So that's all you're going to hear from the woman that comes to defend him. "Oh, nobody knows what's going to happen when you get angry." Everybody can use that excuse. Y'all the first ones, when your nigga child go up and kill somebody, stab somebody, rob somebody, you say you don't know him. That's not my baby. That's not the Tyrone I raised.
Hey yo, get this. Guess what? When they're right boss, they know how to control that explosion, don't they? When they're on their
Yeah,
right boss, when they come to
they
that
don't, they
paycheck,
don't do that
they know how to
around here
calm
like that.
that explosion is contained like a Marvel comic movie or some Marvel movie or something. When they come
Right.
around their own brother, they'll smack him. "What you say, nigga? I'll punch you in your face. What you say?" But get
Yep.
around Massa and that paycheck, they real calm, they real conservative, they real collected because that paycheck is on the line. White Massa
Hey,
got that check now. So it's
hey,
all conditional. It's nonsense.
my son have them type of tendencies. I'll slap the shit out of him. Okay, that's real
Yep,
talk. I'm
me
telling
too. Me
you,
too.
you don't do no dumb shit like that. You don't embarrass me like
Hell
that's
yeah.
what my father would have done. My father would have screamed on me. He would have told me, "You control a real man know how to control his temper. A real man will wait for the right time and the right place to confront you in your face. Not do it public, not try to get a name for yourself, not try to, if you're serious about your convictions and what took place, you're going to confront that man at the right place, not before audience. And that's how niggas are.
Well, can I just say,
Right.
first of
Let's
all,
see.
that
Yeah. Go.
I was never disrespectful to you guys until someone was disrespectful to me. Secondly, if that is the case, what the guy E just said, then Will Smith sat there and said nothing in the beginning. It wasn't until he looked at his wife and then reacted the way he reacted. So was he not being a man, or was he being a man when he sat there and said nothing in the beginning?
He should.
Okay,
He
so
should.
he was being a coward. I would never strike another man because my wife is upset. Okay, because a lot of times we react off our woman's emotions and we get our ass beat. I'm gonna see what she's upset about. I'm gonna see if she has a valid reason for the way she is, and I'm gonna deal with it accordingly. But there's a lot of dead niggas because their wife cried or their wife went home and got their brother, and now you're going to a funeral. We see it all the time. I don't know where y'all live.
Yep.
I live in New
Yep.
York, and I see that shit all the time. Women
All the time.
cry. Motherfuckers, don't talk to the. That's how real men respond. You don't come up in my face like that. Okay? You run back, you get your brother, you get your father, you get your boyfriend, you get whatever, and you get return gunfire to that ass.
I
Ross,
totally understand that. I totally understand that. So you're saying to me that if you had beef with a person, if you had beef with a person for all of these years, and then the person come back and tries you again, you're gonna just walk away. You're
sis,
from
it
the
would have
beginning.
been
Midian, no, no.
as soon as he
Hey,
popped off, I'm a step to him. Real beef
hey.
don't keep going continuously.
Hold on,
Don't
Michael.
do that. If it's real,
Okay, I'll hold on. I'll hold on. Sorry.
I'm gonna let you know where I stand. It ain't gonna be no public live snap. You're gonna know when you see me in public. Don't. It ain't happening like that. Real beef, you bring it to their door, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. Okay, I understand that there's beef. I understand there's problems. I am from New York. In New York, when we see you, that's how
Yep.
we act. We're not going to do it there public for everybody, police, law enforcement, everybody to get involved in the whole world. If you seriously want the beef squash, that's not the time to do it. That was a time to try to make himself look like he's something that he's not, and that's the point we're making here. And especially over your woman, that's a punk.
Exactly. And I'm a Harlem nigga myself. I'm thinking about it from Chris's point of view. How come Chris didn't react? If a nigga got bitch slapped like that, he kept on telling them jokes. What's good with Chris?
He had no choice. The fuck, he
Can I
just got
also
Hold
say
on one second.
something, please?
Hold on one
Can
second.
I
Hey,
be in the queue next, please?
I'm gonna
Next.
30
Who's up? Who's
seconds.
up next? Who's up next? Who's up next? Michael's up next.
30, 30
No,
seconds. I'll
we
drop my
got
mic.
the
So
Veta. Go ahead, the Veta.
can I give the response
I,
and then just
I,
go
I,
down? Because I was the one that
I am.
originally brought this thing up, and I can see where it's going, and that's not where I wanted it to go.
It's
Is
all
it
right.
my
It's all
turn to
right.
You would have
speak
been
or is
shaking
it
hands.
Michael?
That's on dog.
We got AO speak. He answered and E answered her question. So it's all right. We got the Veta.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say that I think it was ridiculous that Will did that. I feel like Will has a lot of pressure on him. His son wants to be a girl, his daughter wants to be a boy, and his wife is whoremongering, and
Facts.
I think it's wrong of him what he did. I think he took out all his anger on a fellow brother. I didn't know that they had any beef, but that's still his brother. And they're in this platform. And then he gets up there and cry. Like, I'm just really disappointed in him. I'm just disappointed. And I think it was cowardly of him to do that. And as far
He
as his
shouldn't.
wife is concerned, for protecting his wife, he could have gave him a look, stepped to him later, and say something. Me personally, if I was standing there and I saw my husband getting ready to get up, I would have like put my hand over, like, "Honey, don't do that." Like,
That's
no, that's ridiculous. I mean, that just showed you that they're both ghetto.
That's what a woman of dignity would have done. A woman that cares, she would have told her husband, not right now. Okay, so
Yeah,
that was smart, sis.
right. That's all I got to
Una
say. I
muchacha
love you guys.
decente, yeah.
All right, let's see what Bree has to say. Bree, go ahead. And
Hi, good morning,
wow,
everybody. Good morning.
Yeah, my take on it is that, in my opinion, that Will was wrong to hit in front of everybody like that. I think he should have pulled Chris aside at another time to address the issue that he had, because it's just, well, it just wasn't appropriate. And I just think that it's just not a good look at all. I understand that, Jada might have alopecia at the moment, and that might have been offensive to him and his family, but that was just the wrong time. And the reason I think that, maybe Chris, I mean, he's a comedian to start off with, right? But because Jada keeps going on TV and stuff and talking about her sex life and personal issues, she can't expect, and Will can't expect anyone to give her respect, because they're not respecting themselves as a unit. So this is the reason why I don't understand why he's upset now. And I think because he's been pushed to breaking point, it just all exploded. However, that was just not the time or the place.
Hey, I'm sorry, real quick, before I let y'all go, I'm sorry. One more thing. Do y'all remember the Chappelle show when Chappelle had Paul Mooney on the show and he was Negro Damas? And he insulted Wayne Brady and said Wayne Brady makes Malcolm X look like Brian Gumble. Wayne Brady was furious with that. He was like, y'all like that joke, that wasn't funny. But he didn't go out and slap Paul Mooney in the face. He was highly, but I was on show. That thing was funny to me. But he insulted Wayne Brady by saying he was corny. And so Wayne Brady decided to respond by doing that skit, which is hilarious, whatever. So I'm just giving y'all examples of comedians can get mad at other comedians, but there's a way on how to address it and how to deal with it. And I understand it's not the same as him insulting his wife. I get it. But I don't feel sorry for Jada. Again, I don't feel sorry because she isn't feels sorry when she does certain things regarding her husband, regardless of the infidelities amongst themselves. She has no mercy, no shame in her, or what she says regarding his feelings, or what she's bringing up on him. Look like a simp in front of his own brothers. So I don't feel sorry for her being insulted by Chris Rock. It's all comedy. But at the end of the day, it's the way how you handle things.
And también she's asking for it too. How you gonna be Jada Pinkett Smith and you front row the Oscars, también bald?
And if you notice, what the
She
world
bald
is
because her hair falling out.
social
That's why
media.
she front row.
Hold on. If you notice what
Go to the back.
they're taking her baldness, her alopecia, they're making it bigger than her action toward Will Smith. It's like what she did towards Will Smith is nothing. Her losing her hair is the biggest deal ever. But her embarrassing him, shaming him, that's nothing. So they're saying, oh, you should be soft on her because of her hair loss, this and that. Like, what's going on? Nah, that's not right. And that's the problem with people not wanting to hold women accountable.
Well,
So go ahead.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that their relationship
Hold on. We got
is
Francois.
open.
We'll get back to you. We got Francois. Francois been wanting to talk, so go ahead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I just wanted to say, it was totally justified. When you're in a position like that, I don't know, but to be honest, I think about it
So
too.
you're saying he was justified to go up and slap Chris Rock?
No, not live like that in the Oscars. But the thing is, you got to think about these people. They're in the same circle. So
So what do you mean by he was
perfect example. He could have easily approached Chris Rock at the after party and said, "Yo, listen, you should never make that joke, or I didn't feel comfortable saying that, or if it really should have been escalated, when it's one-on-one, and you have a problem with somebody, press them, then it's justified. You could pull them aside and you have a problem. But you have to think critically about these issues. Do you know how far people have been lobbying the politics? They've been trying to work with the Oscars to even give black people the time of day, recognition, these awards, and then you give it to them, right? You give them the stage, and they're gonna go on, and these are not no B-list celebrities. We're talking about Will motherfucking Smith. Okay? I Am Legend, motherfucker. Will motherfucking Smith getting on stage and slapping Chris Rock, of all the comedians, Chris Rock. We're not talking about Kevin Hart. Chris Rock. I couldn't believe it. I never seen anything like it. So this is gonna set us back. All the work that we've done to try to get recognition at the Oscars is going to set us back, and it goes to show us that we can't enjoy the moment. As soon as we get it, we can't even enjoy it, and it's terrible because this is going to set us back, and we worked so hard for this moment. And a lot of people are not paying close attention to that either. We're not talking about that.
All right, go ahead, amigo. Amigo,
Yes,
Officer Steph,
hello. Yes, how are you?
doing good. So, what do you
Good,
think?
good.
Do you think that Will Smith embarrassed his people by doing that? You
Yes,
think he was
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I totally disagree with what Willie has done. And but let me go back. If you go back to the video and watch it again, you will see when Rock done with the joke, Will Smith was still there laughing, but when his wife looked at him, that's where the reaction started. Because when she looked at Willie, that's where Willie just his emotion like moved him out of his chair and went there to slap Chris. And absolutely is unacceptable. And this is not is degrading the black people behavior, and that was not professional. That was very ghetto, and I absolutely.
all right? Make sure you guys follow the room, Biblical Smoke. You could email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com if you have any question. Hashtag us on Twitter, Biblical Smoke. Let us know what you think about the topic. Brother Jacob, welcome on stage. Alejandro, you're next. What you think?
I think he was wrong. I agree with Francois. Um, Chris Rock, he's a comedian. And when you're in that industry and you're a celebrity like Will Smith, that's what comedians are going to do. I mean, they even have shows where they're roasting other celebrities. A group of celebrities will roast one person. So, you know, did it piss him off? Yeah. His wife has got that illness. Was the joke in bad taste? Absolutely. But, he could have handled it a different way. I think he would have had more dignity if he would have just cussed his ass out, maybe walked out on him and Jada walk out from the Oscars and basically, fuck you guys type of attitude. And he would have made Chris Rock look like the bad guy. But because he assaulted him, now Will Smith is the bad guy. And you could tell when he accepted his award, he he was crying because he knew he fucked up. And in many ways, he also realized that he let down, he disappointed the Williams family. I was watching um, the Williams family, and they wanted to support Will, and they felt for him because obviously he's going through a lot with people ridiculing his family, and um, so obviously it's affecting him. But I will tell you this: if it would have been any one of us going up to, um, Chris Rock and laying a hand on him, we would have been in jail. There would have been no ifs, ands, or buts. It wouldn't have mattered that Chris Rock would have said, "Oh no, I don't want to not press charges." And I think somebody spoke to Chris Rock. So I think maybe Tyler Perry or somebody did and said, "Hey man, don't press charges because he's Will's going through a lot." And Chris Rock probably said, "You know what? You're right." And so I give up the mic.
All right, now let me ask you guys this, Alejandro, Amigo, Francois, and Bree, Devetta. Uh, does his action affect us? Does it affect you by what he did? Does it affect your
Yes.
son, your little daughters today? How does it affect us today?
Well, this is how it affects it because on Chris's side, he didn't react.
No,
And I'm
no,
and
no,
I'm
no, no,
sorry, but if somebody approached me and wanted to touch me like that,
no,
oh, we
no.
fighting.
Francois, listen to what I'm saying. His action, like somebody said earlier, black people has been trying to get on the Oscars for a long time, and they finally get on, and then they're acting that way. So I'm asking, does this action affect your children, your brother, your sister? Does this action, what he did on the Oscars to another black man, just stood up and go smack him? while he was working, doing his job. You know,
Of
does
course,
that
Yeah,
affect our
because
yeah.
position?
this is kind of like an open secret. A lot of people
This
have these
This is
racial
the
attitudes
stereotype.
towards certain subgroups, and let's face it, a lot of people have negative stereotypes of people of color, and this is one of them. And when you feed into that, when you have instances like this, where it's literally on stage of the Oscars, this is not behind closed doors. This wasn't at this is literally live television. Everybody was watching this, okay? And
all right?
this was not Bradley Cooper and Brad Pitt. This was Will Smith and Chris Rock. This is significantly going to set us back because you have other people who, in quiet conversation, say, "Wow, look at them. That we just can't give them anything." Look at the way that they act. Look at how they're poor representations of the black community. You don't think these
Absolutely.
conversations people have had this for years? and then
Let's
you're
see.
gonna and then you're gonna give them
Let's see
literally
what Mike has
feeding
to
them
say.
fodder to the argument.
Hold on, Francois. Let's see. Give some time for the other people to speak. Let's go. Michael and then Mikhail, then Tomiko.
Can I speak? Can I be the third one after those?
Thank
Yes, go ahead,
you.
Mikhail.
Sorry, thank you, bro. All praises. So does it affect me? Yes. Like I said, this happened in the United States. I'm here in the UK. I'm waking up, turning on the news, trying to make my breakfast, and the next thing I see is a black man slapping another black man clean across his face. How does it affect me? I'm a young black man with young black men that I'm raising. They're asking questions. Daddy, why did that man hit him? How do I now need to negotiate how I explain to my son that one of his favorite actors has slapped another black man on stage. So how does it affect me? I now need to speak to my son and say, son, that's not the way we behave. That's not what we do.
All
If
right.
we have an argument with each other, we speak.
Let's see what Tomiko has to say. Go ahead, Tomiko.
Okay, I wanted to ask if anybody noticed that a little after everything happened that Amy Schumer comes out and she says, well, the air is different in here, or the vibe or something. And she was like, well, what happened? Did I miss something? Right. So I feel like those kind of conversations and those kind of jokes are going to be going on for decades. I think people saying that he's going through a lot, that's not an excuse, because he has more money than a lot of people and he can get help for that. I think that he is threatened by people who are bigger than
Tomiko,
him or more. Yes.
you're missing the question.
Well, I'm trying to explain.
Make it quick because we got other people on stage.
Well, I think it's going to be affected. It's going to affect us by um well, never mind. I was trying to get to another point, but that's fine. Go ahead, please.
Okay, no problem. We'll come back to you. You can bring up your other point next time. Davida. All right, go ahead, Vernika.
Thank you. This has really been interesting, and it's really good to hear a man's point of view. And I guess your name is Israel. He made a very good point
Yes.
about emotions, and so it will affect me in just being able to control your emotions, because like he said, guys that are raised by women and grandmothers is different than if they are raised by men. So initially my point was, oh yeah, he's defending his wife. She was hurt. He did the right thing. But as I listen to you all, I see that acting on emotions can get you in jail, can get you killed, can get you in trouble. So it's just been good tonight to hear a man's point of view, because as women, we do act on emotions. And if I were in that condition, that situation, and I saw my man get really angry and stand up from a formal affair to go confront somebody, my I would grab him and say, no, honey, not here.
Thank you, sister. Thank you.
Yes, I
Now our
will,
voice will
Esther.
Thanks,
ring.
sis.
This is
Thank you.
not the place. And for
Thank you. Thank
Jada
you.
not to stop him, yeah, that was ghetto. Yeah, that was not right. That was not classy. That was not right. And I understand Will was trying to look like the big man in her eyes, but you can't act on emotion. So it changed me tonight because I have a son and I have to be careful how I raise him. So it's just good to hear a man's point of view. Thank you.
More
I speak
praises.
now? Can I speak now?
Oh, oh, okay.
Hold on, brother Jacob.
Yeah, was it my go now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Thanks for letting me speak. I don't think it set black people back no further than we've already been set back. I think this is just another situation. It didn't set us back no further than a white man killing another white man before the world when John F. Kennedy was assassinated by another white man, when Ronald Reagan was shot before the world by another white man. It didn't set white people back when that happened. And you can't compare a black man slapping another white man at the Oscars. You can't compare that to another white man actually blowing the brains out of the president of the United States. If it didn't set the white race back, something that dramatic, I don't think this event can set black people back. Because no matter what black people do, white people, they look at you in a negative light anyway. I mean, you can go back to slavery. You can be the best acting butler slave in the world with a suit and tie, saying, "Yes, master, how you doing today? How you bringing him a cup of wine and bringing him his bath water?" It don't matter what you do in America as black people until we get our own land where we can grow our own resources, have our own military, acting like a good well-to-do black person. It don't matter. The world sees us as niggers and ex-slaves in white America. That's just what it is. We can show our ass on TV. It ain't gonna make them treat us no less or better. That's just what it is. We niggas to them. That's just what it is. We just gotta accept that. And until we get our own in this world, that's just what is. That's just what it is going to be. And the last thing I want to say is, I see like I don't know if those guys are white or Hispanic, but another thing, it's like all these other races, they always feel like they can comment on our. And this dude talking about it's going to set us back, and I'm sitting here thinking, dude, you're not even black. How can you say us? This don't affect you. I mean, they always, and that's another they do that because they don't think of us as shit. They wouldn't go in no white room saying that, and you wouldn't have no black people and no Hispanic um clubhouse room talking about us. I think something that happened in the Hispanic community has set us back. Them Hispanics will look at you in their mind, they'll be like, nigga, you're not one of us. But it's like everybody think they can just say comments on what's going on in the black community. Like they don't think of us like anything. Like
All
we
right.
ain't
Well,
shit to them.
well,
That's just what
well.
it
If
is.
I can,
Go ahead, E.
if I can, touch on 2 points you made. White folks can be set back because white folks don't have setbacks. That's why it's called white privilege. So they can't be set back regardless of what they do. Black folks, we try to remove ourselves from the stereotypes that most of the time evil, wicked, as AO calls them, niggas, tend to bring upon us. Now we know we can't. We know at the end of the day, we try to separate ourselves from, the nigger stereotype or how we're looked at. Um, and also, you mentioned earlier about how Hispanics don't look at us the same way. That's false. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you had Nicki Minaj. She got on Michael B. Jordan because Michael B. Jordan was trying to make a liquor that related back to her island she was from, and she said he has no right to do that because he's not from there. He shouldn't be he shouldn't be doing
I
that.
can see
And
you
she
still
got she
sleep.
got and she
You
got
still
and she.
sleep. We don't have no ally. You still sleep, man.
Hold
Them
on, brother
Hispanics
Jacob.
don't look
Hold
at
on,
us the
brother
same way.
Jacob.
So you have instances where you have black folks that will tell the black folks you don't belong here. Like you have Haitians do it, you have Jamaicans do it. You have Dominicans do it, and they be black as an ace of spades. So I wouldn't put it in that instance because you got a lot of Hispanics that's niggas too, and just bilingual niggas. So I don't know about all that colorism stuff because you got light niggas and dark niggas. But the
Yeah,
point of the
well,
matter is that hold on. But the point of the matter is that I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. There's some points I disagree with, but I do understand what you're saying in terms of us not, regardless of what we do or what we say, they're gonna look down upon us. I understand that. That's understandable. Give me Lamentations 5 real quick. Lamentations 5 in verse 1, just to show that that's true. It says, enemies, oh man, shaking of the head. Shaking of the head, I think it is. Shaking of the head. I'm shooting from the hip. Or
I
wagging of the head, one of those
I
two.
know why it is, but this is your platform, and you got to say so. But it, people don't, everybody think they can just come and take foundational Black Americans and speak for us. See, the
15.
reason why. The reason why they don't want to give foundational Black Americans the reparations they owe us is for one thing, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. Because we are so talented, the white man say, "Why should we give them something?" And look how talented they are. They can play basketball. They can outdo us and everything. Why are we gonna give them? If we were like some people and we didn't have no skills, and if we didn't do, all of the spirited things we do and had so much attitude and finesse about everything, then the world would look at us, like some pitiful people to feel sorry about. But because we so outspoken and jazzy
Hey,
and do
Jacob,
hip hop and do all of these things, that's why they don't want to give us nothing, because we got so much talent. If we
Jacob,
was
listen
like
to the
Native
script. The
Americans,
script that
if
he's going to bring out. Listen to the
no,
script that he's going to bring
can I
out.
make this last statement first? Let me make this last statement. If we was like
Get
Native
in land, get in land.
Americans,
Get in land. Go ahead, get in land. Go ahead.
yeah, if we was like Native Americans, and no disrespect to them, and if we were like, not known for like having all of this culture and this influence on the world, nobody would mind giving us reparations. They'll say, "Oh, if we give them reparations, because they no threat. They're not gonna overtake us. They're not gonna overshadow us." That's why they don't want to give us reparations, because they know that we would take the money, end up outdoing the white people. The white people not gonna let no influential people have all of this free money and then take the money and outdo them. They're not gonna have that. So that's why they don't want to give us reparations, because we got too much talent and we too outspoken. That's why they don't want to do it.
Well, reparations. Well, I'm gonna do the scripture first, and then I'll address that. But give me. Let's start. I want to Psalms 44 and read verse 8. We're gonna stop at 14. Watch this.
Psalms chapter 44 and verse 14. Thou
No,
makest us,
no. Verse 8. Verse 8. Psalm 44, verse 8. We're gonna read the verse 14. I'm sorry.
yes, sir,
8 to
verse 8.
14. Yeah.
In God we boast all the day long, and praise thy name forever. Selah. But thou
Right.
hast
So
cast off.
wait. So it says, in God we boast all day long. Meaning, a lot of us go to church, we say God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. We always say that all the time here in church all the time. But there's a problem. We praise God. We say how God blessed us and gave us these talents and these skills, and people want to be us, and we have all this talent, God-given talent, and we're honored, and they're jealous of us, and that's true. But here's the downside. Read on.
But thou hast cast off, and put us to shame, and goest not forth with our armies. Thou makest us to turn back from the enemy, and they which hate
Too
us.
fast, too fast. Too fast. Go verse 9 again.
Yes, sir. Verse 9. But thou hast cast off, and put us to shame, and goest not forth with our armies.
Because every we try to fight back, we lose. So you had Black Panther part, that was an army, we lost. We had U.P. Newton, that was a battle, we lost. We had Nat Turner, we lost. We had Denmark Vesey, we lost. We had Toussaint Louverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, we lost. These are armies that lost. You had Geronimo, he lost. You had Nat Turner, he lost. You know, the number of Muslim, Denmark Vesey, not Denmark Vesey, Denmark Vesey, another slave, I forgot his name. We lost. Our armies, we lost. Read on.
Verse 10. Thou makest us to turn back from the enemy, And they which hate us spoil for themselves.
And they which hate us, they rob us, they got privilege, they have supremacy, they rule, they own all the banks. They, like you saw what happened with Ryan Coogler.
E, you cut off real quick. You cut off. E, you cut off after you mentioned Ryan. E, you with us? All right, E's gonna come back in.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Man. Yeah, I mentioned Ryan Coogler, his situation at the bank. I mentioned Bank of America being caught recently denying black folks loans and property and so forth and things like that nature. Read on where you're at. Just quote the verses. I can't read it. When I go to my Bible app, it cuts me out of the room. Go ahead.
Verse 11. Thou hast given us like sheep appointed for meat.
Right, we get killed, we get shot in the street, we get knees in our neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. That's what happens. Sheep for meat. Go ahead.
And hast scattered us among the heathen.
And our people, we're called the African diaspora because we were scattered among the nations. Our people are all over the world, looking like people all over the world, looking like people all over the world because we're scattered all over the world. That's why I don't focus on features because you never know who you're talking to. You never know who you're dealing with. I saw one time I was in a room and this black woman was talking. I'm gonna stop real quick. She was talking and she was like, "How you gonna run your mouth about us? You ain't black." Because the girl was light skinned with green eyes and she had blondish hair. She said, "Really?" She went, changed her profile picture with her father. Her father was black as night. That's my father. But quit talking shit. She started cursing her out. And the whole room turned to her. Because she assumed, based on how she looked, that she wasn't black. When her father was black as ace of spades. So that's why the Bible makes it clear we're scattered among the nations. And we were going to, in some instances, resemble those nations. But read on. But the conditions of our people still remain, regardless of how they look. Read on.
Thou sellest thy people for naught. And
we got sold into slavery. We got put on slave ships. We got scattered among the nations, put on slavery. Go ahead.
And dost not increase thy wealth by their price.
Right. God didn't get money from that, allowing us to get put in captivity. We did it to ourselves. Read on.
Thou makest us a reproach to our neighbors.
Right. We're niggas, spits, wetbacks, illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, denizens. Look at the Ukraine. They treat niggas like garbage over there. Look at China during COVID took place in Guangzhou province. They treat us like garbage over there. They treat the freaking Afghani migrants over here better than the Haitians that are over there on the border. We're a reproach among our enemies. Read on.
A scorn and a derision to them that are round about us.
Other nations around us. Read on.
Thou makest us a byword among the heathen.
Insult, stereotype, insult. Go ahead.
A shaking of the head among the people.
You can't invite niggas to the Oscars. That's a damn shame. Slap him in the face. The air changing here. Amy Schumer, right? That's the wagging of the heads. Read that part again.
A shaking of the head among the people.
Nigga, you can't bring niggas nowhere. Go ahead. What verse is that?
Verse 14, sir.
Is that the end of the verse?
Yes, sir.
Get reparations, Deuteronomy 28, regarding that. The reason why we don't focus on reparations here is because reparations require America to give us some kind of wealth or some kind of substance here. And what y'all have to understand is that according to the Bible, America is Babylon the Great. America is an empire. That's why New York is called the Empire State, because America is the state located within an empire, and America is on borrowed time. That's why you have old school. That's why you have an old president that's senile and doesn't know who he is, where he is, or what time it is, and falls up the stairs and falls asleep because your president is the sign of your country. If your president represents the strength of your country. So Biden is a pure example of a country in decline. Your gas prices going up, the viruses, the famines, the oil, the gas increasing, the upcoming food shortages, the uprisings, the nations rising up against her, China, Iran. All these places have nuclear weapons. North Korea, South Korea testing their weapons. Russia's about to pop off. America's about to be destroyed. So reparations is unnecessary when it comes to a doomed country or empire. It's gonna be on fire soon. So
Sir,
get that real quick. 28 on. Get this real quick
can I
first. I forget
respond?
my thought.
Can I
28. One
respond?
second, bro. Let me get this real quick first. 28. Read that. Regarding reparations. 28.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart.
Yeah.
And thou shalt grope at noonday as the
No, your
blind.
ass. Your ass taken away. Your ass taken away. I want that. Your
Yes,
ass
sir.
taken away.
Verse 31. Thine ox
Yeah.
shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat shall eat thereof. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from before.
Right, an ass is a mule. Because that's what we always ask the 40 acres and a mule. The Bible, God says no. You're going to lose that. The Native, you had Negroes over here who were called Native Americans. They were called Negroes first, so they were called tree niggas. Those are niggas too. They lost their 40 acres and their 2 mules and their land. And the Negroes over here who were promised that, they didn't get it either. Read on.
From before thy face, and
Right,
shall
so
not
you
be
going. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
and shall not be restored to thee.
So the Bible makes it clear. The Bible makes it very clear that our people will seek these things and will not receive it at all. Because this place is not our rest. It's not. You're not here to benefit. We're here because we were rebellious and disobedient, and God and the Most High is telling us and giving us warnings. And he's watching the news, letting us know that the end of this place is near, and to focus on getting yourself right before this place is on fire. Because an ICBM, which is a nuclear warhead, can get here from Russia within approximately 30 minutes. From China, Russia, India, it takes 30 minutes. A
Sir, can
hypersonic
I
missile,
respond?
a hypersonic missile takes 8 to 10 minutes to arrive here. So I'm
Sir,
not
can I
interested in the
respond?
reparations. We're interested in
Sir, can
getting
I
our
respond?
minds together first. Now, listen, getting our minds together first and foremost, and then the end will come. Reparations
Sir,
is a
can I
waste of time.
respond?
Go ahead.
Can I respond? All right. I heard everything that you said, okay? Now, in my response to what you said, now you said something about we not going to get reparations. We shouldn't be trying to get reparations. America's not going to give us reparations. All of that may be
No,
true.
no, no. Well, no. I said we're not
Can
going
I,
to
can
get
I,
it, and it's
can I
not going
just
to
finish?
happen. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I understood. I got your point. You said it's not going to happen. All of that may be true, but that you can't necessarily throw that out of the fight because every other people, the Native Americans receive reparations. White people after slavery, they gave slave masters reparations. They gave the Japanese who were put into internment camps after World War II, they gave them reparations. So if black people in America would just say, "Oh, we're not gonna put reparations out on the table," then that means we just have quit. You know what I mean? You can't just throw that out and say that, oh, Russia got ICBM missiles and they can wipe America out. People been saying that for the past 50 to 80 years, and people going to be still saying that 40 years from now. I promise you, 40 years from now, this world will still be here. I promise you that. This
So America's
world
gonna last forever. America's gonna last
I
forever.
didn't
You're
say
saying?
it's going to last forever. Hear me out. I didn't say
Because
it was going to
empires,
last forever.
because America's 245 years old. Empires don't last
But,
no more than 250
I
years.
didn't say it wasn't going to last forever. Only thing that I'm saying in my lifetime as a foundational black American, I'm not going to. That's why I like when Trump was president. Now, I know you a Hebrew Israelite and all of that is fine. But immigration and all these immigration bills, when they was letting all of these Mexicans and all these unvetted people coming to United States and all of these Ukrainians and stuff they bringing over here and they giving them free housing. You know who that's going to affect? That's going to affect foundational black Americans. We built this country and you up here talking about they calling them spics and all of that and calling them immigrant this. Yes, they are immigrants. And when they come over here, they don't come over and do economics that benefits the black foundational black American community. They
Hold
take
on, hold on,
all of
hold
that
on.
money
Wait,
and
wait, wait,
all
wait,
of
wait,
that
wait, wait,
money.
wait, 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 wait,
Hold
wait.
on,
Because now you're rambling. Wait.
I'm not rambling.
Immigrants are referring to like the Haitians, like them. Immigrants like them. Those are black
Listen,
people too. No, no,
I
no. I'm
know,
listening to you. I'm
but
listening to you.
here's the
Wait, wait,
difference.
wait, wait, wait. No, 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 no. Don't say Mexicans. Don't say Mexicans. You got to include Haitians too, and the Jamaicans
Okay,
also.
and I
So
do, and
are
I'm
you?
not.
So
Listen,
they also affect
yes,
the black American
yes,
community as well.
because I can tell you why. All of those groups, they practice when they come over here. They practice that same exclusive white supremacy behavior against black foundational black Americans. That's what
Brother,
your boy
brother, wait,
your
stop,
boy
stop,
he
stop,
makes a
stop,
good
stop.
point. What's his
No, no,
name?
no, no, no. There's
What's
no on. There's no. You keep saying foundational Black America. Black
you
America.
must
You said
not
the
be a
fight. You
foundation
said,
black
you said something about
American.
a fight. You said something.
Where
You
are
said
your
something. You said
groups
something about
from?
a. Wait,
Where are
You said
your
something about a
groups
fight.
from? You
You
must
said
be
something. You said
you
something
must
about a.
be from the
Oh,
Caribbean. Are
wait.
you
You
from
said
the
something about a
Caribbean?
fight. You said
Are
something
you
about a
from the
fight.
Caribbean?
No, no, no.
You're not a
I'm not gonna answer
foundation
that.
black American.
You
I
said
can
you
tell
said
you
something
that.
about. You said
I can
I'm
tell
from
you're
here.
not a foundation
I'm
black
from
American.
here. I'm from here. You said something.
But
You
do
can't
you
tell anything because
descend
I'm
from
from here. I was
slavery?
born and raised here, New York, born and raised. Boogie down Bronx, born and raised. Stop. Listen. Like I said, you're rambling. Stop. Listen. Like I said before, you said a fight. There is no fight here. Black folks are not going to come together. That's not going to happen here. Because at the end of the day, if you give black folks all this power you're talking about, they will destroy it. Because niggas exist. As long as niggas exist, that's not going to happen. This is a pipe dream you're talking. It's a pipe dream. I'm gonna tell you
So
straight. It
if I'm
sounds good.
talking a
Hold
pipe
on.
dream, then the Israelite movement is a pipe
It
dream.
sounds good. It sounds great. It
If
sounds
I'm a
great.
pipe dream,
But
you're a
it ain't
pipe dream.
biblical. But it's
If
not
I'm a
biblical.
pipe
It ain't
dream, you're
biblical.
a pipe dream.
It's not biblical. It's
How is
not
yours not a
biblical.
pipe dream and mine
It's
is a
not
pipe dream?
biblical.
So
It's a
yours
pipe
is a
dream.
pipe dream. So
So
your
so
Hebrew
okay. So
Israelite movement is a pipe dream.
not at all. Not at all.
Yes, it
Not at
is.
all.
You just said
Not
what
at
I'm
all.
saying. Is you took a shot at what I'm saying. So why isn't yours a pipe dream?
Oh,
Are
it's
you a
simple.
different black than me?
It's simple. Not at all. Not at all. The difference between me and
So
you
why
is
is
that
mine a pipe
I'm
dream?
going to answer your. I'm going to answer your question.
Jacob, wait for your answer.
That's why I said before. Brothers got to stop being raised by these women. I'm telling you this. I act like they're
I'm
fucking
not raised
emotional.
by no woman.
I'm gonna
I'm
give.
not
I'm gonna give
raised
you.
by
Oh,
no woman.
you act like you are. You act like you
Okay,
do.
you're
So I'm gonna
doing
tell
that
you. I'm gonna tell
now.
you.
Okay,
I'm
well,
gonna
on
tell
your
you. I'm
stage,
gonna
let's
tell you.
build. Let's keep it
Hey,
I'm gonna
civil.
tell
Jacob,
you.
wait.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Because all this
Let's keep
army
it
stuff
like
is
Jacob
all
was
this
saying.
army stuff is all BS. War and fight. You ain't fighting nothing. You ain't got no damn power to fight nothing. That's a bunch of nonsense. It
You
sounds
don't
good.
got no empire.
It sounds like garbage. It's pure garbage.
So what you
Give me
saying is
no
garbage.
mic nine hand. Give me my nine
Where
hand,
was your
please.
Hebrew?
No mic nine hand. Give me that switcher, please. No mic nine hand. This all that sounds good. All that sounds good. It's a bunch of garbage. Yeah, yeah.
Let me ask him a question.
Yeah.
Brother, well, if we was to get the reparations, how would it be used to repair what was done to us?
I don't think he's up here anymore.
Yeah, yes,
Listen,
I
He's,
can
he's
answer that
here.
question.
Bro, listen, it's emotions. I'm telling y'all, it
I don't
sounds
want
yes,
the
but
good.
yes,
emotions.
but,
Do you want
but
me to
It's
let's
answer the
let's
pure
just
question?
let's just stay
Do
on
you want me
this.
to
nonsense.
answer the question? Do you want me to answer the question? Okay.
There
Listen,
you go.
listen. This
All
is
right.
my
Here we go.
question. Listen,
Okay.
this is my question. I
He's
just
not
got
gonna let
two
me
things.
speak. He's not gonna let me
I just
speak.
I'm
It's like
letting you
he's
speak.
afraid of me
I'll call
saying
you back
something.
up here. I'll
I'm
call you
telling
back
you.
up here to talk. I'll call you back up here to talk. If you was to get the reparations, how will we use it, and how would it? What black leader now will be able to distribute it?
Okay,
If
I
you
can
was to
answer that
get
question. I can answer that question very,
right,
very swiftly and sharply. Will you please not interrupt me?
just don't be long winded. You've been talking for a long time.
How many minutes do you want to give me? Can you give me an amount of
Listen, just
minutes?
shorten it as quick as you can. We got a
Can you
lot of
give me
people
2
on
minutes?
stage, and we
Can
were
you give me
listening
2
to you.
minutes? Can you give
Two
me
Yes,
2
go
minutes?
ahead.
minutes.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Yes, 2 minutes is good.
Okay, 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Now, you said, how would reparations benefit Black Americans? Now,
I
that
didn't
must
say
be,
benefit. I said who will we put in charge to go and get it and distribute it, and how would it be used to repair Black America? You're on.
first of all, you got to find out who descends from slavery. Like me, myself, I know where my family lineage come from. I'm a direct descendant, third, fourth generation descendant of Black American slaves. The money can be distributed just like they distribute the stimulus checks. Once the blacks get the money, they can have a bank like separate from like the Bank of America They can have a bank. They can have black people set up trust funds. They can have black people set up CDs. They can have black people set up money and savings so they can start to learn how to pass down generational wealth. We was robbed from the ability to pass down generational wealth. And that's how black white people got that head start over us in the United States of America. And for you to say that reparations wouldn't be beneficial, that's like so bogus because all
So
studies
listen,
show
brother,
that
you made a good point. I'm
I
saying
had
after
30
we teach
seconds
them,
left. I had
just hear
30
me.
seconds left. See,
Just hear me.
man, I
I'm
can't
gonna
even
let you
talk. I
get your
can't even
30.
talk.
I'm gonna let you get your 30. And after we teach them how to distribute the
Well,
generational wealth,
let me finish
how
answering
are
the
we gonna
question
fix the
first.
community?
Can I finish answering the question first?
Yes.
Okay. So for you to say that reparation money is not beneficial and ain't gonna do no good, that's so like when studies show that crime and poverty has a direct correlation with each other. Wherever you have a lot of poverty, wherever you have a lot of poverty, you have a lot of crime. When you get black people in schools that show them in a positive light, because when you look at the media, they show black people in a negative light. All of that stuff goes into the black man's brain and
2 minutes.
subliminally makes
Two
him
minutes.
look at himself less than a person, and that's why he has no problem taking a gun and
You
killing
got 10 seconds.
another black man. That reparation money can do a whole lot to benefit the black community, and for you to say that it couldn't, that's just not true.
All right, go
Brother,
ahead.
you could clearly see what happened with the PPP loans. That's just a small indication of
Hold
what.
on, narration. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm telling you, man. Right. We saw what black people did when they got a little bit of money. They bought Jordans, weed, and hoes and clothes. They're not doing none of that stuff that you're talking about because that's not the mindset of black people. Black people ain't going to put back into the black community. Black people are going to be just what they are, black. And they're going to have fun and they're going to party. They're going to buy weed. They're going to buy guns. They're going to buy jewelry.
You
They're going to
think
shoot at
about
each
black
other and they're
people
going to
just like
argue
a
with each
white
other.
man think about black people. That's your problem.
I,
I'm
I'm,
done with this
I'm,
conversation.
I'm
I'm
asking
done.
you now,
I'm
brother.
done with the conversation.
I'm
You
gonna ask
think
you
of
another
every black
question.
person like a
I'm
nigga.
gonna,
The
I'm
white
gonna
man
ask you.
got you. The
I'm
white
gonna
man
ask you another question. I'm gonna ask you another question. Name a black person now with wealth that is impacting the black community with their wealth in a positive way in the United States of America. Go ahead.
See, here's the thing. You think every black person is the same. I know a lot of
And if you
I
have
know
the
a
burden
lot
of
of
proof,
positive black
you have the
people.
burden of proof to explain to
That's
me
what
about
Answer
you
the
that.
say,
question. Answer the
everybody.
question. Answer the question.
Answer
Answer
the
the
What's
question.
the
question, brother.
question? What's the
Answer the
question?
question,
Answer the
brother.
question. You have the burden of proof to show me that exceptional Negro since I don't know him and you know him. I'm asking you, show me a Negro that's different from the one we described. Give me a black person of wealth right now that's impacting the black community with their money. You're on.
Myself.
Come on, man. Come on. You wouldn't be here if that was the case. We would know about you.
Wealthy,
I'm going to give you
wealthy,
one more
wealthy,
chance.
wealthy,
I'm going to give
wealthy,
you one
wealthy.
more chance to pick a wealthy black person right now that's impacting the black community of the United States of America with their wealth. You're on.
A wealthy black person right now that's impacting the black community right now. I can say my father, who has a church, he has a school, he has a whole staff of black people who work for him. He has a private school, a daycare. We got real estate. We hire all black people. So yes, that's one example in my own
What state
personal
are you in?
life.
What state are you in? What state are you in?
I don't want to give away all of
So
my
you're full of shit.
personal
You're
Never
full
information.
of
want to
shit.
do it. Never
You're
want to
full
do
of shit. You know what it is? You're
it.
full of shit. Now we can kick him off. He's full of shit. Kick him off.
Well, that's what
I don't want to give away my state. You see how easy it is to put him where he needs? You put your own self in the box. You're going to tell me how great your father is in the wealth, the distribution, but I don't want to tell you where it is. You're just like all selfish black Negroes. Move on to the next person on the floor.
Right. I know he wanted to bring out a scripture.
They always do it. You ask them where they're at, and then want to tell you where they're at. Go ahead. You see how easy that is, E? Just let him talk. They'll hang himself. Next person, bring the scripture up. Let's keep it moving.
Hilarious.
All right, let's go to Marvelous, Francisco, Correlation. We'll get to you guys after Pascal. So go ahead, Marvelous.
Hey, he talks all that, and he's just like all other rich black people, scared and afraid of the white man. I don't want to give where I am. I'm rich and I can help you, but I don't want to tell you where I am. Shut the hell up, man. Go ahead.
And work done. Work done is one black man that's doing positive things with his wealth. Work done.
Marvelous, are you here? Are you with us? Marvelous going once. Your mic could be muted. All right, Francisco, go ahead.
Hey guys, that was a little. Are we still talking about the Will Smith thing?
Yes, the question is his behavior. Does it impact the black community in a negative light or the positive light? What he did at the Oscars.
All right. I just want to say, Ace said something earlier that I completely agree with. It was just about how Will Smith, he kind of had the option to to choose what he was about to do, and he chose violence. In that emotional state, where he had a lot of other options, but he did choose violence, and I was actually on Twitter, kind of just seeing what people were saying, and there's like people are saying, "Oh, Will Smith he acted in defense of his family," but like that would imply that Will Smith was attacked, but he wasn't, and that's just kind of the way I see it, and I know other people see it as well. That was disrespectful, and he deserved to be slapped, but there's the right way and the wrong way to do things. That's just my view
And,
on it.
and you're right. And you're right. That's why Christ tells us to turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek doesn't mean you're a coward. It means that you don't beget violence with violence. That's why we're destroyed as a community. That's why they talk about black on black crime. Other nations get disrespected all the time, but they don't get a gun and shoot the block up, shoot the park up, jump you, rape you, create a hostile ghetto environment. You don't see that nowhere else. It's
Yeah,
only with black people. Okay, and that's all we're trying to push here. There's nothing wrong with defending your wife's honor. There's nothing wrong with you being upset when you're disrespected. There's nothing wrong with you when you get mad. But the Bible says that there's a different way to handle it, and that's what we're teaching on this platform. I mute my mic.
yeah, I
Is it
think that's
is it
super
cool if I
important.
chime in after
Hold
Francesco?
on.
Excuse me.
Yeah, hold on. We got two people in front of you, and then you get to
Oh,
go.
pardon me. I didn't know it was PTR order. My bad. Go for it.
Yeah. So narration. Go ahead, Jeremiah Kobina.
Sure. So if we're still talking about the Will Smith fiasco, what Will Smith did was wrong. I believe that was simpish behavior. Um, there was no reason. Obviously, there was no reason for him to do what he did. Like everyone said a few people said in the room, he could have handled that 1,000% differently. But I think the bottom line here is Will Smith is a broken man. And he has been, humiliated from time to time. If everyone remembers that last incident with the whole August Alsina situation, he did nothing about that. And for him to get up there and slap another black man who is doing his job, he's a host. We hear all types of jokes on the Oscar night, and for him to go up there and do what he did, it just speaks volumes. And in him not even attack the man who committed adultery against his wife, I think that is just complete. It's just a complete lack of respect for another black man, and that's all I got to say for that.
Brother, let me ask you a question before you leave. Because everybody keeps coming up saying Will Smith was humiliated. He was humiliated. He was upset. I know what humiliation feels like. But I'm asking you, brother, how would you deal with that humiliation?
Me personally, I'll deal with that in the privacy of my own home. That has to be, discussed amongst me and my wife. And at no point in any moment will I embarrass myself like that in public. I've been approached with many situations similar. I've been I've been cheated on. I've been emasculated in front of my peers, and not once have I ever lashed out like that in public.
Where do you
Um,
live? Where do you
I
live?
live
What state?
I live in New Jersey. I'm in Hamilton, but
Okay,
I was born,
In
I was
Jersey,
born,
if a man walks up and slaps another man in the face, what's the outcome in Jersey?
if a man slaps another man in
Just
Jersey,
walks up in public and just slap another man in the face. What's the outcome in Jersey where you live?
well, where I live, so I live Lexington, Trenton. Somebody's getting shot.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, but finish, brother. Finish. I just want to bring a sense of reality back to the room. Okay, what people,
Yeah,
Will Smith is a millionaire. He can do that and go home with his bodyguards. And the attitude that he's setting, we don't have that freedom. We don't have that privilege. You slap somebody, you better watch your back. They coming for you. You have to be armed. They'll beat your wife up. They'll catch you. They'll drag her. She'll get jumped. And you're not looking at that. He was humiliated. He's been embarrassed before the whole world and he's upset. His life is not our real life. Okay, and that's what we got to separate the way he lives and his wealth and his money and his conditions and his privilege from how we live and how it affects us. But go ahead, brother, continue.
that's actually a great point. But I mean, if you were asking, if you was asking on my level, you asked about my level. I mean, correct. To be honest, yes, you're right. On Will Smith's level, he's allowed to do that. And someone also said earlier, that's Hollywood. So we don't really know what actually that was about. You know, there's a whole thing with, you know, humiliation rituals and all that stuff that goes on in that sector. So we don't really know what that whole thing was really about. But like you said, Ayo, yes, if you put it in a real life situation pertaining to us, yes, we do not have that opportunity to go home and just slap a man in the street and then go about our business. No, you're absolutely 1000% correct.
And in
But
front
if
of
you
everybody, the whole block saw it. Everybody knows you got punked. It don't work that way in real. That's why I'm these people, especially the woman that's coming up. He was mad. He was upset. You don't know what his wife is going through. Real life talk in the hood. They'll be burying you. They'll be burying you. They're not being realistic. You can't just pop off with your emotions in the hood. And that's what we're talking about. What he said on a world stage for black people that's already struggling with black issues. Okay? He had a chance to show black America something different and to remain one of the few role models we have, even if he's not the best. His marriage is when we're not expecting perfection from him, but you can add to the problem.
Right. You understand that, Norlation?
No, absolutely. I 1000% agree. I 1000%. I was taking the situation and being personal with it. If
Yeah.
I was saying someone embarrassed my wife like that,
Yeah, we
or
got you. We got you.
yeah, that's what I was pertaining to me. But what Aya was saying is 1000% correct. In the hood, that's not going down. People are getting shot. People are getting killed, and that's the reality of it. So yeah.
And one thing also I want to address before we go to Pascal, because Pascal, you're next. I know a lot of people like to say, like, use white people saying when they shot Kennedy, all this nonsense, right? If you notice something, during 2020, there was a big outcry about police brutality against blacks. Um, a lot of young black men and young black girls got shot because police were afraid of them, claiming they're afraid of them, flipping them over on their desk while they're learning in school, slamming eighth graders, 12 years old on the floor. All those actions that the cops are doing towards the young black men that's that can't overpower them is from the actions of those thuggish niggas behaviors. Those young kids are paying for the actions of young thuggish niggas behaviors. So a lot of people like to say that stuff does not affect us. It's nothing. Yes, it does. So go ahead, Pascal.
Blessings and peace to everybody. Actually, yeah, I'm joining in from the Canary Islands, West Africa. I've been on the platform once. I saw the video and I think it's sad. It's very degrading. My friend is, I think last time I said my friend is American from, Connecticut, Black American, but he would never lay his hands on another man or another woman. Um, but I think for America, the word of God is very clear. So you can be angry. Love is not provoked. You can be angry. I saw how Will really lost his control, his self-control. But even then, the word of God is very clear: be angry and sin not. But for the world to watch it, he has lost my respect. I'm really gonna be honest, and I think he's a little bit double-minded because he has been openly, saying he's for open marriage. So certain things already that are not lining up biblically, are not setting an example. And yeah, it really gives a bad image for Black America. And then we talk about Black Lives Matter and all of that, but then where are we heading? So, no, for me, Will has lost his respect in my eyes. It doesn't set a good example, and we keep praying because we know what time it is and the devil is just busy. But no, that's not the way we do. And I have 6 brothers, and I cannot approve the conduct of
Hey,
Will Smith.
hey, sis, don't go away. I'm sorry, my phone died when I was talking, but I want to ask you, sis, if someone disrespects you and says something verbally to you that's abusive, would you call one of your 6 brothers to go and fight them?
No,
Why? Why you wouldn't do it? Why you wouldn't call one of your 6 brothers to fight them because they said something verbally to you that
to
upset your
fight
feelings?
them, to call them, but to fight them, we're gonna talk it out.
Why wouldn't
I
you
don't think
call your brother to fight if they wanted to fight them?
that's not how we do. I believe in communication first. You can sit down. They're adults. They're not 16 years old.
So
A
if you
man is
saw
a man.
if you saw your brothers going to fight them, what would you do?
My brothers, they don't even do that.
Now I'm saying,
So
let's
I'm
say
a
they
little bit,
lost their temper. They lost their temper and they wanted to defend you as their sister. You say you have 6 brothers. What would you do if you saw your brother going to fight them?
I would tell them not to fight them.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear.
I would
That's
tell them
all
not
I
to
wanted
fight
to hear.
them.
And
No, I don't,
why would you stop your brothers from fighting them?
because I'm a peacemaker. We can talk it out.
How about because you love your brother and you don't want harm to come to him over simple words? That happens in the Black community all the time. I remember in school, the first way to start a fight is if someone said something about your mother. That's what we were trained in school. Oh, he spoke about your mother? Ooh, you heard? Right away, people got suspended, people got killed, people went to jail, and it wasn't that serious. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. We need to get out of that mindset where, oh, if he was defending his wife, he was defending his mother. You don't hear that in other communities. And for us, it always turns out bad. Prison, the hospital, or jail. Prison, the hospital, or jail. And let the dialogue be, how did what took place on stage affect the community? And as I was saying before, the guy brought up JFK getting shot. Listen, that's white people problems. They control the narrative. The narrative against us is the more these black people do something wrong, magnify it, put it in the news, put it on TV, put it in music, put it in Hollywood, so that this is what stays on them as a people. They're uncivilized, they're animals, they hate each other, they do drugs, they are on welfare. That's the stereotype that's pushed when we give them people who are reputable in our community to go and do something wrong. And that's the point that we're trying to make for all the people that's going into Will Smith's personal life and defending him. We don't care. He's a representative of us because people hold him in high esteem. And what he does affects us. And that's what we need to see as a people. I mute my mic.
And I've listened everything that you said, and I agree 100% with everything that you've said. I really thank you for allowing me to share, but I really stand with everything that you said, and I come in agreement with everything you said. And
All
we need
praises.
more men like you that can see the truth and more lights. But
All
God
Thank you,
bless
praises.
you.
sister. Thank you.
And make sure you guys follow the room Biblical Smoke and hashtag us on Twitter at Biblical Smoke. Let us know your thoughts about the topic. And you can also email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com so you can get in contact with us for our place of learning. If you have any questions, you can also email us. All right. Go ahead, Kid Cheek. I don't know how you see your name.
No, I was just gonna let you sweat. It's in catchy.
Kinte Cheek. Okay.
It's all right, brother. It's all right. Yeah, this is a cool conversation. This. I'm seeing it from both sides. I love the perspectives that you're bringing. And this one is kind of difficult because I kind of grew up watching Will Smith. Right, we've never seen him. He's we've never seen him act out like this. And like I liked one of the points that you made regarding like what the Bible says, right? At the end of the day, vengeance has to be God's. I do wonder though, like where's the room for error that we give one another? Because it's not exactly like this guy has been Future for the last 20 years. He's been overall like a decent guy. And you guys touched on the concept of turning the other cheek, and the first thing that came to me is, but hasn't he been turning the other cheek? I wonder, like, at what point do we finally say, like, at what point do we say, is he okay? At the end of the day, that was a very public stage, right? Imagine getting embarrassed at the Oscars. Like millions of people are watching, your peers. You have made a brilliant film and you cannot escape your personal life, even so much so that you see a brother on stage and you're like, here I'm safe, here I'm good because we're coming up, and then that brother proceeds to call your wife's name, and you're watching people laugh. And if you guys like, I rewatched the clip as you guys were talking, and the first thing I noticed is that Jada was not entertained at all. Like, period. She was annoyed the moment she heard it. I think there's also something to be said for the professional relationships that are in place here. A lot of these actors, they've come up together. They know what the oppression has been like. They know what they've all surmounted. And I wonder if everything that has kind of been, coming to light, especially in the last couple of years with Will Smith, I mean, nobody ever once said like, hey, this guy really is a decent guy, like, hey, be good to him, like just don't embarrass him. We've called him a simp, we've called him everything.
Sis, I
At
got a
some
question for
point,
you.
oh
I
oh
got a question
let,
for you.
hey, you
I
mind
got
if
a
I
question.
you mind if I land this
Yes,
plane
yes,
real
yes.
quick?
I'm going to
Yeah,
let you
yeah, I
finish.
appreciate
But
you.
I
I want to
just
hear one
want
of your
to ask you
questions
this
for
because you
sure.
said something. You said
so
something.
so
At
hey,
your job, if you get along with all your employees there?
I don't I'm an independent software
Okay.
developer. I don't.
You ever had a job where you had a dispute with an employee? I mean, with another person who works, a coworker?
I mean,
I'm gonna go
I mean,
straight
I've
to the
I've had
point.
roles
Could you
where
slap?
other people
Could
have
you
had
slap
issues
a
with me.
coworker at any establishment and keep your job?
N- this isn't about his job.
Just
I
hear me.
thoroughly
Just hear me.
believe.
Sis. Hear
Hold
me.
on, brother. Hey, I've been waiting a minute to talk. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me just land it. Let me just say let me respond to you. Let me
Yeah.
respond to you. Don't Kanye West me. I just came up to say hi. Let me
Yeah.
respond real quick. So I'm 1000% against the behavior. Now, I don't think he did it wrong as a black man. I think he did it wrong as a human being. You can't lay hands on another. It doesn't matter what the situation is. You have to control yourself. So that one for me, it goes without saying. That one is not in question. And the only reason I don't compare areas is because if I show up for me, if I show up to work, that's a coworker. We're just These people, they live in the same city, they travel together, they act in movies, they create relationships. It's so much deeper. That's why I don't want to quantify it based on my own experience, right?
You have to do
But
that,
no,
or else
I,
it's
I
just
think that would be
talk.
myopic of me, and it would be
Because
disrespectful of his experience, because I've never been embarrassed in front of millions of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, a couple friends is one thing. I've never been aired out for days and days and days on social media platforms, had memes made about, you know what I'm saying? Like,
did Chris
let's
Rock
really,
do
really
that to him?
wonder. You
Did
know what I'm
Chris
saying?
Rock air him out for days and days and days on social media?
Wait, say it again.
Did Chris Rock air him out for days and days and days on social media?
It won't be nothing different to Will Smith at
I
this
said,
point. That's what I'm
did
saying.
he
That's what
do
I'm
that?
trying to say.
Did he do that?
Brother,
And,
this only happened like a couple hours ago.
well, this is the point that I want to make. I'm gonna let you finish.
No, go for it.
Everybody keeps saying his behavior was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. But you have to understand what he was going through. That doesn't make sense. It's
Does. And you want to know why? You want to know
why?
why? You want to know
Why?
why? Because if we just quantify it based on behavior, let me tell you something. If the roles were changed and Conan O'Brien was the host and he was talking and he said something to Tom Hanks's wife and Tom Hanks got up and slapped the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying? The story wouldn't be about, well, these white men, blah blah blah, this and that. Now for us, we have to hold each other to that level, right? But that's
Yes.
within us. But at what point do we also understand that we're fully capable of saying, brother, you just fucked up, but hey, we need to figure out why so you don't do this shit again? What has been going on in the background? You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm coming from.
Right. My point is, like I said, we can't look at his celebrity status and him putting his whole life out there and feel sorry for him. This is the job
This
that
is
he
true.
took when he goes before a screen and his wife doesn't keep his personal matters private and put it out there. And for some reason, people keep saying, you have to understand what they were saying. You have to understand what he went through. You got to put yourself in his shoes. I cannot. Because if I was rich like him and I had a wife like him, I wouldn't be up in front of the stage with a comedian that this is his job and my job as a comedian, and he lands a joke and I go before him and slap him before the whole world. It makes no sense. And everybody keeps trying to say, you got to understand where he was emotionally. I can't do that at my workplace, no matter how much this guy been taunting me. I'll go to jail and I'll be in handcuffs. Even if everything was true about my wife, she was a whore, everybody at the job knows, everybody, and I snap, there's human resources. They're going to show me that this goes against the policy. I'm going to be in handcuffs. There's going to be lawsuits. There's going to be repercussions and consequences for it. But people keep saying, no, it's an exception for him. He's rich. He's before the world. Millions of people saw him. You don't know what he's going through. His wife is sick. How come? That's all I want to know. And you seem intelligent, so I want you to explain.
Well, I can't explain because I'm not saying none of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just literally saying I'm fully capable. We're fully capable of of saying no. This is not acceptable. This is not okay. You cannot do these things. But also handle that other side, that mental health. To actually look at that. It doesn't mean in any way that you're condoning something. It doesn't mean that you're even trying to relate to them. It just means that you're finally giving one another the break that so many other people don't give us. Nobody ever asked what we're going through. They just said, you did this, and this. We're expected to be 100% every single freaking day. And I'm saying that as a black woman in tech. I don't get away with shit. Nothing. So I know that you see one thing, but quite frankly, like, what I saw was a person that worked his ass off to win an Oscar. And he's getting insulted because there's a level of familiarity that we tend to have with one another, even on those big ass stages. I think Chris Rock I think Chris Rock really could have chosen a better time. I think that was it couldn't have been a worse situation for either of those people. And I really hope they work it out in the background, because that's not a good look for them as men in general. We cannot
Let's
do
say they
those
work
sort
it
of
out.
things. But yeah,
Let's
that's my thing.
let's say they work it out. How do you think that that's going to affect the black community? What took place on that stage?
Nah, I mean, come on, nah. I mean, what? I mean,
You
come on.
don't think it'll
It's
affect us
no, no,
as
no.
a
But think
people?
about it though.
No,
Has it been Will and Chris
it,
setting the tone all this time? You know what I'm saying? It hasn't been them all this time. Why is it suddenly them now? You know,
What up?
when was the
What up?
last time you went to a
This is
Will
why.
Smith flick? You
This
know,
is why.
what's up?
Because the conditions that perpetuate black on black violence in our communities, they don't come from that.
Brother, he
They have
slapped him. He ain't punch him out though. That was a slap. Come on now. Like
now.
I don't know,
See,
man.
now you minimizing.
I'm just saying it was an open palm slap. I'm just saying.
All right, sis. Thank you for your input. I just wanted to play
Absolutely. Thank
devil's
you for your
advocate.
time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's so we have Trey. Trey, you who do you on stage? Trey, what do you think? Go ahead and unmute your mic, Trey. Your mic could be muted. All right, Ashley. Ashley Clark.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Uh,
morning. So, what do you think about the topic? You think
I was,
Will
I'm
Smith was wrong?
I'm listening to the lady that spoke first, and then of course the person that is giving rebuttal. I don't know your names, but I know there was a female and a male recently. But I totally agree with the female that was speaking previously. I think the fact that two things stick out to me. It's just one, we're holding this man to biblical standards when he is not a Christian man, right? And and that doesn't make him any less. I'm praying for him, of course. But if we strip away um, religion and um, what he practices, basically, let's just leave human rights. As she stated, they're two friends. They've been friends forever and ever. And he may not have been the person pulling him down every second or, calling him names or whatever the case may be. But you have to take into consideration what a person is dealing with. I totally agree with the lady. I can't call your name, but I
It's
totally
all
agree
good.
with you. Because at the end of the day, he is only human. Yes, I agree. I agree that once we take up a certain mantle, we are exposed to everyone, and there are certain stipulations that come with taking up a certain mantle. I get it. I totally get it. But at the end of the day, if you look at it, Will Smith, Chris Rock, both friends, wife dealing with, let's not and I hate to hear people bring up what he was dealing with his wife and how she embarrassed him. That's neither here or there. We're talking about a moment right now. A friend who he knows very dearly basically
Ashley.
insulted him in front of, like, she, like,
Ashley.
said, hi.
Yes, I have a question because of something that you said. You said you hate the fact that people are bringing up what happened between him and his wife. But I don't know if you've been listening to the room, but a lot of people have been coming up and saying the stuff that he dealt with his wife, with people making memes about him, has been killing him in the inside. It been boiling up, and then he exploded. He spewed out his emotions on Chris Rock. So that cannot escape. You cannot that cannot be pushed to the side because
I'm not putting
that tension that he was feeling
I'm
because somebody else,
aside.
committed
I'm
adultery with his
saying,
wife. Now he took it out on Chris Rock because a lot of people say he's been going through a lot. He's did this, he did that. Now guess what? It affected him emotionally, and he took it out on a friend publicly, live TV that is seen millions by millions of people, even in UK, seeing it. That's a friend. Come on now.
okay, and as a friend, he should have been more sensitive, especially for the fact that he knows more so than anyone sitting there what Will Smith was dealing with in terms of his wife, or the fact that she is bald because she has an underlying sickness. And at the end of the day, I would expect a stranger to, make a keen joke, but for someone who is supposed to be my friend to make a joke about that, that's the highest level of disrespect. And to be honest, yes, he is an actor, but for a fact that could never happen to regular folk. You already know that. Now, yes, I'm gonna hear, oh, we're supposed to set a certain standard. Oh, we're the Black community and we have to stand up. Listen, I get it. I get it. I totally get it. And in any instance where you have a chance to think, I'm sure But here it is, like you said, he's dealing with a lot, according to everyone. All right, he's dealing with a lot. And now my friend, who I'm expecting to protect me, especially at this particular type of forum, and here you go, writing me like the people are writing me behind my back. So of course you won't get slapped. Now,
That does
do
not
I
give him the right
condone?
to slap a man in
Excuse me.
public.
Hi. I'm not condoning the fact. I don't condone putting your hands on other people.
That's
However, if my sister and I are in a forum with strangers and she decides that she says something to me that hurts my feelings, I don't know how I'm going to respond to that. I may not slap her the way Will did, but I'm not going to act like I'm above the response. And that's what I've been hearing. Everybody's acting like they're above the response. It's foolishness. Yes, we have
all
the
right. Let's see what
about him
yeah,
because he's in the because
you
he's in
plan.
the
Go ahead, you
hi
plan.
sir. Allow me to I'm gonna land this because I've noticed
Yeah,
that
go ahead. You
um like I said, you're entitled to your opinion because he is a public figure. However, do not remove empathy when you're talking about people because we don't know where we're going to be, where we're going to land, especially as Christian people. All we can do is pray for him, pray for his mental health, and hope that certain things don't happen.
plan. All right, Lanisha,
Because
go
it
ahead.
seems like you really have to say that. So go ahead.
Hey, Pentecost, could I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
So I noticed that those of you in the crowd have been, wanting to, dictate the floor. The reason why there's moderators moderate the discussion and direct the discussion. So just keep that in mind as we go down the rest of the queue. Please don't tell the moderators on how to conduct the time and how to run the room. Appreciate y'all. Mute the mic.
Lanisha Anderson, go ahead.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm going to have to play devil's advocate here. And in the theme of the room, biblical smoke, Proverbs 25:28 popped up immediately. I personally feel that Will was wrong. In that moment, I'm not sure if anybody's ever watched Boondocks, the cartoon. I hate using this word, but I gotta use it. That could have turned into a straight nigga moment. If Chris Rock did not have that self-control, he was going to slap. If he slapped him, it'd have been two black men on a white show acting like the monkeys and the pickaninnies and the jigaboos that they claim we are. And then not only did he slap the man, he proceeded to sit down and says, keep my wife's name out your effing mouth." Are you serious, Will? Like, I get it. We all go through things. But if I'm in my job and I go to my boss after a bad review and slap him and say, "Keep my name," look here. If I don't end up in jail, if I don't end up in jail, I'm completely done. I feel like just because they're celebrities, they need to be, it's like still, held to the same regards as us normal folk. They put their pants leg on one leg at a time, just like the rest of us. We all go through stuff. People have lost children. People have lost mothers and fathers. Jada has alopecia. Now, if he would have made, I understand that, but it doesn't give you a right to just go up on national TV and just slap a man like them. Those are not like really. It's a joke. I get it. It was a joke in bad taste, but
Lanisha, I have a question for you.
yes, sir.
Is Jada's alopecia the worst thing that ever happened to Will?
No, sir. Her entanglement was the part of the worst thing. Well, everybody knowing about her, everybody knowing about the entanglement. I feel like I kind of feel bad for Will a little bit because he put himself in a situation, but Jada done made a plum fool of that family a long time ago. I'm sorry. The internet is unforgiving. The internet is ruthless. We all know this. But girl, get a wig. Like, I understand comedians know how comedians get down. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but if he made a joke about, a dying child or something like that, like, okay, I get it. But Will's reaction did not warrant the situation, in my personal opinion. I feel like that was y'all giving them people a reason to look at us sideways, and it's not it's not good. It's not about being held to a higher standard for white people. It's about being held to a higher standards within your own communities.
10 seconds.
That's it. I yield.
All right. Any other moderators, A or E, don't do anything that she said?
Hey, we should give that same uh insight to Will Smith's life, his condition, his wife, and that same empathy and that same sympathy, according to what these people are saying, to the Bloods, to the Crips, because we can have the same argument with them. Why are they shooting the block up? They come from poverty. I'm sure they have worse conditions other than alopecia, a hair condition in their family. I'm sure that they watched their mother be crack addicts. They were violently abused. They were raped. They were child molested. So why don't we extend the same thing to them? They couldn't get a job. They couldn't go on TV. Nobody liked them. They had so many strikes against them. So I'm just surprised. I'm in awe at how many people keep going into this man's personal life, this multi-millionaire's personal life that they put out there, that they could have controlled. That him as a man could have told his wife, look, close your mouth. Don't make our personal life. She did it for money. The red table is for money. All her personal life out there is for money. She put that out there, and now the world scrutinizes it, and all of you are feeling so sorry for her. So we got to extend that same sympathy to the crackhead in the neighborhood, to the Bloods, to the Crips, to everybody else that's going through stuff. Nobody should get locked up. Nobody should go to jail. Let's just forgive everybody who shoots the block up. That's what y'all opening the door for. I don't know where's all this stuff for. Well, they've been ridiculing him all the time. That's what every gangbang is. I work in law enforcement. I worked in a psychiatric ward. Everybody got a good reason for why they're there and why they're in prison. This is the Bible says God is no respecter of person, and that's what you've been hearing coming up here in defense. Respect of person. Okay, we all got issues. And like I said before, at my job, I got employees I don't get along with. They know my personal life. They know my personal business. No HR, no police officer is going to be like, oh, let them go. They've been arguing for a long time. They've been working here 18 years with each other. This was about to happen. They're in the same environment. But people are coming up here and saying this like they're trying to normalize it. Yo, this is crazy. I mute my mic.
Right. A lot of times, I don't think people are realizing that Chris, he's getting paid for what he's doing. He's not doing it for free. He's at work. He's making a joke. And someone in the audience comes in and slaps him. It doesn't matter what it is, for whatever emotion thing that the guy in the audience was feeling. The guy's at work. He's at work doing his job. So I think a lot of people forget about that.
Well, they're
Hey,
all at work. They all
hey,
are.
moderator. I had a guy who wanted to fight me because they gave me his shift. And he needed the shift. He couldn't take his kids to school. His wife is still getting over COVID. He had a valid reason to meet me in the parking lot. But HR told him, look, if you confront him one more time, you're gonna get fired. That's where this is coming from. This is crazy.
And that goes right back to the lack of respect that we have for each other.
Hey, hey,
Go ahead.
Pentecost, I have something. So like, cause I know we're using like the public figures now, and you know, I'm thinking about as AO, you and the rest of the folks are talking. I'm thinking about like with Martin Luther King, for example. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they have differencing opinion, right? But even though you know, during those times, I guess quote unquote the white man or white people were trying to pit them against each other. One is a peaceful protest, one is more, you know, more aggressive actions. Guess what? They never I never saw Malcolm X come up and slap Martin Luther King in the face, or the vice versa. They always remain respectful to each other because they understood the platform that they were on, and that during this time it was better for them to be unified rather than be separate. So what I see in this thing with Will Smith and Chris, that's does give ammunition for pitting our people against each other. If y'all get what I'm saying, what's your thoughts on that, Ao?
Hey,
Uh,
that's why police. That's why I'm gonna give you a perfect example. That's why police officers are in some communities, and other communities I could drive through, and you can't see one police officer anywhere. Okay? Because of the behavior of the people in that community. We complain that we don't like the police brutality, but it exists because of the violence that's there that we can't ignore. Our people normalize it. They think it's okay to hear the gunshots, to have men standing in front of the store playing loud music and selling drugs right there. It's like, and this is it. We hearing it here live where people are condoning people who are not from the hood, not from the ghetto, who are not dealing with these circumstantial issues that affect their day-to-day lives. There's no way out of it. These people have money. He can handle things differently. He has options. He has other ways. He has bosses. He has lawyers. There's a lot of stuff he could do. For someone to say, oh, his wife, and don't bring his wife into this, and you don't know what he's been going through with all his millions, and the whole public is looking at him. Yo, y'all full of shit. Y'all straight up. This is what God says. You're hypocrites. This is hypocrisy at its finest. I mute my mic.
Hey, listen, right now I'm in a psych ward called work in a New York subway, and this homeless guy just cursed me out for no reason. You know what my job would do if I punch him in the face? I get fired. That's what happened. I can't act out of character in my job, even when a moment calls for it.
And you'll be in the
It's
news.
crazy.
They'll have you on front page in Hannity. New York Transit.
Yep, in my uniform.
It's homeless man. You'll be on front page news. They'll bring up your history. They'll bring your mother up. They'll bring your background. They'll drag you and put you in uniform.
I'll just say my wife's going through things and see what happens, Ayo.
This is funny. This is funny. Let's hear from the intelligent people in the room. Go ahead. Just let's hear some more people. Bring them up.
J. Lou, go ahead, J. Lou. Hey, good morning, good morning.
How much time we got? I'm sorry. How much time we got? We good? Good time?
Yeah, we good for now.
All right, cool. Go ahead, bro. Sorry, bro.
Hey, first I want to say, I'm gonna give it up to Chris Rock for holding his composure. That was really mature of him. As for Will Smith, I would say he is wrong because, like you guys are saying, it's a setting where it's a professional setting, so he shouldn't have acted in that way, so abrupt, and he shouldn't have acted on his feelings in that moment. But I feel like he's put under a lot of pressure because of his, the past scandalous things his wife done and shit. So I feel like she kind of deserved that little joke. It's not really. I don't. I think he kind of blew it up by smacking Chris Rock. I don't think it was that serious, but yeah, I don't. I think he was wrong for that, honestly.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, AO pointed it out, man. I said it earlier, like hours ago. Sisters are by nature. Y'all are enablers. I'm telling you. That's why the main ones you see coming to his defense is the sisters. Most of the men, we all agree that thing was out of pocket. It was unprofessional. It was ridiculous. There's no excuse. There's no reasoning. There's no psychology behind it. It's just flat out wrong what he did. And I'm telling you, I said it before, and I'll say it again. If it had been The Rock rather than Chris Rock, he would not have popped off. I'm telling you straight up, he knew who to do it to. He didn't do it to August. I don't know why he did it to him. But whatever the case may be, the point of the matter is that our sisters, they tend to be enablers, and that's just in their nature. Give me Peter real quick about weaker vessel. Scriptures talk about this, right? That's why the Bible. That's why the Bible commands that the households have both parents in the house. There has to be a balance between the man and the woman in the house. The firmness, the assertiveness, the directiveness, the sternness, and you have the gentleness, the nurturing, the kindness, the enabling. That's the balance. There's a balance. Where there's an imbalance, you get men that react like Will Smith. You get men that end up in jail doing things that Will Smith has done and worse because they're raised without the father in the house. I'm gonna keep mentioning that every time. Read that, please.
The book of First Peter, chapter 3 and verse 7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge.
Will Smith is not dealing with his wife according to knowledge. He's not dealing with her. He shouldn't be dealing with her at all. But even so, he should, according to the Bible, a man, a husband, should deal with his wife according to knowledge. The knowledge goes back to the commandments of God. Read on. Watch this.
Giving honor unto the wife, as unto the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered.
So the point I wanted out of that was weaker vessel. Women are very emotional. They tend they tend to filter their logic through their emotions, and that logic tends to not make any sense. That's why That's why most of the time, us men, I speak for most of us who are married. When y'all talk to us, ladies, we go on what's called autopilot, where you'll talk to us and we'll say a certain thing to make it believe that you're listening to you, and we're not, because you don't care, because it's emotions. What? Get out of here. Seriously? What? That's what she did? Damn, that's crazy. What? Wow. That's what we do. That's what we do. So because y'all just ramble on, there's emotions. But that doesn't mean we don't love y'all. But I'm just giving a joke about in terms of how sisters are emotional. They feel overwhelmed. There'll be something really small. They'll make it really big. And I'm not making fun of y'all or insulting you. That's just your nature. That's just how sisters are. So the Bible makes it clear you must deal with your wife according to knowledge as unto the weaker vessel. When she looked at Will Smith, when she got insulted, he just said, listen, man, you're in your feelings, relax. I'll talk to him later. That's it. Then it should never happen. But because we lack that knowledge how to deal with our wives, okay, that's how these things happen. You got to you got to understand these wives, women, sisters, by nature are very emotional and they're very sensitive. That's just how. Even I have daughters and sons. So when I look at my daughters a certain way, my sons a certain way, I got to do them differently because just daughters are more emotional. They cry easier. They're more sensitive. That's natural. So again, what happens is when you have a woman raising a son on her own, she imparts those same notions, that same spirit on the son, and he becomes irrational, and he filters his logic through emotions. You get all these gang members, you get all this crime, you get all these black and brown inmates raised by single mamas and grandmamas. That's the end result. That's why men are a necessity. Masculinity is not toxic; it's just absent. Give me my mic.
Well said. Well said. Katrina Jade. All right, let's move to Renita.
Hi everybody. I kind of came in. I didn't hear the whole room when it started, but I want to come from two perspectives, from a spiritual perspective and a lived experience in the Black community as a collective with mental health and psyche of navigating in systems that's oppressive. And I'm going back to this past week with just looking. I don't know if you guys saw Judge Ketanji Brown. That was very triggering just to see the things that how she had to sit there and kind of be criticized or her credibility, just all that. That was just really, this is what we go through on the daily, especially Black women, and it messed with our psyche, our mental health. And that was my lived experience working in a state job and working in a managed care organization and seeing how I was not allowed to go into my full um, service of what I was paid to be doing, and that played a lot on my psyche mentally, where I had to remove myself from that job. They really let me go from from the managed care organization, but when I worked for the state, I had to remove myself because I was already in a trauma, surviving Hurricane Katrina and coming through a breakdown from that, and then going right into back working and not healing myself, and then coming into an environment I'm in Washington State, and it's passive aggressive and microaggressiveness, and I'm coming from the South region where it's in your face racism. So I know how that can play on the psyche, and it can put you against the wall where you want to lash out, or you're not even your self, which you wouldn't do something in a rational moment. Now, in the spiritual aspect, and that's my saving grace because I am a spiritual believer in Yeshua HaMashiach. Um, and that was my saving grace where I know who I am in Yeshua. So when I think of Will Smith's situation and all the stuff
You
that
got
he's
1 minute.
dealing with, he's not a Christian. And again, I look at his wife, a Jezebelic spirit, and you can see how she is that spiritual aspect that's kind of controlling movements, and he acted out, looked like an out of body experience, really, for him to boldly walk on the stage and do something like that. Was he even in his right mind thinking?
The devil was on him.
Exactly, the
You could
spirit.
see the devil was on him.
Exactly. That's what it was in the spiritual realm. You can see that. And it was causing him to look like a fool, like a madman. And you
That's
can
why he
see that.
started.
Huh?
That's why he started crying. When Denzel said, "You're
Exactly.
at your
And then you
highest,"
heard what he said with
so he
Denzel.
squeezed him
He
back.
said Denzel brought him back. Like, when you get to this pinnacle, the devil right there. So he don't have spirit. He not a Christian, and he not getting spiritual wisdom and insight. And like what you just quoted in the scripture, how a man should dwell with his wife in wisdom. But if we're not Christians, you have no guidance. You're not even giving yourself over to Yeshua to have
10
Holy Spirit to
seconds.
come and guide and direct you. So
10,
again, this is what's gonna happen, and because you in this world and you in highly weird, and this is what is controlled. That's the devil's playground. So
all right,
again, he
thank
have no insight in that. So
thank
Hey,
you.
this
hey,
is the setup
hey,
spiritually.
before y'all let her leave, I want to ask her a question because she mentioned Katanji's her name, right?
Yeah, Judge Katanja Brown.
You heard when they asked her to define a woman, what her response was?
She not a science of biology. She said, "Y'all ain't about to put me in a trap like that."
Right.
And she kept,
That was a
and
setup.
also
That was a
she
setup.
was exercising wisdom, but she
That,
probably had her prayer warriors and intercessors, because I was
Bernita,
wondering,
hold
praying
on.
her through in
Bernita,
that moment. And then
Bernita,
you saw how Senator Booker,
Bernita,
huh?
you running, you remembering.
Oh, I'm sorry, but
yeah,
just
that's
to
good.
see.
That's good. I just wanted to hear her input on that because they try to. If she would have defined what a woman was in her eyes, the white America sees us as less of a human being. So
Mm-hmm.
to me, that was like a trick question. That's all I want to
Yeah,
say.
they
But
was
thank you
trying to
for your
put in
input.
the trick bag, but I also like how Senator Booker came in and injected that encouragement in her that she needed at that time. So he came into, kind of spiritually speaking, he had to inject the encouragement in her to keep her going and keep her on track. So I think that's what we have to recognize with our spiritual insight as community, and have each other back in that way. But we have
Thank
to
you.
be
Thank
Thank,
spiritually
thank you,
sound.
sis.
And I
thank
might,
you
okay, I'll
again.
mute the mic.
Thank, thank you, sis. All right, all praise, all praise. I appreciate your input. Now we're going to go on to Empress. Hey, Empress, what's your thoughts? It's a lot of stuff we're going over so far. In regards to Will Smith and things that's been going on. What's your input?
I think that it is just such a shame to see him, a person in that position, to act in that manner. And like, shout out to um, Chris Rock for not, retaliating back. And I also want to say, like, if it had been Jim Carrey up there, he wouldn't have did it either. Like, a prominent white comedian, he wouldn't and slapped him. And
That's an actually interesting insight you have there. That's an interesting insight. So you're actually saying if it was Jim Carrey, a white man that was up there making the same joke,
yeah,
you're saying that those events wouldn't have happened as far as
no,
the slapping.
he definitely wouldn't have did that. And another thing, Jada didn't even,
Oh,
like, she didn't even say anything. She just looked. You know what I mean? So for
hey,
him to,
I want
uh-huh.
to before we get on to that. So why I want to know why you're saying that. Why wouldn't he have moved forward with slapping him?
Because Jim Carrey is a high level white comedian. Like, you know, we would definitely, like, it's just the black on black thing. He no respect for, his brother. You know.
So with what AO was bringing out earlier, that's if you could equate it to the same mentality of the gang violence, the black on
Yeah.
black violence. Okay. I
Yeah.
just wanted to square that away. All right, go
Yeah.
ahead.
And then she didn't even, it's not like she was like, boy, I need you to get up there and go do something. She just rolled her eyes. Like for him to do all that off of a joke like that. And you know, like other people said earlier, like she go buy a wig. You got enough money to not sit up there bald headed. If you know what I mean? Like you knew he's a comedian. There's gonna be some jokes going forth. It just to me all that was extra, and he was demonically possessed when he sat back down. You could see the spirit of anger in him. It was just like, and not my wife, like twice. I was like, whoo! I just felt it. Like it was just like it was just demonic, you know. He should be ashamed of himself.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. AO, y'all got anything?
He is ashamed of himself. That's why he started crying. That's why he started crying afterwards. The devil's gonna come after you. He started breaking down. As he realized Satan flew out of his ass. Said, "You on your own, nigga." And flew back and went on his own. Now he's back to himself again. He forgot what happened. He said, "I did that. I slapped somebody in the face." Yeah, you sure did. Give me Sirach 28:10. Ecclesiastes 28:10. Sure, you man. You got. I'm telling you.
The book of Sirach, chapter 28 and verse 10. As the matter of the fire is, so it burneth.
As a matter of the fire right here, and there's a situation with him and his wife, him being called a simp and being mocked and made fun of and being a meme and a gif all over social media. That's the fire there. Read again.
As the matter of the fire is, so it burneth.
So as the matter of the fire is, so the more angry you become. Watch this.
And as a man's strength is, so is his wrath.
Now you know Will Smith, he used to be real skinny, Fresh Prince, and he became Ali, he got real diesel. I Am Legend, he got cut up, he got diesel, he put on weight, he got big. So as a man's strength is, so is his anger. Watch this.
And according to his riches, his anger riseth.
See, then he gets more money, and his temper gets larger. How about to be? Read on.
And the stronger they are which contend, the more they will be inflamed.
Right, the stronger they are, which contend. The stronger means in terms of strength, and in terms of wealth, the more they will contend. Or slap you in the face on stage in front of an audience, in front of the freaking world, in front of millions. That's exactly what he fell into. So when you get that riches, get them riches and get that wealth, his life got flipped and upside down, like he said.
The Fresh Prince of Bel Air, and Bel Air is Satan.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, remember after Judas Iscariot betrayed Christ and he realized what he did, what did he do? He went and hung himself. And that's how that spirit of the devil is. That devil will come on you and then leave, and you start trying to reason with what you just did. And that's what you saw. You saw the devil go in that man. That crying later on, I mean, he could bounce back from it because as we see here, a lot of you are forgiving and a lot of you are going to dismiss the evil that he did and look into his personal life and give him a pass because of his celebrity. So with Black America, he may be able to bounce back. But with God, he ain't getting no pass. I mute my mic.
I have a question, AOE, to help the people on the panel and the people that's listening. What how can someone prevent? Is there a way to prevent that kind of spirit jumping on you?
Yes, Proverbs 14:29.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 14 and verse 29. He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding.
Because like I've been saying all night, with me in his position, I'm not going to get angry and flip out like that with the whole world watching. I don't care all those scenarios you gave, all the personal life, everything to me, and how hard it is to attain things in this world. I'm not throwing it away because my wife got upset. I've been with enough women to know a lot of times they're emotional, and a lot of times, if you give them time, they come to their senses and they thank you for being patient and not snapping or flipping out. And they're happy their husband didn't go in handcuffs or didn't get shot or didn't get beat up. So the Bible says what? Read it again.
He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding.
That's what God says. Control your anger, which is what we've been trying to push here. Read on.
But he that is hasty of spirit exalteth folly.
That's why you got niggas in the hood. They hasty in spirit. They quick on the trigger finger. They'll slice you. They'll rob you. We even seeing women being violently abused, especially in New York. People being pushed in the subway. That other clip I played.
You saw a chick walk up to a chick in the middle of the street and blow her brains out and walk
And
back
blow her
casually in the
brains
car.
out in Brooklyn in front of everybody.
Walk back casually in the car like she came out the supermarket.
And just drive off. And white America was looking at us like, look at them animals. I ain't never seen that in my life. Okay, there was a massive manhunt for her. I think they called it in Florida or Atlanta.
They called her, yeah.
Okay, that was all over the news because they was like, look at these black animals. Okay, it's different when white America do something and we do something. They control the media, they control the narrative. So don't tell me about it.
And she knew her daughter. She knew she had family. She had no
You
care in
her
the
whole
world.
family. All the excuses y'all giving here. The family was like, why? I don't know why she did it. We know each other. Same thing with Will Smith. Give me Psalms 119, verse 15.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 15. I will meditate in thy precepts.
And that's what a man does. That's what you see. People who control their spirit. You see martial arts. A lot of it is meditation. And black people, meditation means to think. And most black people, they don't think, they react. And that's why we find ourselves in situations a lot. And I'm not talking about with white America. I'm talking about with each other. I grew up around that. I've been born and raised in New York. I see it all my life. And we can't blame every single problem on the white man. A lot of it is you were raised the wrong way. You don't have no discipline in you. Your father never whooped your ass, so you move too fast. So read it again.
I will meditate in thy precepts and have respect unto thy ways.
And when you read in the Bible, God is the ultimate peacemaker. That's why I said he created the earth and on the seventh day he rested. The reason why these conditions exist on earth is because we're not playing by his rules. The end result of the Bible is for peace on earth. That's why he says the leaders are going to get rid of their weapons. They're going to take their military might and turn it into farming instruments. That's what God wants. A lot of people blame God or I don't believe in God because this is happening. This is happening because of the free will of man. The free will of man. We use our free will to do whatever we want at that moment because we can't control our emotions. And we must meditate on the ways of God and have respect unto his ways. He created us in his image and he expects us to see each other as human beings. And if we fly with a lot of the answers that they were giving, oh, he was going through this and his wife was sick and you got to know how to speak. Yo, everybody get that pass, even my kids. I just had to tell my daughter she likes to hide things, her brother's things, where she gets angry with him. And the whole house is searching for it. And I realized I had to tell her, yo, that's an evil spirit. You don't know how to cope with your anger. And I finally got it through to her. You hiding his things, you're just creating more of a problem. You're disrupting the whole house. I'm not going to condone that behavior. And she's little, she's cute. But daddy, but this. I was like, hell no. You're doing nigger stuff. Okay? And that's where it starts. The breakdown in the parent in the household with the parents, and that child just gets set in their ways, and this is what we see play out in the real world. Okay, this is what we see play out in the real world. That's why the Bible says that the end of the world is coming at the hands of man. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Let's just switch to a different stage. If everything we're saying for Will Smith, we could say to Putin of Russia in his emotions. We could use all that to justify everything that he's doing now in his emotions. And you see what men do when they get mad? They drop bombs on people indiscriminately. And that's how God says the end of the world is going to happen. When you read in Revelation, it says men is going to make fire fall from the sky. And they're all going to have their emotional reasons. I was embarrassed. I wanted to make Russia great again. Okay, that's what they're saying. They want to bring back Russia to its glory. The same way Will Smith wants to regain his glory because his wife took it away from him and all his personal issues. You can't use that as a reason to respond. Okay, and that's what you're seeing happening on a world stage. You're seeing a bunch of men in their emotions and powerful men now that are going to create a war that the Bible says is going to bring forth the destruction, Armageddon. Okay, Christ says in Matthew 24, when he describes the end of the world, he says, because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. And that's what we're seeing. And you people are all in denial. You're explaining everything away. You're seeing cold-blooded killings, murder, rape, drug dealing, everything you could think of everywhere. In the house, brother killing brother, sister killing sister. Just as we read, when you get a chance, you men are here, check the social media we're on. There's a little girl that just killed her cousin and shot herself live on Instagram.
Yeah, yeah,
You saw it?
yeah. Just saw
Okay.
it. She shot him. It's live. She shot him right in the head.
Shot
Came
him in
with a
the back
gun.
of his head. And then blew her brains out live on Instagram. And you people are going to normalize that. You're going to normalize this. Oh, these things they just happen, and you don't know. No, that's not normal. That's not normal. That's why God says, I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch this world bring itself to an end. He says, I'm only going to interject and deliver 1/3 of the people that return back to me in righteousness. So our ministry is not to save the world. We know it's written in the Bible. We cannot save the world. We don't have the ability to save the world because too many of you are wicked. Too many of you use your free will to justify behavior like Will Smith. And you cannot make it into the kingdom that God has set up because you think his way is the right way. You think with your emotions. You give evil people a pass. And there has to be a line that we don't cross, and that line is God. I mute my mic.
There you have it. Thank you, Ao, for answering that question. You answered that on multiple stages. Appreciate you, sir. Hopefully everyone's taking notes on that. That was some heavy stuff. John Jay, what's your thoughts of all that's been spoken about thus far, and also your input on the title? With what's your thoughts about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock? Hopefully
Thank
you're
you very
awake.
much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good to be here. Firstly, it's never okay to make a joke of somebody's wife in a crowded place like that. That is not a joke. That's not comedy anymore. Yes, Will Smith went to the extreme. You could have taken your wife and just walk out of the place, and there are lots more other things you could have done. But issues that is definitely the spirit of rage. On the other hand, he could have also thought to himself, if I let this go on, every other person would follow suit and be doing the same. And it comes a long way to connect to the previous issues that they may have had. He may have felt that the wife has been dragged in the public eye for far too long, and so the an end has to come, not for a new string of jokes to start with the wife's name, and to be started by Chris Rock.
So
So
John Jay,
the
sorry to
exercise to
interrupt. Hey John Jay, so I want to ask you a question on what you just said. So it sounds like you you understand where Will's coming from, and you are pretty much saying that it was extreme, but at the end of the day, what's the name shouldn't have been talking about his wife. Is that a true statement?
yes.
Okay. So what do you in that case, what do you think about what Ao just brought out and what he just spoke on as well?
say, I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example in answering that question, and I'm gonna tell you it is possible for somebody to die of high blood pressure, and then a man of God, a Christian, will say, "Thus saith the Lord, he was attacked by the enemy." It is possible to have a scientific diagnosis at the same time a spiritual diagnosis. So it is possible it's the manifestation of demons, the manifestation of a wrong spirit, but at the same time there was a physical cause that produced an effect. For every action there is a reaction, right? So you could justify it in the physical, but at the same time, while it is still spiritual, it doesn't necessarily contradict the other. So to me, on one side, I'm thinking, okay, you could just say that on a stage like that. What if somebody else sees it, and then somebody else sees it, or somebody else sees something differently, and then somebody else sees something differently? What if it is a white man, like somebody I've said earlier, and then it goes on and on. No, we shouldn't drag somebody in the public like that, all in the name of jokes. It's absolutely wrong. However, I'm not saying Will Smith is completely right. But at the same time, that doesn't make Chris right either.
Okay, I got something for you. So let's say you're having little joke with not I'm not talking about on the stage. There's no public around. Let's say maybe one or two people around. Let's say that. So one or two people around, y'all having a joke, y'all going back and forth with each other, and then someone says something that's a little bit too far, or you say something a little bit too far. Is it okay for them to slap you in the face?
I am not Will Smith, and Will Smith is not me. I am a
No, no,
Christian.
no,
I'm a child.
no. I'm not. Let's take Will
I,
Smith.
I,
We're not talking about Will Smith right
no,
now.
no. You say, is it okay to slap? Like I said, it's not. I didn't say it was okay for Will Smith to slap. I didn't say that to start with. Then you don't. All human beings are not the same. Remember, we are not all Christians. We are not all filled with the Spirit of God.
Hey,
So
I'm not even
sometimes
talking about
what
Chris.
we do,
So,
sometimes
so
what we
let's
do
take
is we
let's
use
take
our standard
hey John
to
Jay.
give
One
to
second.
others.
John Jay, 1 second, 1 second. Let's say, because I've heard that a few times so far tonight. Like we're not all Christians. We're not, let's talk about you just in the street. If someone, as you, I'm just, all I know is that if someone came to me and slapped me in the face in the street, what usually ensues after that?
If somebody slap you on the street, what happens after that will largely depends on where you are at.
No, no, no. Hey,
If you
look,
are
look, look.
in
You
God,
playing games,
your
John Jay.
response will
You
be
playing
different.
games, John Jay.
No, no, no,
Hey,
no. If you are in God as a child of God as a Christian, your response will be
no, no, no,
different
no, no.
from
You
somebody
went
who
back.
is
You
not.
circle back to it. Hey, John Jay, let's we just talking about real stuff here. If anybody comes to you, street, no street, wherever it is, and someone slaps you in the face, it slaps you in the face, John Jay. So and you don't even let's say you don't even know why the hell they slapped you in the face. They just came and slapped you in the face. What usually would happen after that point? Usually take the Christianity. I mean, you might be someone that might don't mind getting slapped in the face, but I'm just I was wondering.
There's a
I'm trying
reaction.
There will be a reaction. But however, the more strange the circumstances is, the more likely I am to take a thought before reacting. For example, somebody will just walk right up to me. That would actually make me wanna, hey, what's going on? Is he okay? I mean, from nowhere, we're not having any conversation. There is no interaction. There is no altercation. So that is more reason why I will take a second thought with what I'm going to do next.
okay. I just want to get now feedback. So, Ayo E, do you believe John Jay that he would just take a moment of
Absolutely,
thought?
absolutely not. I don't even care, Christian or no Christian. There's a reaction that us as human beings, we respond. Okay, you may be able to control it a little bit because you have the values and the principles of Christ, but I believe on Christ, but there's a certain part of me that still needs to be converted that's not there. I'm going to respond. I'm just talking about how and when. Okay, I may turn my cheek at that moment. I'm still going to be angry. I'm still going to be humiliated. I'm still going to be upset. I'm still going to want vengeance. Okay, that's why the disciples asked Christ to increase their faith, because Christ kept explaining to them forgiveness. That's what Christ expounded upon. Forgive, 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 forgive. Because human nature is to react, 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 react. And the consequences to the reaction, you people are acting like they don't exist. And we see it all the time, everywhere. Boyfriend and girlfriend, husband and wife, your children, your house, brother and sister, neighbor and neighbor. You people are acting like it don't exist and trying to justify the man and make an excuse and trying to be politically correct with your answers. This is hypocrisy at its best. This is hypocrisy.
When
I'm going to have a field day
when
with
you
this.
don't understand it, you see it as hypocrisy. When the only thing you see as reality is within your reality, you refuse to embrace what comes from other people. And absolutely, it's not an hypocrisy. Every human being does not react to everything in the same way and at the same proportion. Three of us can get slapped and all three of us will react differently. Chris reacted differently. Every other person could have reacted differently. I, being a Christian, will react differently. And even different Christians will react differently. It's not hypocrisy. It makes us human. It means we are all different. We are, even in the grace of God, we are different. Even with the transformation work of Christ in our lives, it's a different level depending on how yielding you are to the grace of God. So no, don't tell me it's hypocrisy. And no, I am not justifying Will Smith. I am not justifying nobody. However, I have learned too much to know that that human beings, we are different, and I cannot use my standard to measure Will Smith or to measure Chris or to say what I would have done should
Brother,
be the same thing
you did do
Will
that
should have
because
done.
you
No,
said
no,
that,
I can't say that.
you said
That's not
now
hypocrisy.
people, you said he set the tone that now people are going to know not to do that to him again. Did you not say that? Did you not say that?
I gave you two. I told you
Did
there
you
are
say that, yes or
there
no?
are two different outcomes. Number
No,
one,
you testified.
Will
Did
Smith could
you
have
say,
taken his wife and
brother,
walk out.
did you
And
say
then
that people are going to know now not to do that to him, yes
I
or
am
no?
answering your question if you don't
John
interrupt.
Jay,
On the
John
other
Jay,
side, Will
John
Smith
Jay,
could have
John
also
Jay.
thought.
Excuse, hey, John Jay. So Ao had a direct question for you. He just wants that direct response. You're kind of going to a different route. Can you
No, no,
answer that question?
is asking for a portion out of a whole statement I made. Yeah, he's asking for a portion, so I'm going back to the whole statement. You don't hold conversation like that.
Did you
Same way
say
you
that
do
now
when you
people
quote
are going
the
to know
Bible
not to
and,
do that
you
to him,
take
yes
a
or no?
portion out of a whole verse and try to make a false point out of it. You don't do that.
I'm asking you based on what you said. I heard everything. Did
And
you
I'm
say
giving
that
you the full
now,
statement. I'm giving you the full statement, not just of
brother?
the portion
This is
you are
a yes
looking
or
for.
no question.
I'm
This
giving
is
you the
yes or
full
no
statement,
question. Did you say that
not the
yes or no?
portion you are looking for. You are trying to cut a fraction of a statement I made. Don't
No,
do that.
but that fraction is an important fraction. You said out of your mouth.
So
Now
hear
people
the
are
full
going to know
statement
that
so that you put
you
it in
said,
context. So get the full statement so that you put it in context.
brother. You just said that now people are going to know not to do that to him. Yes or no?
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You said that in
You
the
did,
beginning.
sir.
That is your interpretation of what I said. That's not
So what did you
exactly
say?
what I said.
Clarify it.
That is your
Clarify it.
now people are going to know not to do that again. That is your interpretation. That's not what I said.
Okay, clarify it.
And,
Clarify. What
and
did you say?
if you allowed me to go over the full statement, you would not have repeated that over and over again.
Go ahead. Clarify it.
Now, I was asked by yourself, and I responded to it. I said, number one, Will Smith could have taken his wife and they could have walked out of that show. But on the other hand, Will Smith could have thought to himself, if this is allowed to go on, then it will lead to a string of such public degradation of his wife, not just by Chris, but by other comedians and maybe not comedians. That's the statement I made.
So you're saying that his response could stop future ridicule of his wife? Yes or no?
Do you
I'm asking you, brother. I forget it. Stop. Don't go inside Will Smith's head. I'm asking you. You gave two scenarios. He could have not said nothing. I'm asking you, do you agree that his response would have stopped future insults against his wife? Yes or no?
possibly, yes.
Okay, so I 100% disagree with you because what people tend to do is push your buttons. If they see that that's a hot topic for you, he opened the door for more people to come after him. More. The people who make a living,
Let's
the people who make a living doing this, they're not
I
gonna have
can
a field day
I,
with him.
I can bet you in the next 2 to 5 years, there's never going to be any public gathering with Will Smith and Jada seated where any presenter or a comedian will make such degrading statement anymore. I can bet you on that.
Listen, I
That
guarantee
doesn't
you,
mean at the same time.
the people who's
That
not
doesn't
afraid
mean
of
at the
Will
same
Smith,
time
they're gonna make
that
money off of him.
that doesn't mean at the same time that is what I would do. Why? Because I am not Will Smith.
All right, brother. Thank you for your input. Thank you for your input.
All right, y'all heard it here. Hey, even though it's we getting towards the end of biblical smoke, we still got smoke in the building. All praises. Let's go.
What's the time looking like?
We have 5 o'clock is cut time. I mean, well,
20,
5 minutes before
24
that.
minutes.
5 minutes before that.
20 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, just let the people come on real quick, state their points. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Got you, sir. Just real quick, hashtag biblical smoke on Twitter and social media platforms. And also, if you have any questions at all, just make sure you send emails to biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. And make sure to share, join the room, and share it with your friends, family, everyone. Hey, we're going to do it again tomorrow after we deal with a few more people. All right, let's go. We have Brandon on the stage. What's your input? Brandon, you there? Brandon is TKO'd. All right. Zawati? Zawati? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You have any contribution towards the topic?
Yeah, I think I do. I'll just say what's obvious. Will definitely handled that the wrong way. It was several ways he could have handled it, but he definitely handled that one the wrong way. He made himself look bad. He made his temper look bad. You know, like I think AO just said, he just opened up a serious dialogue for 100,000 comedians. So, and every meme that I just watched over the last 4 or 5 hours, like, wow, I can't really believe he did that. But I think he played it in a situation where Jada didn't think that he was going to do it because he was smiling on his way up there, and he smiled his way back to the chair. And I'm like, okay, I could see where she wouldn't have really had the opportunity to stop him because she wasn't reading it correctly. But then maybe again, she, knows her husband, and she was like, "Oh yeah, he definitely about to go up there and do something about it." Either way, I think what this opportunity allows for us to do right now is to see that the Bible is a true book. And with what I've been thinking about as I've been listening all of this time is that Deuteronomy 28 is absolutely true, because the one where it says the Lord shall smite thee with madness. Will went insane. I looked up madness and I looked up vexation, and I noticed that Will was extremely annoyed, which is what vexation is. It turns out to be the definition of vexation is to be annoyed, extremely annoyed. And the other one was to be smite with madness. It's like all of the curses that Will's relationship is going through, like the curse that says, "Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her." All of these curses have come and gotten to the part where the madness part came out tonight. So I think that that's what happened. I think that, all of the things that Will's been through, and this, I guess, can help the ladies who are, generally emotional about and kind of favor Will's point. I think what you need to see is that the Bible is a true book when it says that, what would happen to us if we didn't listen to God. And that uh, adulterous, fornicators relationship that they have, and that, many people tend to agree with, which I fight against on Facebook and Instagram all the time. Like, how can you sit there and act like, this relationship that they have and there's a godly relationship, and then when all of these things backfire and come back, then you wonder why it looked like it looks tonight. It looks like it looks because somebody has been smitten with madness, and now we've got to see black people once again be put in this light because of our curses. So what I think is that Will definitely handled this wrong. Jada handled it wrong. Their relationship is wrong, and now we get to see the results of what 28:15 through 68 is talking about. And it's time to quit playing. And I mute my mic.
Appreciate you, Swarty. All praises. Ayo, E, you have anything to say on to follow up off of Swarty?
Yes, we're seeing that just because you have money, you're just as the rest of us who are poor. We're seeing a failed multi-million-dollar marriage. The same way in the poor in the ghettos, we go through the same thing. You're just seeing it live on TV. Okay, that's a result of a bad marriage and a man that don't know how to control his feelings because he's not connected to God.
Wow, that's straight to the point.
Uh,
Straight.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, E.
No, give me Ecclesiasticus 40, verse 25 and 26 to go along with what AO just said regarding rich or wealthy couples and how they're no different. Ecclesiasticus 40, verse 25 and 26. Ecclesiasticus chapter 40 and verse 25. Gold and silver make the foot stand sure. Yeah, gold and silver make the foot stand sure. You got money, you're comfortable, you're living good, no worries, no concerns. According to Matata, no worries, you're good. Go ahead. But counsel is esteemed above them both. These two have no understanding of the Lord. The counsel comes from the word of God. The counsel comes from the Bible. Counsel comes from God's words. These guys were married without counsel. Read the next verse. Watch this. Riches and strength lift up the heart. Yeah, riches and strength make you feel confident, proud, prideful, arrogant, to the point you feel you can't be touched. You good, you comfortable, you let your kids emancipate themselves and want to switch gender roles. He want to be a girl, she want to be a boy, and she wants to be what do you call it well, not she what you call it she's polyamorous, all the other nonsense. That's that lift up the money lifts up the heart, that arrogance. But the fear of the Lord is above them both. But the fear of God is above them both. The fear of God is above both of what? Riches and strength. Go ahead. There is no want in the fear of the Lord, and it needeth not to seek help. There's no lack in fear of God. It doesn't need therapy. It doesn't need no one to talk to it or give you counsel. You don't need no one to talk to you and give you counsel. You sit at a red table and talk things out. Because the word of God is a counsel right there, not a red table. All right? My mic.
Yeah, that's a beautiful script right there. Again, encourage y'all to keep taking notes. Try to read y'all Bibles, and refer to the notes that you get from Biblical Smoke. And then if you disagree, up front, guess what? That's what it's all about. Do your research, read the scripts, and then bring your question either to biblicalsmoke@gmail.com or come up on another night, and then you never know, that topic or that question may be answered, or it might be an opportunity for you to bring forth your strong reason. All right. Let's go. Let's see. We pretty much hit the queue up pretty much already, but I want to. I'm just going to open the stage up. Just flash your mic if you have anything, any response or a question in regard to what was just brought out from either AO or E. Okay, I see one mic. I'm driving, so let me see. Is it Francisco?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to kind of give my input on a few things I heard kind of over and over again. It's like, what do you do when somebody keeps prodding you? Which is, I guess, what they're saying was happening to Will. But at the end of the day, you most likely means that they want a reaction, and you should never give it to them. Also, it's not an excuse for violence. Like, people are trying to equate words to violence, where Will's reaction to Chris coming at him was like justifiable because of the words that he said, where they were, it was a bad joke, and if Will didn't do anything, he would have came out so much better. But the fact that he did, and the fact that Chris reacted the way that he did, which was like Chris is a powerful guy, like no reaction, man. And it goes back to Yosef's question, which is like, somebody slaps you, what do? 9 times out of 10, that you're getting hit, or something's gonna happen. It's instinct. You defend. Nobody wants to fucking get hit. But the fact that Chris reacted the way that he did, he's gonna come out on top of this. Yeah, that's really it. This is awesome, guys. I mean, my mic.
Good point, Francisco. Any feedback, AO or E?
Yes, Chris, I wouldn't take any apology from him. I wouldn't handle anything behind the scenes. I will make him pay. He can't retaliate. He can beat him up. But if I'm working and you touch me at my job, I want compensation. I'm not taking no apology. We're gonna handle this with my lawyers. Like, there was a comedian, I think his name is Chris Holcomb. He was the one that jumped. It was alive, and he said something to him, and he jumped him right there in the live. He snuffed him, punched him in his face. The guy from Mad TV. What's the black actor from Mad TV? I forgot his name, but they were clowning him for a minute, and the guy just got up and snuffed him the same way. And he said, "Look, I'm not talking about it because I got paid not to talk about it." And that's the best thing at this point, for Chris Rock to do. Something live like that. I'll be going to my therapist. My ears will be ringing. I'll have tingling. I'll have nightmares. I can't sleep. I'm afraid for my life.
I can't
Okay.
watch Bad Boys no more. It traumatized me. I can't watch Bad Boys no more.
Right. I
My
can't watch
back hurts.
I can't watch the Grammys. Okay, my kids, they're having nightmares. It's psychological. My wife is afraid for her life. I'll pat it the best way that I can and make him pay like the man that he stood up to be. That's a shame, and I'm just surprised at how many people are being sympathetic to Will Smith. It's like you're not living in a real world. But it is what it is. Go ahead.
I remember when there was a roast. It was, the guy's name was Jeff Ross. He's real, like a really, really graphic comedian. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, there was a roast. His name was Jeff Ross, and he was roasting Pete Davidson. Pete Davidson's the guy that pretty much stole Kanye West's wife, whatever. So Pete Davidson's father was a fireman in 9/11, and he died. He died during 9/11. So Jeff Ross did a joke talking about Pete Davidson being fatherless because his father died in 9/11, which is very terrible. But when it comes to my point in bringing that up is that in the comic world, the comedy world, you have to have tough skin, no matter where it is, no matter where you are. If you're a comedian, you have to know how to take shots, because comedians, that's what they do. When they get around each other, they roast each other. They make shit, take shots, whatever. And Chris Rock and Will Smith, I've heard rumors that they had a beef, whatever. I didn't hear about that. I think that's bullshit. But Will Smith is a comedian, and I'm pretty sure when he was with Martin had jokes. He had jokes on him. I'm pretty sure that they exchanged jokes. And Chris Rock again was doing what he does. He's a comedian, and comedians do what they do. You had Kanye West threaten D.L. Hughley. It's like a new thing now where comedians are being threatened now. I don't know what's going on, but I think Kanye West had threatened D.L. Hughley, and Steve Harvey came and said, "Listen, man, roll up, you're gonna get hurt." So, it's again when it comes to comedy, whatever. You have to have tough skin. I don't understand Will Smith. How he was able to have tough skin when his wife openly admitted that she slept with his child's friend. And she just like, yeah, entanglement. And he laughed like entanglement. He maintained his composure when his wife pretty much opened up to the fact that she had sex with his child's friend, but then he couldn't maintain his composure over a joke over his adulterously bald wife. I don't understand it. Sorry.
Hey, E, remember Cash Money Millionaires? Put some respect on my name. And they were like,
Birdman visited Charlamagne the God. The same thing. He came to him face to face.
Right.
He came to see him.
But did that leave this guy? Did they not rip him apart? They're still ripping him apart. He came with 20 guys to the studio to get some respect on his name. They're still clowning him to this day, and he's a mobster. His whole crew is all about drug dealing and killing and shooting and robbing.
Yep.
Did he get respect? Okay, that made him look like a weak man rolling up to the radio guy, like Charlamagne said, "Yo, I'm the radio guy. This is not tough. This is not gangster. It's the same thing, man. This ain't gonna work for him." And Chris Rock, he could spin this in a way where his career just the sky the limit for him. Mute my mic.
Look at that. Hey, what AO and what E has been bringing out and has been coming out from the biblical smoke has been good stuff. So we could conclude that Will Smith has been extra emotional and sensitive, and that Chris Rock his response is going to be elevating his career. You could say that, and that it. I don't know if it might be cultural thing sometimes, but I know in the United States, I know there's probably at least 1,500 memes right now of Will smacking people. I could just bet it.
Yes, you're right. I'm already seeing them.
Yeah. Oh dang, big old hand and everything. But hey, so
the internet is cruel and undefeated. The internet is cool.
Trey got it as a picture right here.
oh damn. Well, hey, but this is at the end of Biblical Smoke tonight. We're going to end. Let's go to Matthew 26, please. Lingo. We're going to close it out here.
Yes, sir. The book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 6. Now when Jesus was in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much, and given to the poor. When Jesus understood it, he said unto them, Why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this, that this woman hath done, be told for a memorial of her.
See, this is why we do this. This is why we read that scripture for that very reason. This was instructed for us to do every time we bring out the gospel of the Most High God. AOE, any last words before we close it down?
Yeah, don't fight over these hoes. Just find a better wife.
Yeah, see y'all tomorrow. It's gonna be hot. I guarantee you this is gonna be talked about for the whole week. All right? Most High in Christ bless y'all and shalom.
Hey, shalom. Hey, remember, y'all can catch us
Shalom.
on Biblical Smoke tomorrow. Ibuka, you there? Okay, so you can catch us on Biblical Smoke tomorrow, same time. Giving a plug for Upload God's Law. That's going to be probably a few hours from now at 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock. So just make sure we have content all day, every day. If you want to get to any of our institutions of learning, just email us at, again, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. And we appreciate y'all for being a part of this and being a part of the smoke. All right. Shalom, everyone. I'm about to close it down any second. And make sure y'all follow, whatever that thing is called. Follow the moderators on stage and those that's on the stage that has been teaching. All right, so you can keep track of where we pop up at.